हेलो चैट वी आर लाइव आज बड़े वाले शक्ल के साथ भाई इट इज टाटा स्टील डे नंबर 11 और आज आने वाला है बहुत बहुत मजा बिकॉज पिछला राउंड क्या ही एंटरटेनिंग था सडनली वी कुड फील द मोमेंटम फील द पावर फील द जोश एंड वेलकम साज भाई भाई क्या जीते मुकेश पिछली गेम मजा आ गया
बिल्कुल भाई I mean 100% accuracy he maintained for such a long time and then he outplayed him I think in the end game. Yeah, there was that one, there was that one thing where Yagiz could have gotten the win, but it was very difficult and it was a calculated risk, and I think it worked out pretty well for him.
या वर्कड आउट प्रीटी वेल बट मुझे सामने दिख रहा है कि वो बंदा विशी की शर्ट पहन के आया है आज इज विशी कमिंग फॉर द इनॉग्रल मूव और समथिंग भाई भाई मतलब ऑल्दो आई थिंक द टाइड हैज टर्न्ड बिकॉज लास्ट गेम ही वाज वेयरिंग एन अरविंद टी-शर्ट एंड अरविंद वन साज भाई सो मे बी द मोमेंटम हैज शिफ्टेड नॉट ओनली फॉर प्लेयर्स इन जनरल बट इवन फॉर द टी-शर्ट गाय
भाई मतलब जब वो पहन रहा था, जब वो हार रहे थे तब तो स्विच कर रहा था, अब जीतने लग गए तो उसने उस प्लेयर की टी शर्ट पहन ली जो टूर्नामेंट ही नहीं खेल रहा।
आई विल गेट बैक
ठीक
टू
है
दिस
भाई।
आज भाई ऑन दिस ये पूछना पड़ेगा भाई बंदे से मीनवाइल चैट देयर वी सी गुकेश डोमाराजू द वर्ल्ड चैंपियन भाई प्राउडली कह सकते हैं हम लोग जिसके लिए लोग फाइट कर रहे हैं 30,000 वॉचिंग के साथ वो ऑलरेडी है हमारे पास तो आज हम भी 31,000 टच करेंगे क्यों साज भाई
करेक्ट भाई, करेक्ट। एब्सोल्युटली।
एंड उनके ओपोनेंट लेकिन आज आज है अरविंद चिदम जो आए नहीं बोर्ड के ऊपर भाई लेट
अरे 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 अरे, ये कैसे हुआ? दैट इज क्रेजी। बाय द वे ही प्लेस D4, सो वेरी पोजिशनल एक्सपेक्टेड फ्रॉम गुकेश, बट व्हाट इज नॉट एक्सपेक्टेड इज कि वो मतलब बैठे नहीं है अभी मैच पे।
भाई ये क्या चल रहा है वेयर इज अरविंद चिदम्बरम भाई आई मीन मे बी ही इज वी ऑफन से कि मैग्नस से चीजें सीखनी चाहिए बट दैट वाज ऑन द बोर्ड कहां है अरविंद
भाई अरविंद कल जीत गया तो आई थिंक ही इज लाइक ओके।
भाई तो
कुछ
प्रग के बोर्ड पे चले वहां पे भी मूव हुई है वहां पे क्या चल रहा है व्हाई इज देयर नो मूव ऑन द प्रग बोर्ड आल्सो क्या प्रग प्रग भी मिसिंग है
प्रग वर्सेस विंसेंट काइमर पे जा रहा हूं मैं।
हाँ काइमर ओके प्रग के मूव में आ चुकी है मूव प्रग का भी इज आल्सो मूविंग नाउ आई थिंक ही वाज स्लाइटली लेट बट गुकेश के ओपोनेंट है ही नहीं वेयर इज अरविंद
दैट इज क्रेजी एक्चुअली। आई थिंक अरविंद इज स्लाइटली लेट, बट ही
भाई
शुड शो अप।
डू यू थिंक दिस इज साइकोलॉजिकल लाइक थोड़ा बहुत लाइक लेट है ना डू यू थिंक बस भाई बस लेट हो गई गाड़ी लेट हो गई आज
भाई आई थिंक साइकोलॉजिकल तो नहीं होगा, बिकॉज आई
Hey, how did you get this angle now? Acha, okay, let's go to Gukesh's camera right now. Bhai Gukesh, and there he is, bhai. There is no psychological bhai. Was late हो गए थोड़ा सा. Welcome back, Arvind. Bhai, both players, by the way, coming off a win in the previous round chat. So आज का game is between two previous round winners, Saj bhai. Not something we've often said in this tournament. Actually, never.
हाँ भाई, क्योंकि दो इंडियंस एक एक टाइम पे जीते नहीं थे भाई कभी पहले
एक
से।
भी नहीं जीता था भाई बहुत
पिछले 4 दिन से 5 दिन से हम लोग एक विन बेट कर रहे हैं, पर एक ही दिन में हमें 2 विन्स मिल गए, तो वी शुड बी हैप्पी विद दैट। प्लस गुकेश इज ऑन 50% नाउ, सो दैट्स ग्रेट फॉर हिम, एंड ही हैज अ गोल्डन अपॉर्चुनिटी टू गो टू दैट लेफ्ट साइड ऑफ द स्टैंडिंग्स भाई, जिसका हम बहुत
भाई
टाइम से इंतजार कर रहे हैं।
बिल्कुल कैन वी हैव द स्टैंडिंग्स एक बार जस्ट टू सी कि हमारी उम्मीदें कितनी फेयर और कितनी नॉन ड्रामेटिक है वो भी नहीं मिल रही आई थिंक ओ D4 D5 ऑन द बोर्ड आई वंडर इफ यू सी द लंदन बट देयर यू सी अ चैट गुकेश बिल्कुल एज पे है दोस्त भाई
हाँ
एक
भाई।
फूक दूर है लिटरली फ्रॉम द लेफ्ट साइड नाउ
करेक्ट भाई, अगर आज जीत जाता है तो डेफिनेटली आई थिंक ही हैज गुड चांसेस, एंड ऑफ कोर्स टुडे ही विल ट्राई टू गो फॉर अ विन बिकॉज ही इज प्लेइंग अगेंस्ट अरविंद हु हैजंट हैड द बेस्ट इवेंट। he's on 3.5, he's almost at the bottom of the leaderboard, and Gukesh White se bhi khel raha hai, so it's a golden opportunity. I think he will definitely go for the win today, so let's see what happens there. Bada maza aayega. And of course Nodirbek, Sindarov, Jorden and Bluebaum are just kind of running away with it as of now.
या या आई थिंक गुकेश का विन करना आज टेक्निकली फॉर द स्टैंडिंग्स बहुत जरूरी इफ ही रियली वांट्स टू फिनिश इन द टॉप 3 आई थिंक फर्स्ट प्लेस तो इज गोना बी डिफिकल्ट बट लेट्स सी हाउ इट टर्न्स आउट 8 पॉइंट पे पहुंच सकते हैं गुकेश दैट्स द मैक्स ही कैन रीच एंड अभी लीडर उससे 1.5 पीछे सो टेक्निकली ऑन पेपर hypothetically it is still possible so D4 D5 and suddenly Gukesh thinking Sahaj by D5 maybe it's a novelty
Yeah, bhai. I mean, best. मतलब, I haven't even seen this before, bhai. Crazy.
I mean,
I
साहब I
think
think अगर
maybe
हमने
he's
देखा नहीं है.
thinking, by the way, love this
हाँ.
angle. Maybe he's thinking because Arvind has been going knight f6, g6 throughout this event. So maybe d5 was a slight surprise for him. Could be, no?
Yeah, maybe he's trying to transport, but Sahaj bhai, because D4 D5 कभी हुआ नहीं है chess में कभी, I am thinking maybe a good idea for white after D4 D5, if we go back a move here, could be bishop F4. Like it
भाई वो
feels
आई
like
थिंक
कि
वही कर रहा है, वो वही कर रहा है, लेकिन नाइट f3 के बाद खेलेगा वो, क्योंकि क्योंकि गुकेश ने
भाई,
आपका कोर्स नहीं देखा इसलिए.
that's the miss. But I think bishop F4 would have been a nice move. But knight is okay. Chat. Will we see the London? Will we see C4? Come on,
भाई
London or no
लंदन
London,
धोनी,
bhai?
अगर अगर if he takes his bishop out, it will be bishop g5, but yeah, he
Ah,
goes c4. The regular queen's pawn opening, we might see qgd on the board, we might see qga on the board, we could see Slav on the board, and it is qgd.
wow. And now knight C3 would be very logical. Chat. By the way,
भाई
London में ही
Catalan.
होना है.
Oh, he goes knight c3. भाई your
नहीं,
option.
आज कैटलैग गुड बाय. बाय द वे लंदन में ही होना है एससीसी का फाइनल्स फ्रॉम 7 to 8th of February. So तभी लंदन would have been kind of nice, but okay, ये भी काफी, I mean, even a better opening than London. And now what can black play? Okay, bishop e7, very solid.
Yeah, and now bishop f4, bishop g5 is the regular QGD. And if someone remembers, then Ding against Ding in the World Championship, Gukesh went for pawn takes pawn, and some queen c2, h3, and then he went for some g4 ideas. Game 3, I believe it was. It was a very, very nice game. I think the best game that Gukesh played in that entirety of the match, for me at least. And we have a similar opening in front of us. So nice choices here for Gukesh.
Yeah, and यहाँ पे अब I think bishop f4 is one line, bishop g5 is one line. अर्जुन usually यहाँ bishop f4 prefer करते हैं, but majority of players traditionally play bishop g5. काफी logical. गुकेश अभी भी सोच रहे हैं, he's not hurrying with something. So I think as Sajay mentioned, I think maybe this is not something he expected. But what is the reason for the change in Arvind's side? Like why did he switch from something that he had been playing for the entire event, Saj?
I think to get Gukesh out of prep, and also this variation is, perhaps the most solid option against d4 out of everything that you have on the board. And also ये ऐसी opening होती है चैट जो आप black से पहली बार सीखते हो. Like against d4, this is your first opening that you learn as black, because it's the simplest to play. You push the pawn here, knight out, bishop out, short castle, then pawn out, bishop out, and then you try to play c5 basically. It's very simple to play this opening. And he goes bishop f4.
Yeah, very
By the way,
logical. And I think,
speaking of simple
हाँ,
openings, एक नजर अर्जुन के गेम पे भी मारनी चाहिए हमको,
हाँ,
because some moves are happening very quickly there. It
ooh,
was actually d4 d5, knight f3 knight f6, c4 e6, so same line. And but after knight c3, instead of going bishop e7, he goes for semi Slav with c6, and Arjun goes queen c2 because उसने पहले देख रखा था ये. Takes, he goes a4, c5. Some, I think we are already in uncharted territory. Takes the pawn, knight c6 आता है. He pushes e4 to try and go e5. Black goes knight b4, only move queen b1 played. Man, bishop takes c5, bishop takes c4, black plays e5, and he goes castle. मतलब अभी तक अर्जुन ने सोचा नहीं है.
bhai, and let's not forget who his opponent is. It is Sindarov, the World Cup winner, who is on 6 points in second place at this event. So I think this is an important match. Let's not forget Arjun not in the best of shape. Tata Steel started off very well, then kind of fumbled a couple of losses. In fact, he's lost 3 games I think in this event. So a win against Sindarov would be a confidence booster as well. देखते हैं क्या होगा. दोनों players बहुत जल्दी खेलते हुए. And today we have all camera angles. भाई ये change कैसे हो गया भाई समय भाई?
भाई ये आई थिंक हमें रेस्ट हर जगह चाहिए था भाई. बट समय भाई क्या हुआ, ये कुछ 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 नया हुआ लग रहा है.
चलो बढ़िया है भाई. वी आर गेटिंग वी आर गेटिंग मल्टीपल कैमरा एंगल्स टुडे. पीसेस के बीच में से इमेजिन करो तुम कोई मक्खी होते और उड़ रहे होते हॉल के अंदर और चेस बोर्ड पे आके बैठ जाते, तुम्हें क्या दिखता वो भी तुम्हें दिख रहा है चैट. आई मीन इट्स क्रेजी यार, टेक्नोलॉजी कितनी आगे निकल गई साज भाई.
Exactly. Just making a note. There we
साज
go.
भाई लव्स मक्खीज, आई
2:23
नो.
p.m.
सो फेवरेट मूवी मक्खी है उनकी, उर्मिला मातोंडकर की. मीनवाइल
Bhai,
साज भाई,
Makhi is a movie. Have you seen it?
हाँ इट्स अ मूवी, हाँ ऑफ कोर्स.
It's a very good movie actually. I really like the concept.
या आई आल्सो लाइक दिस कांसेप्ट साज भाई. एंड चैट वेलकम भाई, सब लोग जितने लोग चैट में एक बार हाय लिख दो यार. हाय, प्रणाम, नमस्ते, बोनजूर, दोनजूर, जो भी है भाई सब लिख दो भाई. कैसे हो साले, आप कैसे हो भाई? रेस्ट डे कैसे सेलिब्रेट
बढ़िया.
किया?
रेस्ट डे सेलिब्रेट तो नहीं किया मैंने भाई, बट इट वाज लेट्स से आई टुक अ लॉट ऑफ रेस्ट, मच नीडेड, बट या भाई, looking very good. एंड चैट में कोई लिख रहा है भाई, सहज looks exactly like प्रफुल्ल गर्ग। भाई ये कौन है भाई?
भाई वही जो हर किसी को जिंक्स करता है, इज लाइक द वो एमबीए चाय वाला।
कौन?
एमबीए चाय वाला भाई।
कौन है भाई?
भाई साहब भाई, भाई देखो, एमबीए चाय वाला एक बंदा है, ठीक है, समझ लो, लाइक वो एमबीए इज लाइक ही सेल्स चाय ऐसा करके, एंड वैसा
हम्म।
ही एक लाइक नीट कॉफी वाला है, वो भी बहुत फेमस है। आपको कौन सा पसंद है साज भाई?
मैं तो कॉफी का बंदा हूँ भाई, बट
आओ तो नीट कॉफी वाला, ओके चैट, हु इज योर प्रेफर्ड क्रिएटर, लेट अस नो।
मैंने कॉफी बोला हुआ है, क्रिएटर नहीं बोला।
हाँ वही 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 वही, आपको कौन सा भाई?
By the way, यहाँ पर another, by the way, an interesting fact is that Sindarov is undefeated so far in this entire event. In 10 rounds, the only player who has not lost a single game. So, agar Arjun takes him down, it would really open up the standings, for everyone. He will take down who is finishing tied second. And I think, yeah, इसके बाद कोई भी player undefeated नहीं होगा भाई. That will be crazy.
या एब्सोल्युटली, एंड यहाँ पे सिंदर क्लोज सोच रहे हैं वो, सो लेट्स स्विच गेम्स, लेट्स चेक आउट प्लग्स गेम साज भाई। वहां कहाँ पहुंची खबर, बिकॉज ही इज प्लेइंग विंसेंट काइमर, आल्सो एन इंपॉर्टेंट मैच टुडे फॉर द कैंडिडेट।
By the way, he goes for English. He plays e5, g3, normal line, bishop g2, and then यहाँ पे d5 मेन वेरिएशन होती है जो विंसेंट ने नहीं खेली. He plays c6 first and then he wants to go d5, but इसमें ड्रॉबैक ये होता है कि white d4 पहले फेंक सकता है, which is exactly what he does. Black plays d6, he goes knight c3, and now Vincent plays knight to a6. First of all, he's playing very quickly, and he's definitely predicted this from Pragg, and Pragg is right now thinking for almost, well, no, only 3 minutes, but overall he's taken around 10 minutes in the opening already. So safe to say Vincent is the better prepared guy here.
Yeah, and also Pragg came, I think, 2-3 minutes late, so maybe it's not as bad. And he's of course thinking knight a6 usually banda khelta nahi hai, in the opening. When you've played this, of course, this feels like some preparation. Sahaj bhai, poha khaoge kya aaj? Pooch rahe hain Mr. OK ji.
भाई अभी मैंने मैगी खाई है, तो नॉट राइट नाउ, बट अगर गुकेश एंड अर्जुन दोनों जीतते हैं, गुकेश अर्जुन प्रग तीनों जीतते हैं, एक्चुअली दो तीन में से दो जीतते हैं, तो भाई पोहा आज डन है.
बढ़िया। सो लेट्स गो
तीन
OK
में
गेम
से दो
साज भाई।
रिजल्ट चाहिए भाई, लेकिन
चलते हैं भाई, देख के आते हैं, एक रिजल्ट तो गारंटीड है भाई। सो अनलेस गुकेश एंड अरविंद ड्रॉ, तो कोई ना कोई एक तो वहां जीतेगा ही। एंड यहाँ पे B6 आया भाई कैसल के बाद, सेटअप जो मुझे बड़ा पसंद है, बट नाउ वाइट प्लेज बिशप टू E2। नॉट मच ऑफ अ चेंज, राइट? आई मीन इन बिशप से मारोगे तो बात एक ही है।
या ही टेक्स, एंड आई थिंक द पॉइंट इज कि बिशप e2 पे आपने एक चाल वेस्ट करी, तो बिशप c4 जब भी मारते हो आप एक टेम्पो डाउन हो, तो ब्लैक को ये बेनिफिट मिल गया, बट लेकिन इट्स फाइन, इट्स नॉट रियली इक्वल येट. आई वुड से वी आर स्टिल इन ओपनिंग टेरिटरी.
मार दिया टिक्कू इस करण जो है चेस वर्ल्ड भाई, मैंने किसी को लॉन्च नहीं किया आज तक अनफॉर्चुनेटली, सो आई डोंट नो कि करण
किया है
जोहर
ना
कैसे हो
भाई,
सकते हैं। किसको?
चेसकॉम इंडिया.
भाई चेसकॉम इंडिया ने मुझे लॉन्च किया, बिकॉज इट वाज द जो पहले आया वो दूसरे को लॉन्च करता है भाई, एमिनियम ने डॉक्टर ड्रेक को लॉन्च नहीं किया भाई।
करेक्ट भाई,
इफ दैट
करेक्ट.
मेक सेंस। By the way, Sars Erdogmus bet Arjun and almost won against Pragg, and now Gukesh will won, so which feels good. And Gukesh हमेशा इसकी इज्जत बचा लेता है, वो हमेशा फेवरेट है. How do you agree? यार इज्जत बचाना is a wrong term to look at it. Like I think even Pragg and Arjun might be pushing against him, like might have underestimated him to a large degree, because you feel like you should win against that guy. And once you start forming well, then you realize, okay भाई, अगर draw ही मिल रहा है काफी है, I should play it very normal. And एट दी एंड ऐसा भी प्लेयर होंगे टूर्नामेंट में जिनको प्रग हराएगा, गुकेश उनसे हारेगा, या अर्जुन हारेगा गुकेश हारेगा, सो इट्स ऑल वेरी इप्सी टर्वी। या मतलब टॉप लेवल पे कोई भी किसी को भी हरा सकता है ऑन दैट डे।
या करेक्ट भाई, करेक्ट. I mean, he is definitely a player to beat. और उनको हराना वो भी ब्लैक से in that fashion, I think is very good. या गुकेश का अगर गुकेश वो मैच अगर वो हार जाता, तो it would be, I mean, it would definitely make headlines. That's for sure.
एंड एक कोट है, व्हाट्स योर टेक ऑन गुकेश कोटिंग, आई वांटेड टू टीच हिम अ लेसन टुडे with a rook endgame, it's psychological agents. I don't think he said that. I think he said
He
it as a
did, bhai. He
joke.
did. He did
No,
say
that
that.
was a joke, no?
I mean,
Incidentally जो
I think it was just banter. I don't think it's supposed to be
हाँ
taken that
हाँ
seriously. I think he was happy about the end game. He was happy about how he played, and he just said that in a very light-hearted way.
इट वाज अ
उसको उतना
जोक बट आई एम वेरी
seriously मत
हैप्पी
लो
सेट
भाई.
भाई ऐसा चाहिए यार थोड़ा ड्रामा
हाँ, ऑफ
चाहिए
कोर्स चाहिए भाई, ऑफ कोर्स. यूजुअली जब भी इस तरह का कुछ बैंटर होता है तो वी आर ऑन द रिसीविंग एंड ऑफ इट. मतलब it's
टॉकिंग
but
अबाउट
at the end of the day
बीइंग
it's
ऑन
just
द
banter भाई.
रिसीविंग एंड ऑफ द बैंटर मैं गुजर जाता हूँ यहाँ पे साज भाई इफ वी हैव ऑल द बोर्ड्स ऑन स्क्रीन वंस वुड लव टू चेक आउट कि भाई कितने I mean, कितने इंडियन है वो तो पता ही है लाइक कितने इंडियंस आज जीत सकते हैं पोटेंशियली पोजीशन को देख के जो जो कितना हमें पोजीशन में मसाला लग रहा है कि भाई इसी कोई अच्छी डिश पकेगी सो साज भाई स्टार्टिंग विद प्रग क्या लग रहा है चांसेस जीतने के इन ऑल द इंडियन गेम्स साज भाई
So in Prague's board, it feels like no, he first of all he's caught in prep by Vincent, but he has not traded any piece. So we have to see how the game unfolds for this. Right now, Pragg has more space in the center. His pieces are slightly better developed, so that's looking like a good sign for Pragg. But yeah, the next few moves are crucial. Then Arjun versus Sindarov, I think Arjun is the one who's having his prep on the board, and it's a more dynamic position. Like thoda because white can go bishop g5, he can pin that knight, play rook d1. Black का भी knight b4 पे थोड़ा active लग रहा है. White की queen b1 पे is not looking the best. So very dynamic position there. And Gukesh Arvind, I don't know. I feel like Gukesh has of course it's his prep. There's this queen e2 आप इतनी जल्दी आप ऐसे randomly नहीं खेलोगे. And I like Gukesh's position more, I have to say. But but it's too early to say whether it is an advantage or not. जैसे इस पोजीशन में क्वीन टू का आइडिया ये था कि जहाँ पे क्वीन पड़ी है वो D1 का स्क्वायर जो था वहां पे रुक आने वाला है मेरा, एंड जो A1 पे पड़ा हुआ है. एंड देन I am going to X-ray or queen on D8, and I think it optically looks very very nice for Gukesh so far.
सो वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग आई थिंक तो कितने रिजल्ट्स आज भाई चार में से कितने पॉइंट आएंगे
भाई यहाँ पर तो एक ही आने वाला है गुकेश अरविंद में. तो
हम्म
बेसिकली तीन इज द हाईएस्ट यू कैन गेट.
हाँ
आई थिंक लाइक 2.5. अच्छा दिन लग रहा है मुझे आज, पता नहीं क्यों.
चलो अच्छी बात है मीनवाइल चेस 24 कोई कह रहा था कुछ चैट में कि टर्की उनकी वॉचिंग आज 5K है सो हम अपनी वॉचिंग तो बढ़ा नहीं पा रहे बट उनको हरा के उनकी कम जरूर कर रहे हैं वी आर लाइक दैट फ्रेंड जो अपने अच्छे दोस्त को आगे बढ़ते हुए देखता है कहते हैं उसको वापस खींच लेते हैं भाई
ओ 3 Idiots पे था ना वो कि दोस्त अगर फेल होता है तो दुख
हाँ
होता है, बट दोस्त पास होता है तो ज्यादा, दोस्त फर्स्ट
फर्स्ट
आता
हो
है तो
जाए तो
ज्यादा
बड़ा
दुख होता
और
है.
ज्यादा दुख होता है तो हमने जो फर्स्ट आता उनको ही पीछे खींच लिया कमान चैट हमें अपनी वॉचिंग बढ़ानी दूसरों की नहीं गिरानी कमान लेट्स गो so meanwhile chat I think यहाँ पे Arvind is thinking I love the different camera angles whatever Soiva you did वो जादू चलता रहे तो मजा आता रहेगा meanwhile अरे यार भाई जादू 10 मिनट का ही है मतलब एंजॉय कर लो चैट फिर सो लेट्स हैव द नाक के बीच वाला एंगल देन जब भी हो सके तो बिकॉज आई थिंक 10 मिनट ही है तो हाँ बढ़िया बढ़िया
So he plays
meanwhile
c5.
queen e2 is a very interesting move right like is it the best move in the position Saj
I think so. It was one of the best in the position. Short castle was also there, but he goes queen e2, which is also pretty good. And c5 के बाद, I think the point is rook d1 to x-ray this queen on d8. अगर आप cd4 मारते हो तो maybe knight takes d4, and this rook poses some problems to the queen. कुछ discovered attack ideas, maybe knight e6, knight f5 like this can be interesting. Oh,
यार
another option is he can also take on c5, because why not?
दैट्स अ
And
गुड
then go
पॉइंट
rook
बिकॉज
d1.
बिशप दो बार चलेगा तो यू ऑलरेडी गेटिंग दैट फ्री टेम्पो एंड ये मेरे लुक कंपैरिजन क्यों चल रहे हैं चैट ने भाई पता नहीं शिनचैन से कंपेयर कर दिया है साहज भाई से कर क्या हो गया भाई मैं तो लिटरली मुंह उठा के आ गया कुछ चेंज तो किया नहीं है आई डोंट नो क्या चल रहा है बट एनीवेज
Chat पूछ रहे
व्हाई
हेयर कट किया आपने भाई.
नहीं भाई वो मेरे हेयर वैसे ही झड़ रहे हैं भाई आई एम गोना बी लाइक कंप्लीट एंड्रू टेट इन अबाउट लाइक 5 years from now so that's gonna be fun meanwhile India has the most GM still less watching good question भाई I think usually एक एग्जाम्पल दे सकता हूँ जब शाहरुख खान को बंदी पिटानी होती है ना तो बहुत एफर्ट डालता है बंदा लेकिन जब पड़ जाती है तो थोड़ा कम डालता है तो इट्स अ जोक बट एट द एंड we already have what others are craving for. So, and also 2025 wasn't the best year for Indian players. I think it wasn't the best. We didn't win any major wins. So I think Divya's win was one and so on, but very rare. So I think we're missing some big wins, I think. वो आएगा ना तो अपने आप watching भी आएगी. कल देखा नहीं when Erdogmus को गुकेश ने हराया, watching आई ना. So it's a matter of getting some good results under our belts आज.
करेक्ट भाई, करेक्ट. आई थिंक वो वर्ल्ड चैंपियन इफेक्ट कल हमको देखने को मिला. टर्की में भी आई थिंक यू कैन सी कि अनीश में दिस 5K, then it was touching 30K
हाँ,
yesterday, which was
30K से
crazy
5K
actually.
का जंप देखो ना आफ्टर वन लॉस. तो इमेजिन वी हैव बीन लूजिंग
Hmm.
फॉर 2025 साज भाई. सो थोड़ा कम बैक करने में टाइम लगेगा हमें.
लेट्स सी भाई क्या
When
होता है. कम बैक तो अभी भाई गुकेश का लग रहा है होगा, बिकॉज आफ्टर C5 ही इज थिंकिंग, बट ही हैज टू वेरी वेरी लवली ऑप्शंस, रुक D1 एंड शॉर्ट कासल एंड पॉन टेक C5, ऑल ऑफ देम लुकिंग अमेजिंग.
हम्म
लेट्स सी व्हाट ही
साजा,
गोज फॉर.
अब लवली बड़ा लवली तरीके से बोलते, दोबारा बोलना.
लवली.
ए साजा को डिफरेंट तरीका बोलने का, नहीं लवली बोलने का. नाइस
लवली.
नाइस नाइस.
ओह थैंक्स भाई.
मीनवाइल ये कैमरा थोड़ा सा कहाँ रखा हुआ है मुझे समझ नहीं आ रहा है. ये कौन सा पीस है हमारे बगल में भाई, राइट साइड में साहज भाई. आई एम ट्राइंग टू अंडरस्टैंड, मे बी इट्स द क्वीन और कौन सा पीस है.
I think it's next to the bishop. Yeah, it's the queen. Yeah, for sure. It's the queen. But okay, he's thinking. Let's see. By 100% accuracy, अभी भी गुकेश की maintained है. Just so everyone knows, 99.9 for Arvind.
या चैट इन्फॉर्मिंग अस दिव्या इज प्लेइंग नॉर्वे चेस. भाई नॉर्वे चेस तो खतरनाक होने वाला है चैट, बिकॉज आई थिंक वी गोना हैव प्रग, मैग्नस, विंसेंट, जो तीन प्लेयर्स ओपन में अनाउंस हुए हैं. एंड देन ऑफ कोर्स वी गोना हैव इन द वुमेन सेक्शन, आई थिंक अन्ना मुझे इज अनाउंस्ड, मे बी आई एम रॉन्ग देयर, बट आई थिंक दिव्या हैज बीन अनाउंस्ड. तो एक और इंडियन वहां पे कंफर्म हो चुका है, एंड दैट विल बी अमेजिंग टू सी. एंड या लेट्स होप सो एटलीस्ट ओपन में वुमेन में एक एक इंडियन और होगा साहज भाई, फिर मजा आएगा यार.
Correct भाई. Correct. और वो एक Indian I think will either be Gukesh and maybe Vaishali. Yeah, could be.
Vaishali was there last time, if I'm not mistaken. So maybe they
Yes.
keep alternating. So usually they will not, unless you win the event, they will not invite you like consecutive years mein. So
Hmm.
maybe it will be like Humpy or some Harika or maybe Tanya ko bulao. Tanya would visit to watch though she commentates. So okay, but anyways,
By Tanya playing Norwegians would be insane,
that'll
I
be
think.
insane, no? Like that'll be
Yeah,
insane.
yeah,
But
yeah,
okay,
yeah.
I mean,
And I think Tanya should. Yeah, I mean, come on.
of
Strong
course,
player है
tell her
भाई.
no. But okay, anyways. Meanwhile,
No, no,
C5 played.
I've played her like twice, and I mean, it was both times I didn't have a good time. Let's just say, I mean, she's very strong. She should play.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Gukesh still thinking C5 के बाद, so clearly it's not something he's, well versed with, trying to kind of remember or understand what is the best way to move forward. Saj bhai, so let's say I take on C5 here, up pawn se to maroge nahi, because I think it's going to spoil your structure. So bishop takes C5.
But
Do I?
actually,
Hmm.
you can take with the pawn as well. Actually, it's not that bad, because if you take with the pawn, then this queen can jump to B6. Now, I agree that this
Hmm.
pawn is looking a bit uncomfortable, but queen B6, knight D7, rook's getting connected so quickly. It's not really a bad option for you. But yeah, bishop C5 also looks a bit annoying because इसमें queen E7 आ सकती है. But then I have A3 B4 plans to annoy the
Yeah,
bishop. Oh, he has made a
he
move.
just castles, yeah.
Yeah, he just
So
castles.
his plan is after C takes D4, I think rook F D1, जो typically हम खेलते हैं ऐसे, like, isolated pawn positions में. So he's trying to convert it into that. Yeah, rook D1 maybe after C
Oh
D4.
yes, I like Gukesh's chances here, bhai. I like it. It's a nice opening, I think, so far for him. मैंने परसों ही बोला था कि भाई like Erdogmus is doing something different, So I felt more comfortable for Gukesh there. भाई
Hmm.
same feeling आ रही है मेरे को. I feel like Gukesh is in his element now.
Yep.
Bhai, what are the chances?
हाँ.
Like he has 3 rounds remaining, right? He has
हाँ.
Arvind, Hans, and Vincent. What are the chances of a 3 out of 3?
I think it's possible, because I think it's all the three players he's facing now, I don't think are in perfect shape.
And
Hans Zimmer is
ambitious
still
too.
okay. Yeah, but I feel like it depends also on what effect that win had on Arvind, right? Like, did it restore some confidence? Because Arvind had a nightmarish tournament, was completely lost in that game as well, but somehow he created enough chances and won. It should give him a boost as well. So if Arvind can really, take it in his pride and stride and kind of, like motivate himself somehow, come out of that dark void you feel sometimes when you're losing game after game, then I think there's a good chance. But if not, then I think Ukesh anyway should be the favorite, right? Because this turn for Arvind has not gone his way.
Yeah, correct. Well, I mean, white से भी खेल रहा है. He is, of course, stronger on paper.
Hmm.
So I think, and also he got the position that he wanted. So I definitely like this for him. We were looking at pawn takes d4, and you were saying rook f d1 is the plan here, correct? To pin this
Yes.
queen.
Yeah. Rook f d1. Usually, I think knight takes d4 मार सकते हो. You can take with the pawn ed4 usually, but यहाँ bishop f3 drama तो होगा ही. Maybe not now,
Hmm.
but yeah, कभी
I
ना
mean,
कभी.
I think pawn takes d4 I just don't like because in IQP positions generally you are supposed to control the d5 square. जो भी pawn के आगे वाला square होता है वो जो
Hmm.
भी side control करती है उसकी better होती है position. And अभी
हाँ.
like black has 1, 2, 3, 4 pieces looking at the d5 square whereas white only has two. So
Hmm.
I wouldn't necessarily go for it myself. Maybe I will try to avoid it for as long as possible. I do like the move rook f d1 that you mentioned because iske baad maybe you can go pawn takes d4 because you have d5 incoming instantly.
Hmm.
Um, yeah, this looks pretty interesting and promising. And by at some point, Sahil bhai, do you think knight takes d4 and bishop e6, knight a6 type के plans are possible?
भाई डेफिनेटली अ पॉसिबिलिटी ऑल्दो जब भी मैंने खेला आई हैव रिग्रेटेड लेटर यार बचपन में खेलते थे सैक्रिफाइस बाद में सोचते यार क्यों मारा मैंने यार क्यों क्यों मारा बट डेफिनेटली एन ऑप्शन फॉर वाइट टू कीप इन माइंड एंड ऑल्सो ऑफ कोर्स नाइट b5 भी एक ऑप्शन है यू कैन टेक विद द अदर नाइट नाइट c7 भी एक ऑप्शन है b5 से सो सम टैक्टिक्स टू टेक केयर ऑफ यू आर ऑल टॉकिंग एज इफ गुकेश इज इन परफेक्ट फॉर्म भाई परफेक्ट फॉर्म में तो सेल था बट इफ यू गॉट दैट रेफरेंस यू गोट इट बट एनीवेज आई थिंक गुकेश इज still in better form than Arvind. Yeah, Arvind was at the bottom of the table, and um, कहीं ना कहीं पे I'm really worried कि this tournament might be a nightmare. That last win would have helped a lot though. Let's see क्या होता है.
हाँ गुकेश इज नॉट इन परफेक्ट फॉर्म ट्रू अगर वो परफेक्ट फॉर्म में होता भाई तो उसमें 10 में 10 होते बिकॉज दैट्स
हाँ
व्हाट ही वाज डूइंग इन लाइक फॉर एग्जांपल इन द ओलंपियाड या in the 2022 Olympiad he scored some 7 out of 7 or 8 out of 8 I think it was one of the two but yeah it was some spectacular performance been a white black सबसे सबको बोर्ड वन पे हराया जा रहा था गुकेश बैक टू बैक
हाँ.
वो अगर
And
परफेक्ट
by
फॉर्म
the
आ गई
way,
भाई तो
maybe
दुनिया को खुद ही पता लग जाएगा
time to switch games. Let's check out Arjun. We have a couple of developments there. नजर मारते हैं कि भाई क्या हुआ. I think both sides have castled. Bishop g5 पे आ चुका है, धक्का लग चुका है, लात पड़ चुकी है, Queen e7 and now pawn to h3. So what do you make of the current position? Raj? Because Sindarov 20 मिनट पीछे है अब.
हाँ आई थिंक अर्जुन स्टिल इन प्रेप भाई and I think he is inviting him to play g5 and I think as black you are always worried कि g5 पे knight g5 ना मर जाए I don't think यहाँ पे मर रहा है because queen आपकी b1 पे पड़े d1 पे होती तो queen f3 पे आ सकती होती तो maybe I would consider it but yeah this is just an idea in the back of your mind that you're always afraid of and if you don't play g5 then ये knight हमेशा के लिए pinned रहेगा you know so yeah I think Arjun looking very well prepped भाई
Very well prepped is something that can be the title of his autobiography, bhai. But can he convert this win, bhai? That's what you're waiting for. I think prep wise, we've not seen many mistakes from Arjun even in this event. So Arjun का ये तो clear है साज भाई. कुछ भी हो जाए, चाहे बोर्ड गायब हो जाए उसके सामने अर्जुन के, चाहे अर्जुन जमीन पे देखे या फ्लोर पे, चाहे इंटरनेट डिस्कनेक्ट हो जाए भाई अर्जुन का, कि he will never ever miss his opening prep. What do you think, साज भाई? साज भाई? हेलो हेलो हेलो.
I'm back sorry can you
वाओ भाई क्या मस्त उबासी ली सिंदारों ने यार देख के ही मजे आ गए.
अरे insane मैं अभी देख नहीं पा रहा हूँ बट I'll take your word for it
साहिल भाई
yeah
व्हाट टू डू व्हेन यू लाइक समवन बट यू डोंट वांट टू लाइक देम भाई ऐसा कब होता है भाई कि यू लाइक समवन बट यू डोंट लाइक देम आई मीन इट्स नॉट अ डिफिकल्ट प्रॉब्लम टू
question is
सॉल्व.
bhai why do you not want to like them
हाँ लाइक इफ यू लाइक देम देयर इज रीजन लाइक देम ऑलरेडी लाइक व्हाई उल्टा हो सकता है यू डोंट लाइक देम बट यू वांट टू लाइक देम बट ये तो थोड़ा कॉम्प्लिकेटेड हो गया.
रियल हो गया थोड़ा
हम्म. Meanwhile, chat दिख रहा है. Sindarov still thinking 22 minutes behind. Maybe a look at the Pragg game as well. काफी interesting pawn structure वहां पे है. I do think Pragg against Keymer में result की probability is very high. G6 खेल चुके हैं विंसेंट एंड उनका F pawn बिल्कुल आजाद है. नाइट जब भी हिलेगा वो दौड़ेगा भाई, दौड़ेगा और रुकेगा नहीं. साज
you
भाई यहाँ
want to
पे
pawn
यू
on
नो
f5 basically huh
Yeah. I mean, यहाँ पे मुझे लग रहा है कि मतलब अटैक तो रेडीमेड है भाई. That's why bishop on g2 is very helpful, yeah, keeping the king side safe.
Yeah, I think why you were saying f5 and why you were saying all of this is because this position very much resembles King's Indian.
Hmm.
Agar if we just add white pawns on c4 and black pawn on c5, then this is very similar. And एक फायदा यहाँ पे प्रग का ये है कि किंग्स इंडियन में आप यूजुअली सी फाइल ओपन करना चाहते हो, लाइक ऑल द ब्लैक यूजुअली अटैक्स ऑन द किंग साइड विद f5 g5 f4 एंड ऑल ऑफ दिस.
Hmm.
व्हाइट का प्लान रहता है कि मैं c5 खेलूं किसी तरह से एंड c टेक्स d6 c टेक्स d6 मतलब मार के आई कैन प्ले समथिंग ऑन द क्वीन साइड. And वो already हो चुका है position में, which I think is
Hmm.
a great sign for Pragg because he doesn't need to create counterplay here. He can simply get his knight out, pawn up, bishop here, short castle, and that but knight b5 wala plan that attacks these two pawns is very very likely here.
Yeah, and the pawn is still not on e4. So when you play f5, usually e4 f5 interaction forced hota hai. You can
Mm-hmm.
actually be a bit more flexible about it now. So I could just castle, play knight f3, and e4 pe I can just play knight d4. So I don't know if that's beneficial to white or black, वो तो depend करेगा. But there is more, there's some structural changes there in this position apart from the c file as well. And Saja, काफी interesting opening लग रही है मुझे. You can already see players thinking because they know कि भाई यहाँ पे कुछ ना कुछ, you have to go out of book, especially for Pragg. Because Keymer की तो prep थी है. So Saj bhai, going back to Gukesh maybe now, c takes d4 has happened on the board. He took 7.5 minutes for it, Arvind, and he takes for the knight directly. So no rook f d1, no rook d1.
Wow. So now, by the way, Arvind is in only move territory.
भाई only move territory, how? इतना scary है क्या?
Crazy, yeah? Knight bd7. Okay, but it looks logical. But Sahil bhai, did you check what happens if he doesn't play knight bd7? Like, let's say if he plays a simple looking move like a6, do you see the best move for white here?
No chance, bhai. Come on. I mean, not gonna happen. No, brother, no. I mean, bishop takes e6. Oh, that looks risky to me. F
For
takes knight
who?
e6. Or for white, I think.
नो
Knight takes,
भाई,
bishop
रुक
takes.
इन 2 पॉइंट्स
हाँ.
वर्सेस 2 माइनर पीसेस ना भाई. आपके पास 7 पॉइंट है, अपोनेंट के पास 6 पॉइंट है, तो इट्स
Uh,
गुड.
maybe you're right. I can play f3, e4.
ऑल्सो
I can.
लाइक परफेक्ट है बिकॉज दो ओपन फाइल है, अपने पास दो रुक हैं. एक रुक इधर,
Hmm.
एक रुक इधर, एक रुक c1 पे, एक रुक d1 पे, f3 e4 एंड ओके आइडियल पोजीशन.
Hmm.
वो
True,
अलाउ
true.
नहीं
Maybe
करेगा,
it's
ये वो
fine.
अलग बात है.
Yeah. And 97 se kya difference? So what's the difference now if I take on e6?
भाई I don't know, you can still probably take, but takes के बाद queen e8 is apparently very good. And I think the difference is that if the knight was on b8, then maybe I could go knight c7. Or maybe I could go takes and you cannot capture back with the knight. But yeah, some like small nuance there. But this is okay for black.
Hmm. भाई क्या क्रेजी है. मैं वही तो कह रहा हूँ, एक पीस अनडेवलप्ड है b8 पे, बिशप e6 वर्क्स. एक पीस और डेवलप्ड है, इट डजंट वर्क. तो ये जो एडवांटेज वाइट को मिलेगी बिशप e6 मार के, वो शायद टेम्पररी हो सकती है. सो यू हैव टू बी वेरी वेरी ऑन पॉइंट आफ्टर यू प्ले समथिंग लाइक बिशप टेक्स e6. यू कांट वेट एंड चिल कि भाई मेरे दो रुक और दो पॉन मिल गए. सो और ऑलवेज रिस्की भाई, ऑलवेज रिस्की.
बिल्कुल भाई. सो नाइट बी d7 के बाद हम बिशप e6 देख रहे थे एंड हमें ये भी एक्सप्लेन करना चाहिए कि बिशप e6 अगर नहीं खेला तो ब्लैक हैज e5. दैट इज सॉर्ट ऑफ ट्रैपिंग दीस टू पीसेस हियर. एक मतलब फोर्क लग जाएगा यहाँ पे. एंड यू आर सपोज टू गो बिशप g3 एंड अनदर ओनली मूव बाय द वे फॉर अरविंद इज a6. अनदर ओनली मूव if white
Oh,
goes,
wait, what? Okay, maybe
he
not
makes
such
a
a big
mistake,
blunder,
okay.
but that's a serious mistake, Sahaj, because after knight takes
Double bishop,
c6,
double bishop
bishop
advantage
takes
incoming.
rook f d1, queen doesn't have any good squares. In fact, queen e8 is already close to lost. Queen c8 only move, and now knight b5 with knight c7, knight d6, multiple threats, and rook c1 incoming. It's a bit uncomfortable, yeah, for black.
Why, that's an understatement. First of all, knight b5 का plan is if you take bishop b5 मेरे पास double bishop advantage है and आपके ये dark squares थोड़े weak है. मेरा light square जो
Raj bhai,
bishop है, it is too good,
it
right?
feels like more than double bishop, no? Like it feels like he bishop a6 ka idea, bishops. It feels like you're just lost. I don't know. Like it looks much worse than but double bishop advantage.
I mean, I'll rephrase that. It feels like a white has let's say a clearly better position, maybe even winning without
Uh,
giving anything in return.
yeah.
लाइक ब्लैक के पास कोई काउंटर प्ले नहीं है यहाँ पे, सिर्फ डबल बिशप, आपके पास बिशप और नाइट, सारे पॉन सेम, सब कुछ सेम. एंड या सो दिस इज बैड. एंड द सेकंड ऑप्शन इज कि आप बिशप b5 नहीं मारते, राइट? सो बट आप फोर्स्ड हो, एक बिशप देना तो फोर्स जाओ, क्योंकि अगर मैंने नाइट d6 पे रख दिया तो वो तो आप मारोगे ही. यू कैनॉट लीव माय नाइट ऑन
हाँ
d6, राइट? सो लेट्स से इफ यू प्ले समथिंग लाइक a6, I'll go knight d6, bishop d6, and rook d8. Okay, same position, you have double bishops, and now I can go bishop e5, and I can target these pawns. These squares, dark squares, but you are just in so much trouble. I
yeah,
feel like we have a
definitely.
Gukesh like masterpiece incoming here, bhai.
I agree, and I think knight c6 aega. Knowing Gukesh, he's not going to miss this opportunity. You can see him thinking while he has a sip of water because he senses something is an issue. Because why did he take with the knight? This was his point of taking with the knight. He could have totally developed a piece. Imagine being at the top level, the world champion. If you have a chance to develop a piece, you will do that first. But he takes with the knight because he senses कि यहाँ black के पास knight d7 is the only move, but his opponent doesn't play it. Now it's like, bhai, wait, what? I thought this was not possible. What am I missing? And now knight c6 clearly gives white an edge. And now the question is, which bishop will black give away? और गिव अवे से याद आया साज भाई, वी विल डू वन वेरी सून एट 500 लाइक्स. तो जल्दी से स्ट्रीम लाइक करो भाई लोग, जल्दी, बिकॉज डायमंड मेंबरशिप आपकी हो सकती है.
Correct, bhai. Correct. Likes Toko chat. What are the chances of Gukesh to win this tournament? Chat, Gukesh, I don't think can win this tournament anymore. I mean, theoretically, maybe it's still possible, but I would say like not really, because the tournament leader है वो अभी भी 1.5 पॉइंट आगे है. So, and तीन ही राउंड बचे हैं, तो that player has to lose a couple of games, Gukesh has to win a couple of games, and कुछ other results भी हैं जो जैसे उनको draw करना चाहिए, so that they don't shoot up by like 1 point. But I think वो RCB level type की calculation चाहिए, but अभी के लिए I think
ए
it's great
साज
if
द
he
क्रिकेट
goes.
रेफरेंस, ओ भाई दुनिया बदल रही है भाई. दुनिया हिला देंगे हम. वाह वाह भाई, क्या
Really?
देख रहा हूं मैं आज साज भाई.
ओ भाई 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 भाई, आपके साथ रह के भाई थोड़ा थोड़ा कल्चर हो गया, थोड़ा
अरे
कल्चर्ड
भाई,
हो गया.
अरे अरे भाई, क्रिकेट कल्चर इज ग्रेट, बट उससे बढ़िया है भाई हमारे चेस कल्चर वाले. देख रहे हैं हमें सामने वर्ल्ड चैंपियन बैठे हैं भाई. एंड दिस इज अ ग्रेट टाइटल टू हैव फॉर समबडी इन आवर कंट्री. चैट भाई लोग, कैन प्रग फिनिश टॉप थ्री? आई डोंट थिंक सो. आई थिंक ओनली genuinely only Gukesh has a chance because he's like 1 point ahead, right? Pragg के कितने हैं? 4 ही पॉइंट है, right? Pragg के, yeah, 4.5.
हाँ.
Very unlikely. I think Gukesh will have to win all three to finish in top two, and he has to get, let's say, 2.5 out of three to have a chance for third place. Anything less than that, I don't think he'll finish even in top three. There's no chance. कुछ भी calculator तुम घुमा लो.
Yeah, very very difficult. But let's see क्या होता है. I think आज का दिन तो बढ़िया लग रहा है, I think गुकेश के लिए, because he's already got that great position. By the way, knight c6 के अलावा there is another option here, Sahil bhai. You can go knight db5. Like the same thing you are doing. If black plays a6, you still go rook d1, black goes queen c8, you still go knight d6 and takes के बाद, like same position आपकी, but you just have an extra pair of knights. So in the other variation, when we were looking at this is the position we were getting, right? इसमें knights traded हैं, bishop c6 पे है, white का bishop e5 पे आ सकता है. दोनों ही अच्छे अच्छे लग रहे हैं, बट द कंप्यूटर सीम्स टू लाइक नॉट कीपिंग द नाइट्स. तो ये नाइट्स के होने, आई एम गेसिंग इसका रीजन ये कि बिकॉज आफ्टर अ मूव लाइक रुक d8, white cannot play bishop e5 to put pressure on the king side anymore. And I think this small nuance is like very very important in this position. So taking on c6 is very good. Knight db5 is still better, um but yeah, knight c6 is the better move
I
overall.
think the fact कि knight d5 बढ़िया चाल है also has a pro कि भाई queen on c8 does not get the b7 square for the queen itself. You don't get queen b7 for example. So कहीं ना कहीं पे either way there is some pressure on Arvind. That's the
तो
point, and I
भाई
think he will
पूछ
have
लेते
to
हैं फिर
defend.
इस पोजीशन में,
हाँ.
लेट्स से व्हाइट गोज लाइक e4, राइट? एंड व्हाई कैन ब्लैक नॉट प्ले क्वीन b7 हियर, चैट? व्हाइट टू प्ले, ये बार ऐसे
Let
एकदम
me think.
पूरी तरह से शूट अप क्यों किया भाई?
Let me think, Saj bhai. Hmm.
इनको
Hmm. 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 I think Saj bhai, I got it. We can play bishop g5, and because queen on b7 and bishop on e7 एक ही लड़की से प्यार करते हैं, they will not defend each other. So I can play e5 and then take the bishop on e7. I think that's the answer.
Correct. Bishop A6 is the move. And chat has found it. Amazing, bhai.
Oh yeah, that also makes sense actually. Yeah, directly trap kar lo. Yes, yes.
And the queen is trapped. बढ़िया लगा लेकिन queen b7 का plan. I couldn't resist not showing this.
Yeah. So यहाँ पे सोच रहे हैं मुकेश, I'm kind of wondering how much time will he take because he must have seen this before he took on d4 with the knight. There is no way he plays knight d4 without seeing this. So he's considering both options, Sash, taking on c6 and knight d5 directly. I think यही discussion चल रहा है आपके दिमाग में.
हाँ, पर पता नहीं लाइक अगर मैं बार को छोड़ूं मतलब I would still consider a move like rook f d1. Although the bar doesn't like it as much, but I think personally it makes very a lot of sense because you are taught कि भाई exchanges होते हैं तो opponent को करने दो and all of that. So you take rook takes. I mean, looks like you can launch a king side attack now. Black queen c8 जाएगा. I don't know how you continue here, but you can surely find
I think the problem for
something
me is
critical.
that I can't play rook c1 ever because rook on c1 is defended, so there's not really any tactic. That's my issue. And
But bishop
d5
e5,
to
I
cover.
don't know, rook g4 or something. King side पे mate कर दो भाई.
हाँ हाँ, maybe there is some chances. But I kind of like your initial idea more. I think knight c6 या knight b5. वो c7 ये जो बिशप का इस्तेमाल करने का मौका है, बिशप पैर जीतने का जो मौका है ना भाई, वो अलग ही होता है, स्पेशली when you've played b6 और बिशप b7 अगर मिल जाए, ओहो, ये बिशप a6 idea is just amazing. So more tempted by that. अर्जुन गेम, लेट्स चेक आउट अर्जुन गेम क्विकली भाई, क्या चल रहा है वहां पे, बिकॉज वहां पे भी कुछ क्रेजी थ्योरी चल रही है एंड एक क्रेजी आइडिया आने वाला है गेम के अंदर भाई, लाइकली.
Oh, bhai, for the first time, Arjun is thinking. So it's a good moment, yeah, to come here. By the way, bishop g5 के बाद h6, bishop h4, queen e7 पे छोड़ा था हमने, h3 पे छोड़ा था, sorry. Black goes bishop e6 and he takes the pawn on e5 and black plays the best move, rook a d8 and Arjun सोचते हैं भाई confusing ये कि Arjun सोच क्यों रहा है यहाँ पे because this was the best move. So clearly he must have this in his prep. Maybe, do you think it's possible he forgot?
भाई यहाँ पे मूव थोड़ी डिफिकल्ट है बिकॉज वाइट हैज मल्टीपल ऑप्शंस, बट द बेस्ट ऑप्शन फॉर एग्जांपल इज बिशप e2, allowing bishop takes h3 as the best move. You take the bishop, I take the knight, so knight f3 and now queen to e6. Bishop takes f6, you can't take with the queen because bishop hangs, so gf6 and now knight to h2. काफी ही uncomfortable सी वाली weird moves चल रही हैं जो normally खेलना almost impossible है.
नाइट एच टू तो नॉर्मल है लेकिन बट उसके बाद का भी भाई किंग एच एट क्रूक जी एट आई मीन दिस अटैक लुक्स वेरी आई डोंट नो आई लाइक स्पेशली अगेंस्ट सिंडारो आई वुड बी अफ्रेड टू गो इनटू दिस पोजीशंस या बिकॉज़ यू आर गिविंग हिम इनिशिएटिव यू आर गिविंग हिम अटैक एंड when it comes to calculation he's a beast. So
Yeah,
some sign
this.
of worry for Arjun maybe, yeah.
Yeah, maybe he needs to find a simpler way to play. I don't know if that means exchanging on e6 and giving the e4 pawn at the right moment. So
भाई
he's
वो भी
thinking
सही
about
नहीं
that
है.
right now. Hmm?
Like if you take on e6 black takes back attacking your knight you go knight f3 and now rook d3 supposedly is very strong and rook f3 का plan.
अरे बाप रे भाई, I saw rook d3 in the other line, but यहाँ पे भी आ रहा है. Oh my god, that's scary actually. That's really scary because chat यहाँ पे like your queen is on the queen side, right? It's far away from the king. So queen takes h3 अगर आ गया, that's going to be deadly combined with the bishop on c5, the rook coming to d8, the knight coming to h5 and f4. It is so dangerous.
And white K defenders are like this. I don't know. This looks
Yeah,
very scary for Arjun.
very scary indeed. So let's see what happens. By the way, Mukesh has taken on c6. Important moment. He has played the best move. The world champion took 9.5 minutes to capture, find the best idea. Arvind takes back in 14 seconds. I think we can expect rook fd1 in just about a minute or so.
And then you get that typical double bishop versus bishop and knight, which, I think it is very much possible that Gukesh and, Arvind as well have actually studied this a similar structure to this before. They would know कि अगर आपके पास double bishop इधर है तो bishop तो आपको best pressure किस तरह से डालना होगा यहाँ पे. That's why he's so comfortable going into it as he plays rook f d1 attacking the queen and knight b5 की तैयारी and we are off to a great start for Gukesh.
Wow, and queen c8 is the only move now, or you can literally resign. For example, on queen c7 is obvious. कि bishop से hanging है. If you play queen e8, let's say, there is knight to b5, threatening knight c7. And apparently there is no defense, Sahaj. For example, if you play, I don't know what, like knight d5, if you play trying to defend c7, apparently bishop e5 is winning, which maybe is not as easy to see.
I mean, knight bishop मर रहा है, bishop को बचा रहा है. Maybe bishop g3 is something I would consider, but bishop e5 looks nicer क्योंकि f6 provoke करा दो, फिर bishop g3 आ जाओ. Golden pawn की just becomes bad. And queen e8, okay, like optically doesn't make sense क्योंकि at least queen c8
Hmm.
में एक future तो है आपके पास. queen b7 कभी बैठ सकती
Hmm.
है. queen e8 knight b5 के बाद आप bishop b5 भी नहीं मार सकते क्योंकि bishop b5 से queen attack हो रही है.
True.
तो because of these reasons, queen c8 I think is basically forced. He
Now
should
knight
play it very very
b5.
soon. और तो कोई चाल ही नहीं है आपके पास.
Yeah, queen c8, knight b5 is the move, and now black has to choose. If you take on, I think taking on b5 is a big mistake. You should not give the light squares away because आपने b6 pawn push किया हुआ है, आपके a6 और b7 squares बहुत weak हैं. So light square bishop black नहीं दे सकते queen c8 knight b5 के बाद. Super important moment, chat. Let's see what Arvind plays. Gukesh not at the board even right now.
Oh yes, Arvind also thinking only movie hai, so maybe like we can check out some other games in the meantime. We know that double bishop endgame is incoming, and Gukesh is very comfortably better without giving up any counterplay, at all. So that's great news for him. Arjun, by the way, is thinking still in that position.
भाई
Let's go to Pragg maybe.
हाँ, also Anish versus Erdogmus भाई, एक नजर मार सकते हो उधर.
Oh yes, let's go to Anish versus Erdogmus because Anish has blitzed out some crazy prep. And he okay, pawns are equal. White का b2 pawn नहीं है, black का e6 pawn नहीं है. And apparently Yagiz is almost in only move territory. Yeah? Bishop f5 and bishop g4 only moves here.
Wow.
Otherwise
ये
he's in
काफी
trouble.
काफी इंटरेस्टिंग लाइन है. एंड ऑल्सो बिशप f5 वेरी लॉजिकल दो, डजंट फील लाइक अ बिग डील, बट e4 आ रहा है फ्री टेम्पो के साथ. सो यू हैव टू बी केयरफुल इफ यू वांट टू प्ले दैट. बिशप g4 द अदर मूव मेक्स मोर सेंस टू मी, एंड यू वांट टू डैमेज द व्हाइट्स किंग साइड स्ट्रक्चर. बट क्या वो डैमेज करना है आपको? आफ्टर किंग h1 रुक g1, इज ब्लैक गोना यूज दैट g फाइल फॉर द अटैक? व्हाइट, सॉरी. So I think
Mm.
difficult choice of black, and Yagi is under pressure again, only 22 minutes behind.
But you know, I think bishop f5 makes sense क्योंकि e4 के बाद अगर bishop g4 खेलते हो तो it's better because if you take bishop f3 now, then these pawns will be backward. And
Hmm.
black has some knight d4 ideas also, some queen h5 idea also कि इस knight पे pressure आए. So yeah, that's the better choice overall. But yeah, he's thinking already 20 more than 20 minutes, below on the clock.
Yeah, so very interesting. Let's check out Pragg's game. Also, Vedant, by the way, is playing Ivic Velimir today. We'll check out that game as later as well. Saad bhai, क्या लग रहा है Pragg की game में? I think not many updates. Just White has also castled now. Yeah.
White castle, black played bishop d7, and that is it. Basically, Vincent thought for almost 10 minutes for his last move, which was bishop d7. So that's an indication, okay, prep maybe is not on the board anymore, but okay, the structure is still very close to KID.
You know, Charunda कह रहा है Giri is following a game that he played when he was followed in 2014 में खेली थी गिरी ने. Dogmas probably remembers it, even though Dogmas was 3 years old at that time. भाई
Why
साहब.
it's possible Erdogmus has looked at a lot of chess games from the past, and it could be one of them as well. But three pe he was not looking at chess. Yeah? He started playing chess at
Yeah.
6 or 7 or something like that. So he didn't start very very early.
And to be honest, क्या ही insane stat है. Well, I also heard about some like Anis Sakar, no banda, like born in
Yeah,
2020, one, I'm gonna say.
I'm not sure actually, but yeah.
I think so. That guy didn't even see the first wave of COVID, भाई. And he is now a rated chess player. तो भाई खुद सोचो भाई, जो लोग rated player नहीं है, guess for yourself भाई. Anyways, meanwhile, Saj भाई अभी
Yeah,
Gukesh's game again.
2021. Why? His birthday was actually 4 days ago. Anish Sarkar.
अरे हैप्पी बर्थडे अनीश. कितने साल के हो गए यार? इज ही लाइक 5 years old now?
Yeah, 5 years old.
भाई टाइम फ्लाइज बाय सहाज भाई. अनिल सरकार भी 5 साल का हो गया यार.
Too old now.
टू ओल्ड, एंड आई थिंक इट्स डिफिकल्ट. अब मुश्किल रहेगा ना ये टॉप पहुंचना उसका.
Crazy. So, Pragg thinking right now, by the way, he just played 91 and he just got off the board. I think 91 ka idea to play e4, knight d3, f4, something like this. And it's up to Vincent now. 11-minute difference. Lots of possibilities. Short castle is one, knight c5 is another, b5 is one. b5 is apparently very, very good for black. which should equalize matters, but okay, ठीक है, एक ही pawn trade हुआ है, position काफी dicey सी है, तो it can.
I I have a question, chat. कई लोग कह रहे हैं अभी तो 3 का था washed. Why is Anish Sarkar's rapid rating inactive?
कोई खेला ही नहीं होगा ना वो.
भाई he's 5 years old, just turned 5 years old. Inactive होने का टाइम कैसे मिल गया उसको?
भाई क्योंकि 3 साल की उम्र में रेटिंग आ गई, फिर उसके बाद 1.5 आई थिंक 1 साल अगर आप ना खेलो तो आप इनएक्टिव हो जाते हो, तो रैपिड कभी खेला
दो
ही नहीं
साल
होगा ना
लगते
वो.
हैं भाई.
भाई वो रैपिड कभी खेला ही नहीं होगा.
खेला है.
Oh, then it's weird, yeah.
Wait, he has a rapid tournament in 2024 December. So how is
हाँ.
he inactive? Okay, weird. I don't know
क्लासिकल
why.
लास्ट कब खेला था?
Uh, अभी December में he lost 18 points actually. He played some royal some tournament in Kolkata during December and lost I think 19 18 points something. So I don't know भाई क्या है. Anyways, crazy yeah. मतलब so much happenings in chess. मेरा Queen C8 played. So Saj bhai, I think आ रही है गुकेश की चाल.
In Gukesh's board, yeah, let's go there. He played queen c8. The only move to आगे board पे, and now the moment of truth. Yeah, knight b5, go for the double bishop and enjoy that, small stable advantage for the rest of the game.
Why is Tiku's head looking so long today? यार, I don't know. Maybe t-shirt में थोड़ी सी ऐसे loose है. Maybe that's why. You can see more of my neck. Is my guess. बाकी God knows भाई. Why is my face looking long? Why Tiku and
Okay,
Saj bhai have
so
same glasses? Oh, wow. I never noticed that actually. Similar.
seriously, yeah, we have the same
S-
glasses, right? Similar
Similar है
ना?
भाई.
हाँ,
Hmm.
similar. यहीं से
Um,
इंस्पिरेशन आया भाई मुझे भी.
by the way, inspiration से याद आया. गुकेश किसकी inspiration ले रहे हैं भाई? Knight b5 should be normal. Let's go Gukesh
भाई
by knight b5.
कार्पोव, भाई कार्पोव is gonna be a monster in this. I'm sure there
साजन
must
साज
be
भाई.
some like examples of this is double bishop and किस तरह से like you just completely
हाँ.
destroy, slowly you destroy your opponent.
True. Sai Bhai, do you think candidates is harder than World Championship match? Of course, I think we discussed this earlier. Candidates को 8 player को हराना है. You have to be first, and that's all that matters. So your odds are 1/8 if all the players are of equal strength. And of course, World Championship में you have to beat one player, so odds are 50-50. Of course,
I'll
60-40 हो सकते हैं and so on, but
I'll
much
make it
easier.
simple for you. Candidates is harder unless Magnus is playing World Championship. then then World Championship becomes harder.
True. And if Magnus is playing candidates, then what, Saj Bhai?
नहीं, तब भी 1:1 एक ही मैच लगेगा ना, 2 ही मैच लगेंगे मैग्नस से. बाकी बाकी के मैचेस में सबको और
But तब भी
प्लेयर्स
उससे
को भी
आगे
वो.
निकलना ना भाई.
हाँ.
You have to finish ahead of Magnus
हाँ, बट
in
लेकिन प्रॉब्लम है
candidates.
यू आर कंसिस्टेंटली प्लेइंग हिम, दैट्स द प्रॉब्लम. नॉट दैट इट्स लाइक वो एवरी मैच इज गोइंग टू बी लाइक या अ
I
बिट अनोइंग.
I can't. I was doing some data research from Chesscom channels today, and I saw some like old videos of Magnus playing Nepo in the World Championship, like some data on that. I was like, damn, what a World Championship match! And like Magnus को World Championship match देखने के लिए तरस गए. I would so want to see him play classical World Championship, like that moment when Nepo blunders c5, Magnus is like, like he's like shocked by ये क्या हो गया? Like so epic, yeah. I wish Magnus would play. Like I know if Magnus played this time, it would likely even mean Gukesh losing. But कहीं ना कहीं मैग्नस को देखते हुए एक अलग ही फील आती है इस आज में नहीं.
हाँ भाई, करेक्ट. एक्चुअली जब वो मैग्नस और नेपो का जब वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप चल रहा था, तो आई वाज डूइंग एनालिसिस फॉर चेसेबल. ठीक है, इन्होंने कोर्स बना, चैट यू कैन आल्सो चेक इट आउट इफ यू वांट. एक कोर्स है वहाँ पे लाइक वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप 2021 का. एंड जब भी गेम खत्म होता था तो आई यूज्ड टू राइट लाइक नोटेशंस एंड लाइक कमेंट्स एंड लाइक सम लाइक लाइट एनालिसिस. अब पहले 5 दिन तो इट वाज सिंपल, या मतलब ठीक है, 40-50 मूव का गेम, इट्स फाइन. सो आई यूज्ड टू स्टे अप, watch the game, and then work on the game, and then I used to go to sleep. Then came game 6 भाई, जो खत्म ही पहली बार 2 बजे हुआ. फिर उसके बाद वो था भी कुछ तो 150 चाल.
हाँ.
एंड इट्स लाइक इट वाज सच अ नाइटमेयर व्हाई टू एनालाइज इट, बट मजा इतना आया ना भाई उधर, आई कैन नॉट टेल यू. इट वाज सो मच
And
फन.
so much fun to see. Like, so fun psychological to see. अब कहेगा टिक्को भाई को हर चीज साइकोलॉजिकल लगता है, बट ये था भाई. नेपो fought valiantly till game 5, 6 में उसकी लग गई, like 6 में he fought very well but lost, and then he collapsed like मतलब खत्म, like there was no resistance whatsoever उसके बाद, like it was like a one side match. So एक हार का जो मतलब impact हो सकता है, मैंने वहां देखा था भाई. I was like damn भाई, you know, Magnus को like imagine losing and then you have to come back and again face him, like
I mean,
it's a
it's like that
nightmare.
was it was a game जहाँ पे I think Nepo did everything correct, but then still lost.
Hmm.
That's what hurt the most.
That's a great way to frame it, Saj. I love that. कि सब कुछ सही किया तब भी हार गए. That's playing against Magnus Carlsen. So भाई,
I think that game is very relevant to that. I mean, I think he was doing he didn't make any he didn't give any major chances to Magnus anywhere. He was defending
hmm.
like I mean he was defending so well throughout. But like in वो last का 15 minute में like he just outlasted him basically. Everyone was saying कि
Hmm.
भाई draw है, why is he playing, why is he playing, and then he showed why he was playing.
Yeah, I agree. Why doesn't Fede agree with Magnus? Agree on what? By I think everybody can have different opinions. उसमें कोई चक्कर नहीं है. Chad, by the way, Gukesh is still thinking. I think he's trying to understand what is the correct way to do this, because moves like Rook C1 can also make a lot of sense. But Black can then just get in A6, and A6 आने के बाद you don't have access to the B5 square. So इसलिए Knight B5 अभी खेलना compulsory है. You could play Bishop A6, but again, like Bishop B7 and your Rook, if it was on C1, would be amazing, but you are basically a tempo shot. So that's why Knight B5, I think, is the only real way to create a lot of pressure here.
Correct. Oh, knight b5, and also I see e4 as a potential move as well. But knight b5 is giving a very big advantage. For me, it's 0.7. What is it for you, Sahil bhai?
Yeah, same 0.66 or something. Yeah,
Okay.
very similar. So that's like half a pawn. Yeah.
I mean, he's thinking, matlab, he's also considering other moves besides knight b5. Probably he knows knight b5 में ठीक है मेरे को double bishop मिल गया, and
Hmm.
I'm a bit better. So, but he's considering, maybe he's considering e4 bhai, because e4 also looks tempting. E4 e5 to generate some kingside attack.
Definitely, I think an option. And if you play e4, idea is e5, as we
Played.
mentioned, Saj. Oh, let's go! Why? And it might feel like chat की ऐसे अरविंद के अगेंस्ट ऐसा बिल्कुल भी नहीं है. We want to see him win as well, but कहीं ना कहीं पे Tata Steel की standings जो हैं, it feels like Gukesh is the only one among all the Indians who can really finish in top three now. It's just not been the ideal event for Arjun, Pragg, Arvind, even Gukesh, to be honest. Like, I still can't believe Charo play right half में भाई standings के. It's so hard to believe, Sahaj.
I couldn't agree with you more, bhai. But I think today, I think Gukesh masterclass is incoming in that in that double bishop end game, like double bishop middle game. Somehow, I'm getting a very good feeling. I think today is the day. 50% break होगा आज भाई.
Today is the day. Wow. So let's see chat क्या होता है. काफी interesting है ये. I also see a nice variation. Now, this is not something humans will play, but A5 apparently is one of the moves. And now you can just hop the knight to C7, attack the rook. Rook A7 only move. Now Bishop A6 attacking the queen. So Bishop has to drop back to B7 only move. And now you calmly just drop the bishop back to B5, prepare Rook C1, and maybe the engine thinks this is okay, but थोड़ा सा ऐसे uncomfortable लग रहा है भाई.
Bhai, it's an understatement. What is it? Apparently, knight d5 only move here.
Okay, that does
If you don't
simplify
play
matters
this,
a bit.
you're done basically. Takes. Rook c1, I guess. इतना time से आ रहा है. Queen a8. Okay. Okay, like that. Then now the position is equal, but okay, this rook on a7 is still a bit uncomfortable. Rook c7 पे नहीं आ रहा कभी भी.
Hmm. Hmm. Okay, so
But
Arvind
a5 is
has to make a choice.
ridiculous, bhai.
हाँ. You want to control the b5 square, not give it away. So
Hmm.
a5 will not happen from any human here. A6 at some point would make more sense. But when a6 happens, we hop the knight to d6 and you take the bishop on e7, of course, and get the bishop pair. So अगर यहाँ white, imagine करो chat, let's black play h6. Imagine करो h6 के लिए black ने and white plays rook c1. I can guarantee you white is winning already. Black की चाल पे. Like,
Yeah,
you know it's completely over, yeah? एक चाल का difference है बस.
basically, yeah. It's more or less over already. बस rook c1 पे होना चाहिए. But yeah, I think okay.
हाँ.
अब और कितना लोगे भाई? इतना तो winning है भाई. By the way,
Which
Arjun has
हाँ.
made a move. Let's also check that out. He has gone takes and knight f3. So that line with rook d3 we were talking about, bhai. It's incoming.
भाई ये तो डर लगा था ना तो क्या मैं, if I remember
Some risk
correctly.
for Arjun, yeah.
भाई look at this. After rook d3, if you take on f6, black won't take back on f6. He will take on f3. Now,
Hmm.
if you move the bishop back to h4,
Then
then
rook.
there is rook takes h3 winning, sacrificing the rook, and it resigns.
Because you cannot play bishop g3 because the bishop pins the pawn and queen takes
Yeah.
g3 mar raha hai.
So you can't play bishop f. You have to play g takes h3 instead, take the rook. But now black doesn't take the bishop. He takes on h3 anyways. Bhai, this
Hmm.
is scary.
Yeah,
Because
very
now
scary.
92 only move, and now so smart, yeah. G takes f6, opening the g file. Oh, bhai.
King
This is
h8, rook
so
g8
clever.
incoming. Why
Oh,
best move for white is play rook c1 and go rook takes c5. Otherwise, you're lost.
bhai,
Because you
this
want
is
to play
extremely
knight
scary.
g3. क्योंकि नहीं तो queen g3 मर रहा है.
Okay, this is extremely scary for Arjun. You're barely holding on for a draw. Not where you want to be with the white pieces. So ये variation ही थोड़ी सी अजीब लग रही है मुझे. Not really sure what's happening. And for example, yeah, even in that variation, there are some more complications. But Arjun needs to be on his guard right here. I think one mistake and he could be lost. Rook d3 incoming. And Saj भाई फिर से flash की तरह
Yeah.
वो ऐसे हो गए थे.
नहीं I'm here भाई. गया क्या इंटरनेट मेरा?
हाँ,
अबे यार, अब तो मुझे ही नहीं पता लग रहा भाई.
वो
करना
फ्लैश की
पड़ेगा
तरह
भाई
फेस
कुछ इंटरनेट.
फ्लैश की तरह फेस करने लग गए थे अब साज भाई ऐसा लगा मुझे एक सेकंड के लिए.
रिवर्स फ्लैश.
Ooh, nice, nice. Oh, by the way, Arvind has played a6. He has played
Okay.
after a 3-minute think.
And now knight d6 incoming from Gukesh, the best move. ये तो
Wait,
फोर्स
first
दिया
of
है.
all, what happens on knight c7? I think we saw this, no? Or no?
Oh, we didn't. Rook a7 पे bishop a6 is hanging.
Yeah, that
So
is lost.
b5.
Knight a8.
Queen a8. Oh, bishop g2 is hanging.
Is that bad? Like, it's enough compensation?
I mean, if I had to choose between one position where I have double
Hmm.
bishops and no risk, and this one where okay, my
Hmm.
g pawn is gone, मेरे king पे थोड़ा risk है यहाँ पे, तो I'll choose the double bishops.
True, true. But it's very interesting. Like, matlab, I think probably e4 is the best now. Bishop takes e4, bishop takes e4, knight takes e4, and
ये
now
तो
you can
better नहीं
play
है ना white
a4.
की.
This is not better, actually. You're right. This looks
2
risky.
pawns is too much.
So knight c7 doesn't work because of b5 only move. So now knight d6 you have to find.
Yeah, and then takes, rook d8, and then okay, this is where you start. This is where you take a long think in the position and okay, see okay, किस तरह से मुझे continue करना है. And ideal
Hmm.
position would be you can put your bishop on e5 या कहीं पे भी bishop को रख दो, doesn't matter. And then you try to have f3, e4 just to block off this bishop completely. And then ये queen maybe can go to e3, go to g5 or go to f2, go to g3, and then you collectively put pressure on the g7 pawn. That's the plan.
True. True. And Chakri, Tanya mentioned you as her best friend. That was so sweet, carrying a double army G.
ये
In
कब
the
बोला?
video we
अच्छा
shot
वो नहीं
at
भाई, वो
Kolkata.
बहुत पुराना शॉट है मेरा टाटा स्टील का. आई थिंक वो देखा होगा आपने. दैट
नहीं
वाज
नहीं नहीं,
लाइक.
अभी अभी जो रिकॉर्ड किया साज भाई अभी.
कब रिकॉर्ड किया था?
अरे अभी टाटा स्टील में रिकॉर्ड किया हमने विद तान्या. यू वर देयर.
Oh really? I will have to see this video भाई. I
हाँ
don't
तो
think I've seen it.
भाई साहब चेस्को
Actually,
की वीडियो. हाँ.
like when I played Tata Steel in chat, you can also check it out. Like Tata Steel में interviews होते हैं like match खेलने के बाद.
हम्म,
वहाँ पे एक बार मुझसे पूछा था कि who's your closest friend in this tournament, and then I said Tanya also, because Tanya and I were playing the tournament together. Like we had the same coach and
nice.
and everything. So I thought you were talking about that.
नहीं नहीं, अभी रिसेंट वीडियो चेस्को इंडिया की वहां पे यू कैन चेक इट आउट. साज भाई इट लुक्स लाइक यू आर अनीश गिरी इन योर यंगर फोटोज. लमाओ कह रहे हैं अर्जुन जी.
हाँ भाई, होपफुली वो रेटिंग भी होती तो मजा ही आ जाता भाई.
So I do think Gukesh can out calculate everyone in his prime. यार ये जज करना बड़ा मुश्किल है. मैग्नस कहते हैं कि भाई गुकेश इज अ ग्रेट कैलकुलेटर, बट इज ही अ बेटर कैलकुलेटर देन मैग्नस और कस्पारोव? आई मीन आई वुड थिंक नॉट.
Who,
सो
Magnus?
ही इज अमेजिंग. Yeah, of course. Like Gukesh, I mean, Magnus is a great calculator. Yeah, hard to compare who's the better, stronger one.
Calculation में I think Gukesh is slightly better.
But hard to know ना, like it's very hard to compare these things. Like individually आप एक
हाँ,
चीज करो
मैग्नस का प्राइम देखना पड़ेगा आपको. अब अभी तो फॉर श्योर
हाँ
गुकेश इज अ बेटर कैलकुलेटर फॉर श्योर.
हाँ बट वही ना
बट लाइक
मैग्नस की
मैग्नस की
इंट्यूशन है
लेकिन वो इंटुइटिव फीलिंग है ना, वो आप बीट नहीं कर सकते.
हाँ
मैग्नस को कैलकुलेट करने की जरूरत नहीं है. दैट्स द अल्टीमेट फ्लेक्स.
या बताओ भाई वही है ना कि सीईओस को सिर्फ इंट्यूशन से पता होता है कि क्या डिसीजन लेना है कंपनी के बारे में बिकॉज दे हैव मोस्ट एक्सपीरियंस तो मैग्नस जी इंट्यूशन पर अच्छा खेलते हैं um,
करेक्ट भाई. भाई मैं 1 सेकंड आया, बी राइट बैक.
do you all think if you can become sure आई डाउट इट भाई आई थिंक उसके लिए कुछ अलग स्किल्स चाहिए थोड़ा सा अलग लेवल की इंट्यूशन चाहिए जो आपके पास नहीं है क्लियरली दिख रहा है मुझे वो आपके यूजर नेम से ही तो मुश्किल है भाई छोड़ दो भाई कुछ नहीं होगा मीनवाइल चैट 122 वर्सेस 133 10 मिनट पीछे है गुकेश इट डजंट मैटर अगर पोजीशन हाथ में है तो if he gets to the bishop pair it's totally worth those 10 minutes so he needs to put the knight on d6 now only move to gain the edge
ओके लेट्स सी नाइट D6 आता है बोर्ड पे कि नहीं.
अरे यार अरे ये होता है भाई लाइफ इज हार्ड लाइफ इज हार्ड once Magnus said he doesn't need to calculate moves because he remembers so many matches he knows how to play yeah I mean he remembers and he understands pretty well like उन्होंने एक बार कहा था कि usually when I look at a position मुझे पहले 10 सेकंड से 30 सेकंड के अंदर पता होता है मुझे क्या खेलना है the rest of the time is just confirming कि what my intuition is telling me is correct or not so it's like he doesn't even need to think कि भाई क्या best move है.
I think that's also because he has studied classics very well. Like he will know like क्लासिकल गेम्स में किसने कौन से मैच में कौन सी ओपनिंग खेली थी, कौन सा स्ट्रक्चर ऑप्ट किया था एंड ऑल ऑफ दैट. सो दैट्स हाउ हिज इंट्यूशन हैज built over time, and that's why like whatever move he plays is going to be a good one.
Yeah.
Man, I would
And
love
also
to see
chat.
Magnus write like a book on chess history. Yeah, could be amazing, like 100 best games he has seen. I mean, that would be amazing.
Yeah. सब्सक्रिप्शन फ्री मिलेगा भाई 500 लाइक पे एक डायमंड मेंबरशिप मिलेगी सो स्ट्रीम जरूर लाइक करते चलो शो अर्जुन गेम आई थिंक वी जस्ट हैड अ लुक एट इट आई थिंक it's a bit risky for Arjun honestly if you ask me so let's wait for it but meanwhile Pragg के गेम पे I think maybe Vincent has become a bit over ambitious and pushed the H pawn. Saj, what do you make of this?
I think because white went 91, it didn't control the h4 square. So he's just saying, okay, let me launch the attack and see. Because knight f3, maybe wapas aana is not ideal. And his point is, कि h4 खेल के I'll open up the h file and maybe some attacking possibilities there. That's his plan. But the problem is white can go bishop g5 and put a stop to this. Supposedly.
And if you want to, I mean, you can't play h4 anymore. So, and you can't move the knight anymore. So you're in a fix, yeah. Either you move the queen somewhere, then play knight at 7. I mean, इतने देर
Or
में तो
bishop
मतलब बोलते हैं ना.
h6.
Yeah, that's also possible. That's a good point. But then you can't cancel. You have to cancel by hand. Move king f8, king g7. So that also takes a lot of time. So essentially, मतलब इतनी देर में तो मतलब बोलते हैं ना मूवी देख के आ जाऊंगा मैं चिल करने. तो I think um, Pragg right now would be my choice, Saj bhai. It looks like he's slightly better.
Yeah, agreed. I think for sure he's looking much better.
Saj to Saj go, if you had to correlate characters of Flash to chess players, only speedsters, oh interesting, based on chess strength and their personality, who would be whom? Yeah, but only
By
chess strength. So
Magnus is
no,
Zoom.
no, Zoom was
Magnus
not the
is Zoom,
strongest
bhai.
bhai.
Zoom. I know you know chat. What is Zoom?
Bhai,
Zoom was
Zoom
a
was not the strongest though, not the fastest, not even
he
close.
was no.
No, Flash was the fastest.
No. But okay, Zoom had like
Ha!
100 opportunities to beat this guy. Come on.
Nahi. Why Flash was the fastest? I mean, I've seen the entire TV
By me
series.
too, of course. But
But Zoom got killed in season 2 itself. No, spoiler alert.
yeah, but he was faster.
But he had some injection he used to put. No, like that's not. I mean,
Acha, I'm
it's
talking
like
about a different guy. Maybe I'm talking about Reverse Flash. Who's that guy who was from the future?
Everybody.
नहीं नहीं यार, the guy who was Barry Allen, like from the future. There was a guy like that, no? Was that Reverse Flash?
That was Savitar भाई.
सावेटार था क्या? आपको इतना
हाँ
कैसे पता है इसके बारे में
भाई,
भाई?
मैंने टीवी सीरीज देखा है पूरा.
क्रेजी.
No, but anyways, I think Hans even Godspeed. Maybe that's possible. That's a good comparison. I think Flash
सावेटार.
would be somebody like Gukesh for me. Not because
या
because I think
फ्लैश इज गुकेश, आई
because वो
थिंक.
बहुत ऐसे down to earth type है. Magnus is like has a different personality. Like Flash wouldn't suit him, to be honest.
भाई इतने सारे स्पॉयलर्स दे दिए हम बाय द वे हमने फ्लैश के. सॉरी चैट.
कोई ना भाई, चलता चलता है यार. चैट को चेस खत्म हो जाएगा रात को, तो कुछ तो देखना है रात को 2 बजे, साज भाई 12 बजे, तो वो भी तो देखना है. सो उसका भी कुछ एक ट्रेलर. मीनवाइल प्रग का तो चलो बढ़िया लग रहा है मुझे. गुकेश की गेम पे चलते हैं, जो अब तक चले नहीं यार. क्या सोच रहे हैं गुकेश यहाँ पे? हम कंफ्यूज.
भाई नाइट C7 तो नहीं किया. मैं भी वो यही सोच रहा भाई, नाइट C7 तो नहीं जाना. लाइक आई कैन विन द एक्सचेंज एंड बिशप G2 के बाद लाइक पोजीशन थोड़ी डाइसी है, बट आई हैव एन एक्सचेंज. आई हैव अ रुक. आई डोंट नो. मे बी दैट्स व्हाट ही
नहीं,
इज थिंकिंग
नोरा एलन
अबाउट.
कोई नहीं है भाई यहाँ पे. सॉरी. नोरा एलन कोई नहीं है. मे बी यू मीन हिज डॉटर बट नॉट हिज मदर फॉर श्योर.
मुझे क्या, मैं तो मार्वल वाला हूँ. अच्छा. पर लेकिन ये मार्वल के यूनिवर्स से भी था इसमें, इसका कोई कनेक्शन, इफ आई रिमेम्बर करेक्टली एक कनेक्शन था. वाज एरो पार्ट ऑफ मार्वल क्या, या नहीं?
एरो इज पार्ट ऑफ ये.
सेम मल्टीवर्स, बट आई नो, बट एक प्ले एक 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 बंदा
नॉट
था वहां
मार्वल.
पे. इफ
डीसी.
आई रिमेम्बर करेक्टली, बट आई कुड बी रॉन्ग.
साहिल भाई, पूजा ग्रामीण करके लीडर्स को हरवा दो रोफल. भाई रोफल टोफल तो तुम करते रहोगे, बट लीडर्स हार नहीं है. बहुत गैम्बिट कर ली हमने भाई. कुछ भी काम नहीं कर रहा है इस टूर्नामेंट में. दिस इज लाइक टूर्नामेंट इज नॉट ओबेइंग द लॉज ऑफ फिजिक्स. सो या मे बी द टाइड विल टर्न बट नॉट येट. मैग्नस विल बी आयरन मैन फॉर मी. नो चांस भाई.
बट लेट्स सी, नाइट D6 एक बार आ जाए, फिर उसके बाद एकदम ठहराव आ जाएगा पोजीशन में, एंड विल नो कि ही इज गोना पुश फॉर अ लॉन्ग टाइम.
एंड साज भाई, सो आई थिंक वी हैव सच अ पैक्ड कैलेंडर एंड इवेंट्स बढ़ते ही जा रहे हैं. If you could choose, let's say, only two big events that India wins in the entire year. बाकी सब में we are not there, yeah, we don't win those events. कौन से दो इवेंट होंगे चैट आपके लिए भी सवाल. सो इतने सारे इवेंट है, इतनी सारी वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप, इतना सारा ये है. यू कैन ओनली हैव इंडियंस विन टू इवेंट्स एंड दैट मींस टू प्लेयर या व्हाटएवर टीम साथ में जीती है. विच टू इवेंट्स वुड यू चूज इन 2026?
एक तो वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप ऑफ कोर्स, एंड आई
वर्ल्ड
नो आई
चैंपियनशिप
शुड.
ओपन.
वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप, यस आई वुड से. एक तो वो है, एंड सेकंड आई नो लाइक दिस इज नॉट गोना गो वेल, बट आई नो आई शुड से ओलंपियाड. I know I should, but we have not got a medal, like a gold medal in World Rapid and Blitz in a very long time. Since Vishy sir. So I would like to see a medal there, like a gold medal
सो
there.
गोल्ड मेडल, यू मीन ब्रॉन्ज तो
Yeah,
है ही है.
gold medal चाहिए, हाँ. Gold medal चाहिए उधर. आपने
हाँ
कहा था win. So
हाँ हाँ हाँ. सो
I know
क्या
I
कह रहे हैं
should
क्या?
say Olympiad, chat. I know कि वो टीम इवेंट है, बहुत
हाँ.
बड़ा इवेंट है and everything, but एक वो चाहिए, एक World Rapid and World
यू नो
Blitz का medal
साज,
चाहिए.
आई एम गोना प्ले इट स्मार्ट, ठीक है. आई
Hmm.
वोंट से द वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप, आई विल से कैंडिडेट, बिकॉज कैंडिडेट सीखे तो वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप तो जीतेंगे जीतेंगे.
Oh,
टू ट्वेंटी आई क्यू, 220 आई क्यू भाई.
1 billion IQ भाई, crazy.
सो कैंडिडेट्स इज वन. एंड सेकेंड इवेंट आई थिंक probably the Olympiad, I think, because I think Olympiad, I think, will be nice. World Athletics is वहाँ मैग्नस बैठा होगा तो इट्स एक भगवान की भी लिमिट है. वो भी कुछ भी कर सकता है, हर
आई
चीज नहीं
फील
कर
लाइक
सकता.
ये ओलंपियाड हम वैसे भी जीत सकते हैं, बट वर्ल्ड रैपिड एंड ब्लिट्स में एक वो मेडल चाहिए भाई, क्योंकि वहां पे मैग्नेस है.
हाँ बट वो ना, वो 2-3 में खत्म हो जाता है इवेंट. लाइक पीपल फॉरगेट अबाउट वेरी क्विकली. नया साल चालू हो जाता है, पीपल के न्यू ईयर रेजोल्यूशन चालू हो जाते हैं, तो पीपल फॉरगेट अबाउट वर्ल्ड एथलेटिक्स वेरी क्विकली. सो दैट्स व्हाई ओलंपियाड इज गोना लास्ट लॉन्ग. तो वो टेस्ट काफी टाइम तक रहता है उसका, है ना.
अग्रीड. स्टिल थिंकिंग. No moves yet. Pragg also still thinking after that h5. By the way, Sindarov has played rook d3 against Arjun.
भाई ये गया मैच मुझे लग रहा है. आई एम रियली स्कैर्ड अबाउट दिस पोजीशन
गया मतलब
एक्चुअली.
ड्रॉ हो जाएगा, मतलब लाइक रेपिटेशन हो जाएगा लग रहा है.
आर यू श्योर ड्रॉ होगा?
हाँ, रेपिटेशन हो सकता है. रुक f3 क्वीन h3 मार के कुछ चेक 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 चेक.
आई एम सो स्कैर्ड अबाउट दिस पोजीशन साज भाई, जेन्युइनली स्कैर्ड. मुझे लग रहा है कि अर्जुन एक भी गलती अफोर्ड नहीं कर सकते यहाँ पे इन द नेक्स्ट 10 मूव्स और सो, अदरवाइज फंस गए.
या ट्रू. फोकस करने की
मतलब
कोशिश.
फाल्कन जी कह रहे हैं मैग्नस होंगे रिवर्स फ्लैश, गुकेश होंगे फ्लैश, हिकारू होगा जूम, अर्जुन होगा गॉड स्पीड एंड डॉगमस किड फ्लैश लोल्स. भाई किड फ्लैश को किसने इंक्लूड किया इस कॉन्वर्सेशन में? इस बैरली स्पीड सर भाई, क्या ही था वो. अब गधों की रेस में वो क्या था
इंटरेस्टिंग
वो,
चीज है, मतलब समझ नहीं आया. आई डिडंट नो यू वॉच फ्लैश, दिस रिलीजियसली.
घोड़ों की रेस में गधे भी दौड़ेंगे वाला सीन आ गया मुझे. भाई प्लेड.
अर्जुन, गुकेश.
Oh, Guki played. Guki's played Bishop c6, knight d6,
बढ़िया.
sorry, and takes on the board.
Okay, so we have the double bishop versus bishop and knight advantage as white. And yeah, healthy advantage. Maybe some bishop e5, bishop f6 can also happen.
Yeah. I mean, very safe way to play, no? Like take on f6 at a slightly better position, like multiple ways. And now rook d8 is only move chat. I think rook e8 अगर आप खेलते हो, there is maybe it's a bit more
Makes no
uncomfortable,
sense.
yeah, rook e8. Yeah, you
It
want to
just
play rook
makes no
d8, I
sense
think.
because you're not threatening anything. Makes little
And rook
sense.
d8
Rook
के
d8
बाद,
makes more sense for sure.
हाँ.
At least आप
And then there
bishop
is
g2 threaten
bishop
कर रहे हो
e5.
उधर.
हाँ, true. And now bishop e5, yeah, that's the move, apparently.
Correct. Okay,
Still,
nice pressure here.
hmm.
Some f3, e4, queen f2, queen g3. Or maybe you can also take on f6 if the situation is good after that. Maybe some rook end
Not,
game can happen actually here.
yeah, not sure if it's enough to win though. I think it feels like black is still gonna hold, but um, मुकेश needs something else. ऐसा लग रहा है ना कि सहज पे आपने अपने वो पानी पूरी ले आए अब, बट आप एक ही टाइप का पानी लाए हो. यू नीड बोथ टू रियली एंजॉय पानी पूरी, ऐसा मुझे लग रहा है. सो एक फ्लेवर मिसिंग है. मुकेश नीड्स लाइक अनदर वीकनेस यहाँ पे. दिस विल नॉट डू.
Correct, correct. Made a note right there. अभी मेरे पास 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 क्लिप्स आ गई हैं मेरे पास भाई, जस्ट सो यू नो. कंपिलेशन बनेगा भाई बहुत जल्दी.
ये एक बंदा पता नहीं क्या लगा हुआ है भाई. Arjun in 10th position, Gukesh has good advantage and Pragg has drawn position. Why? I mean, I would argue Pragg is better. So let's wait and see. कि क्या, अच्छा, oh, Pragg का equal हो गया भाई.
Okay, so he
He
played
played.
knight d3, bishop g5 खेलना था उसको, but he played knight d3, h4 and he goes queen b3. भाई first of all ये equal तो कहीं से नहीं है,
Hmm.
मतलब बहुत aggressive position है. And I think right now if black plays queen b6 and goes into the end game, ठीक है, Pragg will have some pressure there, but that's it. But if he goes b6 for example, then you don't know who is better here yet. Then this is very
Hmm.
complicated.
भाई ये पोजीशन तो अंत में ही समझ में आएगी जब दोनों हाथ शेक करेंगे, बिकॉज फिलहाल के लिए तो इतनी अजीब सी पोजीशन है ये. कोई सेंटर में खेलने को रेडी नहीं है. नो e4, नो d4 दैट, d5 बैठा हुआ पॉन. नॉट रियली श्योर. भाई पानी पूरी प्लान लग गए. दिल्ली वाले गोलगप्पे बोलते हैं. सॉरी भाई यार, मैं इतना खाता नहीं हूँ, बट मेरी वाइफ बहुत खाती है, तो मेरी वाइफ डैम बिग वर्ड्स. तो मेरा भी आदत लगती जा रही है पानी पूरी बोलने की उसको. मीनवाइल, गोइंग टू द गेम ऑफ Arjun, no moves just yet, but he is in deep think now, Sahaj. What can he play? For example, the best move is apparently e5, attacking that knight. And now if you play rook f3, ef6 seems to work. So you have to play knight h5, coming to f4. Now knight e4 only move, attacking the bishop. And somehow this seems to work out because bishop b6 के बाद there is a5. And आपके सारा जो ड्रामा था, बिशप हट जाएगा तो काम ही नहीं कर रहा कुछ भी. So you have to
Knight c5
apparently
है
just
ना
play.
मेरा, तो knight मर, if bishop b6 a5, bishop has to go somewhere and then knight c5
Yeah.
में rook मर जाएगा.
Yeah,
So
and आपको
apparently he
bishop
has
है
to
ना,
go b6
हाँ,
here.
exactly. And now I think this feels a bit more solid. And there's also this very nice move chat. So question to you: what are White's top two moves in this position? Come on,
भाई
chat. Simple है,
सॉलिड तो
but
नहीं
it's
है भाई,
very very
पोजीशन
nice.
अभी भी बहुत रिस्क है व्हाइट को यहाँ पे. खेला
है
हो बाय द
क्या?
वे, he played e5.
Nice. Chat. White की top two moves. One of them is knight c5. Okay, I'm gonna make it easy. One is knight c5. What is one of the second best moves in this position? Come on, chat. एक move. प्रग कहीं जीत जाए, बट गुकेश भी वर्ल्ड टाइम जीत नहीं तो उसका कॉन्फिडेंस खराब इफेक्ट पड़ेगा भाई। प्रग के लिए बहुत जरूरी है भाई, वो कैंडिडेट है। गुकेश के लिए भी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। 95 यस, एक और चाल है भाई यहाँ पे, काफी इंटरेस्टिंग मूव विच आई रियली लाइक। नॉट बिशप F6 भाई, नहीं, फ्री के बिशप नहीं देने हमें।
आई सी द मूव, आई सी द मूव।
A5 भी नहीं है। इमेजिन करो ब्लैक क्या करने की कोशिश कर रहा है, उसको काउंटर करना है। बिल्कुल सही मिस्टर चेस मास्टर आपका भाई। यूजर नेम और होता है ना, नाम और काम में सिंक, इतना कैसे हो सकता है भाई। सो रुक मूव इज रुक टू A3, एब्सोल्युटली ट्रू। जो रुक एक्टिव है उसी को एक्सचेंज कर लो, एंड सडनली यू हैव सॉल्व्ड मेजॉरिटी ऑफ योर प्रॉब्लम्स। या
Yeah, basically. But still, queen d5 and white is still, I mean, white is still suffering here. I mean, yeah, you're a pawn up, but थोड़ा suffering है यहाँ पे.
भाई लाइफ इज सफरिंग साज भाई, थोड़ा तो करना पड़ेगा।
वो तो है भाई. But अभी के लिए, I think it's Sindarov's move. He hasn't played knight h5
बाय
yet.
द वे,
Knight fd5 is also interesting.
Gukesh has played bishop e5, the best move in the position. And now it's plus 0.65 for Gukesh. And black ki best move apparently is like b5 or h6. But it's like black has nothing to do. Like there's no clear plan for black here. For example, if knight d7 to attack the bishop, apparently that's also a mistake. Bishop c3. Simple. And you're
And then queen
almost
g4.
lost.
Yeah, queen g4 आ रहा है ना भाई, तो then your mate in one is threatened. So don't move the knight. And I think white's plan is if you go queen b7, for example, then I can always take and play bishop a6 and you lose a pawn. For this reason, the engine is saying why black should play b5 to remove this
Hmm.
pawn on a6. Remember पहले भी black a5 बोल रहा था directly. I think this is the benefit क्योंकि अब a6 का
हाँ,
pawn मर नहीं रहा आपका बार बार.
बिल्कुल पते की बात करी साज भाई। चैट डू लाइक द स्ट्रीम, लेट्स गेट टू 500 लाइक्स। जैसे एक बंदे को मेंबरशिप मिलने वाली है। साज भाई, क्या गुकेश एक और गेम जीत पाएंगे? आई फील लाइक ही हैज सम चांस हियर टू गेन सम मोमेंटम। फिनाले बढ़िया कर सकते हैं अगर लास्ट की 4 गेम गुकेश जीत जाए। पिछली जीते, ये 3 गेम जीत जाए, नो बडी विल रिमेंबर कि टूर्नामेंट के स्टार्ट में क्या हुआ था भाई, किससे हारे थे, राइट? बिकॉज यू विल बी इन सेकंड प्लेस और सो एटलीस्ट। आई मीन इट विल बी एन अमेजिंग इवेंट एट द एंड।
Correct, bhai. And then I think Gukesh also will be in top 10. What is his ranking now? He's 11th in the world. But एक ही पॉइंट से ही पीछे है वो अनीश से. सिर्फ
बाय
एक
द
ही
वे,
पॉइंट. तो टॉप 10 में
एक
वापस आना है भाई.
एक आपने सुना शाहिद कपूर का बेस्ट फ्रेंड चैट में घूम रहे हैं भाई।
ओहो, हेलो सर. आप ही की बात चल रही थी सर अब पिछले मतलब 10 दिनों से. टिकू भाई is telling us some crazy stories about you from his high school days.
भाई व्यूज आ रहे हैं क्या? भाई, इसके प्रखर के इतने म्यूज बन गए भाई, व्यूज ना आने के। एट सम पॉइंट यू हैव टू आस्क भाई, व्यूज आ रहे हैं ना भाई? भाई अब तो आएंगे भाई। हु इज
Amazing.
लीडिंग? भाई वो तो पता लगेगा ना अभी कौन लीड कर रहा है। शाहिद कपूर की पिछला वाला बंदा। कैन वी चेक ऑल द, ऑफ कोर्स
Gotham
वी कैन,
Chess.
लेट। हाउ गौतम चेस भाई, दैट वाज अ गुड वन। मैंने देखा नहीं, अब तक
That
देखना
that
बाकी है
that's the
भाई।
one I saw भाई. That
भाई
was
एक
that
तो भाई
that was
तुम
very
एक
cool.
घंटे वाली पॉडकास्ट होते हैं, बंदे को ना पूरा ऐसे पूरा संडे निकाल के बैठना पड़ता है भाई। अगर ये लोग टाटा स्टील 13 राउंड से 12 राउंड कर ले, तो मैं भी जाके 4 पॉडकास्ट देख पाऊंगा यार। टाइम ही नहीं है भाई। दैट इज द प्रॉब्लम, मॉडर्न जनरेशन का समय नहीं है यार। साज भाई, व्हाट डू यू थिंक अबाउट
Correct, correct, correct भाई. Correct भाई. टिकू शेयर स्टोरीज. अब क्या स्टोरीज बता रहे, थोड़ा यहाँ पे बताओ ना.
अरे कोई स्टोरीज नहीं भाई, कि मतलब कितना घट, आई मीन कितना अच्छा खेलता था प्रकाश चेस, मतलब इतना स्ट्रांग खिलाड़ी था।
That's not what he
मतलब
said, yeah.
भाई मतलब इतना फाड़ू प्लेयर, मतलब लाइक लोग टीम में कहते थे कि यार बस इससे मैच हो, इस ना हो, क्योंकि बहुत टफ रहेगा इसका खेलना एक्चुअली। लाइक इज वेरी स्ट्रांग प्लेयर, वेरी स्ट्रांग प्लेयर। बाकी
Hmm.
चमक, बाय द वे, हाँ, इस चमक या गुड फ्रेंड और नॉट, कमान भाई बताओ यार। बंदे को लग रहा है चमक है ही नहीं, बंदा एग्जिस्ट नहीं करता, बताओ।
Crazy.
चमक को मिथिकल क्रीचर बना दिया भाई, साज भाई ने।
अरे प्रखर is now 2000 on chess.com भाई. Huge congratulations. Amazing.
भाई
कब हुआ? एंड रैपिड में अभी ये देखो टिक्कू भाई चेक भी कर रहे हैं.
भाई
भरोसा
मैं
नहीं है
चेक नहीं
उनको.
कर रहा
आई
भाई,
जस्ट नो
मैं चेक
ही इज
नहीं कर रहा
चेकिंग दिस
बिकॉज
राइट नाउ.
चेक नहीं कर रहा भाई मैं, बिकॉज मुझे नहीं पता है कहाँ 2000 रेटिंग करके गया है।
ओह
ये
अच्छा
देख
अच्छा.
लो भाई, चमक इज बेस्ट फ्रेंड, वही तो बता रहा हूँ
वो जो
भाई।
जान के हारते थे.
जीएम भाई को मैंने पहली में गलत होते देखा जिंदगी में।
आई डोंट बिलीव
रैपिड
दिस
रैपिड
भाई.
इज गुड भाई, रैपिड इज गुड, रैपिड इज अ गुड स्टार्ट। अब समय को भी 2000 पहुंचना है भाई। समय को बोला गया कि रीच 2000। That should be a motivator, no?
I don't know what his ratings, but still, yeah, I mean, this is very impressive that he reached 2000. It's no joke, bhai. Rapid में वो भी, yeah?
Why rapid is easier, no? Like
It's
than
harder
wins.
than bullet for sure.
No, like usually people have their highest rating as rapid, so they so point come blitz or bullet होता है. That's like the tradition, I think.
I think bullet में it's harder because I mean, sorry, bullet में it's easier
ये
because
देखो,
you are just
पढ़ो 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 भाई देवेश
flagging
शर्मा
people on
कितना
time, ना?
कितना हेल्प करे भाई चीटिंग करके भी हार. That's what I told you. That's what I told
चीटिंग
you that
करके
day.
भी हार
That's what
जाता
I told you.
है.
That's what I told you that day. बंदा विश्वास ही नहीं करता यार, बताओ यार.
Crazy.
तो
नहीं,
अब
but
1 million subs
I
करने
don't know.
पड़ेंगे तभी
Rapid, I
साझा
think
सुनेंगे.
is harder. I think it's also more like because slower game होता है ना, clock is not as big of a factor. तो I don't know.
हम्म
बुलेट में लगता है कि जो भी फास्ट खेलता है, चाहे आपकी लूजिंग भी क्यों ना, आप जीत जाओगे. लाइक इफ यू आर जस्ट प्लेइंग फास्ट.
हम्म.
ही इज द
ओके.
अच्छा. ओ भाई इंटरेस्टिंग चीजें. भाई खेल भी रहा है यहाँ पे वो वो प्लेयर.
भाई हैंस की रेटिंग 3,000 से ऊपर है भाई. I mean, थोड़ा सा कतराइए भाई. और अगला गेस्ट कौन है भाई, रिवील कर दो भाई यहीं पे. स्टोरी वोरी डालने से क्या मिलेगा बताओ भाई. नेक्स्ट गेस्ट रिवील्ड राइट नाउ, लेट्स गो. मीनवाइल साज भाई, अरविंद भाई कब रिवील करेंगे अपनी अगली चाल, मेरे को समझ नहीं आ रहा है भाई, व्हाट्स हैपनिंग.
या आई थिंक B5 क्वीन B7 तो नहीं हो रहा क्योंकि A6 का पॉन मर रहा है. तो B5 आई गेस इज द मूव. You loosen the tension here, kick the bishop away, and then you play queen B7. बट एक प्रॉब्लम इसमें ये कि व्हाइट का बिशप कभी D3 पे बैठ गया तो यू आर काइंड ऑफ लुकिंग एट द किंग साइड कंप्लीटली, एंड ये बिशप F6 क्वीन H5, आई डोंट नो, doesn't look pleasant. Plus, Gukesh will have a golden opportunity to draw the match anywhere he wants. Like kabhi bhi, let's say if black goes queen B7, I don't know. I'll take, give a check. You put the king somewhere. I play queen H5. I mean, यहाँ पे queen F6, queen G5. I don't know. Like there are so many repetition options that I have in this position. This is what I don't like for Arvind here.
या आई एग्री. वो कह रहे हैं व्यू कॉल, मेरी भी आई थी भाई अभी बात करने के लिए 2 सेकंड के लिए. सो इट्स लाइक म्यूचुअल प्रॉब्लम्स. दैट्स नाइस टू सी कि लाइफ चेंज हो गई है भाई. By the way, like 3 of our chess team guys, like from our school, like Prakhar, me, and another guy, got married in the same weekend, like same time, literally couple of days around. So that was nice.
Crazy, man. Huge
Novice
victory.
and World Championship should be 2 events. We
भाई
should
एक
win.
सेकंड आया ना.
Hmm.
BRB.
That's a good point, by the way. Norwich Chess is one of the big events to win because I think Norwich जीत के आप Carlsen से आगे finish कर रहे हो. So that's a great opportunity, right? Because you can win a certain event, but if you finish ahead of Magnus, that's a statement. So I kind of agree. Like if you want to choose 2 events in the year you want to win, Norway could be a very strong contender for that. Gukesh never repeats until he's losing. Why? But when he's losing, then the opponent won't repeat. So, not sure if that helps. I think you have to be pragmatic. But meanwhile, Bishop के बाद फिलहाल के लिए Arvind is the one under pressure. If you look at the body language, Gukesh को देखो भाई, like he's very relaxed, not even looking at the board right now. He knows he's better. The only question is how much better. कई बार लगता है कि हम better है, but actually में कुछ मिल नहीं रहा होता है. So you also have to be, pragmatic. Is it enough to defeat a 2700 rated player? That is important because मुझे तो आधे ओकेश से मैं हार जाऊंगा, बट क्या वो अरविंद को आ सकता है? नॉट इजी. गुकेश एक्चुअली बार दिखाओ भाई. गुकेश एक्चुअली अभी बार दिखाएंगे भाई कितनी एक्यूरेसी की बताता हूं मैं. गुकेश की एक्यूरेसी इज वेरी सैड एंड डिसअपॉइंटिंग. 99.6. Yeah, that's very sad. Yeah, 0.4 घट चुकी है. So that's very sad. Arvind, by the way, is 98.8. Uh, Erdogmus down to 47 minutes. भाई that's not even new now. सीएम टाइटल कैसे हासिल करें भाई, थोड़ा एक्सप्लेन करो भाई. सीएम के लिए आपको सीधा फिडे रेटिंग 2200 करनी है, नथिंग एल्स. 2200 करो रेटिंग सीएम टाइटल, और अप्लाई करना पड़ता है फिडे को, एंड देन यू गेट इट. It looks like even smaller countries Turkey have more active chess fans. I don't really agree. I think it's just ki there's a new, a new star coming in for them, like Erdogmus, जो इतना बढ़िया खेल रहा है, and I think it's always going to grab eyeballs. If, for example, candidates चल रहा होगा and Pragg is fighting, you're going to see insane viewership on Indian channels as well because you're fighting for something ऐसे है, which something we don't have. And हम अब थोड़े spoiled हो गए हैं. We have first world problems in chess. ओह नो, वी हैव अ वर्ल्ड चैंपियन बट वो सारे इवेंट नहीं जीत रहा है. ओह नो, वी हैव अ वुमेन्स वर्ल्ड कप विनर बट वो कैंडिडेट्स में फर्स्ट नहीं आई. oh no, we have India number 1, world number 3, बट वो 2809 से गिर के 2790 गिर गया. लाइक हमारी प्रॉब्लम्स ना थोड़ी सी ज्यादा ही कुछ मतलब क्रेजी हो गई हैं आजकल. दीज आर फर्स्ट वर्ल्ड प्रॉब्लम्स इन चेस. भाई देखो भाई, इंडिया में तो एनएम मास्टर मिलता नहीं. हाँ भाई, ये मैंने बाहर यूएस में खेला था मैंने, तो वहां मिला था. Why does Nepo keep insinuating? I don't know where he insinuated that. I don't know भाई ये कहाँ हुआ. Uh, Mukesh's prime can be almost decisive for his opponents if he defends his world title because his confidence can be on next level. Exactly. If Gukesh is in form, I mean, nobody can stop him because we saw it in the Olympiad twice. And that had Caruana and all these strong players, and nobody stood a chance. So I think only Magnus could potentially handle Gukesh in form. So, yeah. Hikaru's not playing Norway. Yeah, but I think it's okay. Yeah. मतलब we do have Vincent. That's a strong replacement, for example. आप इतने महान कैसे बने ये मुझे पता नहीं. महान करने का प्रोसीजर क्या है? By the way, Rook takes D1 played. Not, I mean, it's a decent move. But the question is, after Rook takes D1, White has a very simple choice. कोई difficult move तो है नहीं. एक second में खेल दें Ukesh. What do you play next though? I'm still not sure about that. ठीक भाई आपकी, अरे भाई, अगर अर्जुन सिंदारो से जीत जाए तो आप दोनों गंजे हो जाना, मैं भी हो जाऊंगा. भाई वो वैसे भी हो ही जाएंगे भाई. मेल पॉटन मेल पैटर्न बॉल्डनेस इज प्रीटी कॉमन नाउअडेज भाई. विराट कोहली से लेके मैंने भी देखा कि जॉन इब्राहिम के भी बाल नहीं है भाई. क्या करें? Divya playing in Norway chess. Yeah, she's playing Norway chess. I think totally deserved, and it will be amazing if we can win both open and women's section this time. Salah, what's your peak rating? I think peak published is
Mine is
2275 per day.
mine या फिर किसकी?
He said SAH भाई, so fits both. भाई
Mine is
SAH fits a lot of
2532
people.
भाई.
चलो अब तो मैं बोलूंगा ही नहीं भाई.
भाई वो भी घटिया थी, लाइक थोड़ा बढ़ाना
ये
पड़ेगा
देखो
उसको.
भाई, ये देखो भाई. Oh no यार. I only started studying on the last day of exams and I only got 99.7%. Oh
But the problem
no.
is that I didn't study on the last day of exams, you know. That's why. Oh, by the way, rooks have been traded, so I think a very healthy advantage for Gukesh. Yeah,
ए! ये क्या था? ए क्या बोला भाई? कि मैं ए क्यों बोला भाई? Why did I say A? I'm
because it's
confused.
a mistake. I'm guessing. Why is it a
But
mistake?
still, A नहीं बोला था भाई. Like I had my traditional what, but anyways, Bishop D5 भाई. That feels like an error apparently.
Yeah, supposedly you can even take the bishop and still you're better, but bishop d3 is what's coming up to be the best move. And the idea is that if you take the pawn on a2, I can recapture on a6. क्योंकि you cannot recapture क्योंकि queen a6 के बाद back rank mate हो जाएगा यहाँ पे. So apparently, like in this is a very nice strategic position, yeah, in that sense कि अगर इस position में ये दोनों pawns हट जाते हैं तो white का फायदा है इसमें. That's interesting.
And also you can just take on D5 Sahaj actually. Just take on
Okay.
D5, knight takes D5, and now you have two options actually. One is simply E4, knight E7, and bishop C3. Apparently that's strong. And second is instead of E4, just H4 with the idea of H5, H6 is very strong
H4
as
is
well.
nice. H4 is very nice. H4, H5, H6. H6 अगर आपने खेल दिया तो ये like you're for sure in this position after Queen G4 you will have some problems on this on the king side for sure. So you are saying he should take on D5, yeah, and
I
play
mean, that's
E4.
one of the ways to play on. I think it really depends. I mean, best move मेरा इंजन Bishop D5 बोल रहा है. But I also think Bishop D3 is very logical. In fact, practically might even be better, yeah, because आप king side की तरफ दोनों bishop रख रहे हो. It just feels more in the spirit of the position though.
Yeah, and maybe I think from Arvind it might not be the best move, but it is simplifying the position a bit. चाहे आप बिशप D5 मारो तो एक बिशप ट्रेड हो रहा है, और बिशप D3 पे आते हो तो पॉन ट्रेड हो रहा है. तो अगर आप डिफेंड कर रहे हो, जितना सिंप्लीफाइड पोजीशन होती है उतना इजियर आपके लिए डिफेंड करना. तो मे बी इट्स अ गुड प्रैक्टिकल ट्राई फॉर हिम.
Yeah, it might be, but it does mean that Gukesh has a chance to pile on even more pressure now after Bishop D3 or Bishop takes D5. And it's all about the placement of the rook. If Black had already played B5, the rook was on D8, they would be shaking hands right now. It would be a dead draw. But White, halka sa piece placement better. Queen on C8 looking a bit weird, yeah? Could be attacked by Rook C1 at some point. So Bishop pair,
I
bhai.
don't know. I feel like even if your pieces are in the best place, I still think white has that bishop, black has a knight. Like still you can
uh,
press, for longer periods here. Um,
yeah, the bishop pair is extremely valuable. And now Arvind, 10 minutes ahead on the clock, but he's the one in pressure.
yeah, for sure. By the way, Jordan versus Nodirbek एकदम draw की तरफ बढ़ते हुए दिख रहा है मुझे बहुत जल्दी.
बढ़िया.
So Nodirbek is gonna most likely is gonna go on 7
So within reach. If
within
Gukesh
reach.
wins. If Gukesh wins.
एक पॉइंट का फर्क होगा फिर.
Uh, so things looking great so far.
Arjun still thinking in that position after rook d3. I think he has the most critical position out of everyone. Maybe let's take a look there as Gukesh thinks here.
हाँ हाँ.
Okay, so not so rook d3 के बाद actually कुछ moves हैं. e5, knight h5, he plays knight e4 and b6. Basically जो हमने calculate किया था वही है भाई, जो आपके favorite move rook a3. It might happen here. It's the
Yeah,
only
rook
move here
a3
to not
is.
actually have a worse position. What?
I love that move, yeah, because आपका एक सबसे active piece है rook on d3. You completely remove it from the equation, and black cannot play rook d8 because of bishop on
Yeah.
h4. So very crucial, and that means कि you are removing the most active piece black has. So let's do
And
that.
the weakest piece you have, the most inactive piece you have, you're
Yeah,
trading that.
yeah. Whose shirt is he wearing? You mean Arjun? That's a good question.
भाई I think he meant
He.
the fan. वो विशी सर की टी-शर्ट
अच्छा.
पहन के आया है वो.
ओ भाई वो तो विशी सर के बैंक है. विशी सर आप जो भी आज कर रहे हो बड़े ध्यान से करना.
So yeah, rook a3 one move, knight takes c5 is another, and rook d1 is also another move. And by the way, rook a3 ke baad, we didn't look at the follow-up, but black should go queen d5 here and say, okay, if you want to trade, that's fine. I will capture back with my knight. And okay, my knight is also pretty active on the d3 square. Puts pressure on f2, put pressure on e5, b2. It's a very nice piece overall.
Yeah, still, I think if anybody is better, it's probably black, but at
Yeah.
least black doesn't have enough pieces to kind of create an attack potentially. So hopefully it's better for Arjun as well. So it feels like Arjun is still the one kind of defending. By the way, Bishop d3 played by Gukesh. He doesn't want that trade, puts the bishop back on d3 in just a 4-minute think, and the pressure is back on Arvind. Will he grab that pawn on a2?
Yeah, if he does, then bishop takes a6. I mean, pawn kuch sacrifice nahi ho raha. You're just getting it back. And yeah, as we discussed, this situation is apparently like much more favorable for the double bishops. I'm guessing it's because you can put pressure on the b6 pawn
Hmm.
somehow. You can play rook d6, queen b5, and suddenly start putting pressure on this isolated pawn. White can be pawn isolated, but because it's on b2 and white's bishop is already defending it, this is not much of a risk here. I
Yeah.
think he's gonna capture that pawn very, very soon if this happens on the board. But yeah, the ball is in Arvind's court. He's 10 minutes ahead, and yeah, let's see what he goes for. Bishop a2 looking unlikely.
Yeah. And if not bishop a2, then what though? I think is the other question. So if you play knight d7, again, bishop drops back to c3. And it also gives the queen a path to come into g4, h5. So it's always a very, very tough decision to put that knight back. If you play something like, I don't know, what do you even play? Like if you play something like, let's say, queen c6 to put pressure on g2, then apparently white can just take on f6, play queen g4 check, and it is already close to lost for black. So I think बहुत ही मुश्किल पोजीशन अरविंद के लिए फिलहाल.
Yeah, and it's losing because if you play king f8, then h7 का pawn मर रहा है आपका. That is
Hmm.
clear. But if you go king h8, then queen h5 and one of the pawns falls here. So
Hmm.
either ways, you're going to lose a pawn here by force. So basically, यहाँ पर, this is the live position. And now the plan is very clear for Gukesh. He wants to take on f6, give a check, and then only play queen h5 to target these two
Hmm.
pawns.
And a great question by Amal in the chat. Ki, why don't you just take the knight and ruin the pawn structure? That is our plan actually. That is our plan at some point. And on most cases, moving the knight back was anyway not great for black. So white is in no hurry to capture that knight maybe. But that is one of the points. We want to take on f6, spoil black's kingside structure, and then bring the queen in.
You're not taking on f6 right now because your bishop is very valuable. This is the sole reason why Gukesh has an advantage right now. And even though you damage the opponent's king side, there are not enough pieces left in the game to create an attack. So you have to be very careful, very thematic before you take this knight on f6 to make sure you get something back in return, like at least a pawn. That would be, I think, the ideal situation for Gukesh. And that's why he hasn't taken yet on f6.
And meanwhile, Arvind, he's thinking, doesn't have many choices. In fact, the top three moves are knight d7, bishop a2, and queen to f8. So don't even ask me why queen f8 is a move. So essentially two options. Yeah. Anything else you do, I think it's just lost.
Yeah, and Gukesh not on the board. I think that's a sign that he knows he's better very comfortably. So yeah, I think Arvind is going to suffer here for a bit.
By look at this simple variation. You play, let's say black says, I want to play b5. I want to defend my queenside pawns. And now I will take on a2. It's lost. Bishop f6, gf6, queen h5, attacking h7, f5 only move, and now just bishop f5. Khatam. You take, I take on d5 with the rook, and queen c1 pe there is rook d1, and you can basically just resign. So it's very, very, very tough for Arvind. Like one mistake here, you might have to put your hand out and resign in a few moves.
Yeah, correct. Correct. So critical moment. Yeah, +1 advantage already for Gukesh. This is not something that Arvind expected going into this match.
Yeah.
So looking very, very promising for the world champion.
And Gukesh, by the way, chat world rankings have not been kind to Indian players in this event. Right, I think right now Arjun is the only one in the world top 10, and I think he was number 6, and I don't think that has changed. In fact, he's number 7, Arjun, right now, behind Firuzja. And Sahal bhai, if he were to lose today, like we are talking of stepping out of the world top 10 for everybody. So hopefully that doesn't happen. But if Gukesh
Arre,
were to
arre, arre.
win, I think he'll be back to world top 10. If Pragg were to
Yeah.
win, he'll be back to world top 10. So we are right on the edge. So let's hope so that
एक ही
happens.
पॉइंट का फर्क है अनीश है अभी 10th पे एक ही पॉइंट का फर्क है तो या गुड चांसेस देयर एंड someone's asking in the chat if queens are exchanged in Gukesh's game is it a draw so if the queens are traded off then depends who controls the c file if white controls the c file then I think very far from a draw definitely white has very very good advantage there rook c7 पे बैठ जाएगा अगर black c8 पे बैठा है तो and pawn आपका b5 पे let's say then okay white can push a bit but I wouldn't say it's a draw the still game can continue because double bishop advantage is only going to get bigger there जितना अब अगर अगर वो रुक्स भी ट्रेड होते हैं उसके बाद फिर भी डबल बिशप का एडवांटेज इज देयर सो इट्स प्रोबेबली इज अ ड्रॉ देयर विद जस्ट द डबल बिशप्स बट एक रुक के साथ यू कैन डेफिनेटली प्ले ऑन
Yeah, push a bit, chat, push a bit. Meanwhile, just an update. Apparently, Thai Dai Van is better against Hans Niemann, but he's like 40, 50 minutes behind. Something he suffered for against Arvind. So he needs to, make sure time is not a factor.
एंड
No.
टाइम
Oh,
इज नॉट अ
Arjun, by the
फैक्टर
way.
से याद आया भाई डिड यू लुक
Huh?
एट अनीश वर्सेस यागिस लेट्स टेक अ क्विक लुक देयर बिकॉज़ लुक एट हिज
Huh?
टाइम भाई he has 33 minutes to play 27 moves
He took 35 minutes for the last move, by the way. 35 minutes for the last move, Bishop F5.
yeah I think
So,
he's getting
भाई
targeted in prep भाई
ये तो वही पोजीशन में देखी थी इतने टाइम पहले 1 घंटा पे 2 घंटा पहले भाई दैट्स द
हाँ
सेम पोजीशन वी थॉट राइट बिशप F5 या बिशप G4 इट्स द सेम पोजीशन नथिंग हैपेंड सिंस देन इन द गेम वाओ
He's thinking, by the way, 41 minutes सोचा पिछले गेम में पिछले मूव में and अब 15 मिनट ऑलरेडी सोच चुका है so
okay
that's
that's
not
not
okay
healthy
भाई
yeah
this
that
time
is
I
not
think time
healthy
management is a huge problem for him
yeah true so chat Erdogmus struggling a bit meanwhile Jordan and Nodirbek I think is very very equal in an end game now. There is knight b8, but there is also rook d6. So looks like a draw to me.
the same position है नॉर्दर्बर्ग के पास बिशप है उसके पास नाइट है बट क्योंकि नाइट ज्यादा एक्टिव है मे बी नाइट बेट लाइक यू सेड यू कैन पुट प्रेशर हियर इट्स लाइक इक्वलिश आई वुडंट बी सरप्राइज अगर ये गेम बहुत जल्दी ड्रॉ हो जाता है तो
Hmm. True. So this should be a draw.
एंड
And
अर्जुन
Baki.
हैज
Arjun
प्लेड
का
रुक
क्या
ए3
होगा?
भाई
भाई खेलना ही था भाई, ऑप्शन नहीं था, वरना तो लग जाते. And now your move queen d5 I think looks logical. Knight f4 also to be honest feels tempting, but I think ये वाला knight d3 पे आएगा तो बेटर है, because ताकि दोनों knight king side की तरफ देख सके.
नाइट f4 के बाद भी इफ यू टेक आई विल कैप्चर बैक विद द बी नाइट फॉर श्योर.
Hmm.
अपेरेंटली नाइट f4 पे बिशप g3 है आपके पास, व्हिच इज अ बिट ट्रिकी.
Hmm.
द क्वीन d5 looks very very promising for Sindarov. Arjun is
क्या
still
खेल रहा
defending, yeah, I have to say.
है. वाइट से डिफेंड करने मजबूर कर दिया यार, खतरनाक प्लेयर है सिंदारोव. हैज टू बी, वी हैव टू बी वेरी केयरफुल इन द कैंडिडेट्स. आई थिंक वी आर अंडर एस्टिमेटिंग मेनी कैंडिडेट्स एक्चुअली. सिंदारोव को भी, ब्लूबाम को भी. आई थिंक एट दिस पॉइंट आई एम फीलिंग लाइक एसिपेंक मस्ट बी थिंकिंग भाई यार ये क्या चल रहा है यार, मैं ही रह गया हूं बस, who's not proven a point. I'm the only 2600 at the candidates.
Yeah, 268 something, but yeah, he's the only candidate who's 2700. As Bluebaum just hit 2701, which is insane actually. Plus
So
two
he's
score
gonna
at
get
this
like
event.
targeted, yeah. Like he's one guy. Everybody's like, भाई इसके against तो point करना ही है.
Esipenko. No, Esipenko
हाँ.
is Esipenko is I'm not so sure. Plays Queen D5 by the way.
Wow.
And Arjun has to come up with some sharp only moves, otherwise he's in trouble. By the way, Rook D3 is one of those moves. Knight C5 is one of those moves. He's definitely in trouble. Bhai. If you take here, this is fine. But let's say, like for example, right now the E4 knight is hanging, so you have to bring your knight back, only move, or you can take on C5. But then BC5 ke baad, there is no chance that Black is the one who has any problems whatsoever. So Knight C3 forced, Queen C4 forced to keep an eye on the knight, and it's hard to come up for moves for Arjun.
Yeah, I would think like something like Rook D1 to attack the knight, but I'm guessing there's some problem with it, or is it not?
Just Knight E5, bhai. Knight E5, Knight E5, Queen H4. Pawn barabar.
चलो भाई, बराबर तो करना ही है भाई, और क्या करें, यहाँ पे ऑप्शन ही नहीं
Mm-mm.
है. By the way, Arvind is playing 97. 97 has been played, and now bishop c3 only move for Gukesh to have any chance whatsoever. It should be very logical to put the
Yeah.
bishop, change the diagonal right of the bishop. पहले यहाँ था, अब यहाँ रखना है.
Correct, because both bishops looking on the king side, and you can if you take on a2 now, then Queen H5 is going to be scary. ये pawn पे attack. G6 तो आप कभी नहीं खेल सकते भाई, क्योंकि Queen H6 के बाद your dark squares are done. So Knight F8, Queen G5 attacking here, Knight G6, and maybe something like H4, H5 looks very very tempting.
Why this
But let's
looks
see what Gukesh goes
scary.
for.
Scary, scary, scary. By the way, there's this crazy variation here. So I don't know if it makes sense to you, chat, or Sajwa, even to you. Like, this is insane. So let's say you play bishop c3 and black just takes the pawn. Black कहता है यार अपन को भूख लगी है, मस्त आज मैकडोनल्ड से मंगाएंगे. And now white, queen h5, as you pointed out, was great. There's also queen c2 instead of queen h5.
Instead of Queen H5, okay.
Now you attack at 7. So black has to play knight f6. If you play knight f8 with the same idea, b3 traps the bishop.
अरे
So you have to
भाई.
play knight f6 now. Now queen a4 attacking the bishop. Bishop has only, one square, d5. And now queen h4 attacking the knight. And suddenly everything is falling into place. And it feels like the game is just gone.
Everything is falling apart, it looks like, for
I mean,
Arvind.
depends on the perspective, yeah? किस side से देख
Yeah.
रहे हो? So
Yeah, this is
if
horrible.
bishop c3 practically, like, it sets up a lot of possibilities for white.
So bishop c3 only move. Bishop d4 क्यों नहीं काम कर रहा है, by the way? Why is bishop e3 so much better? So maybe bishop a2 के बाद you cannot play queen c2 now.
And also queen a4, queen h4 का रास्ता ब्लॉक हो गया ना, वो भी ब्लॉक हो गया, you can't go to h4.
Okay, but logically bishop c3 is what you would play, because pawn से आप बचा रहे,
Yeah.
मतलब बचा हुआ है, file बंद हो रही है and all of that. I think we'll see it very very soon from him.
Wow, chat, क्या crazy है. And is Arvind overrated, or I think he's fairly rated. So around 27 would be his level. Would you agree, Saj? Like his level is around 2700, I think.
Yeah, for sure. I think he's high. He should be high rated. He's a very very creative player. Very sharp. For him, I think he's underperforming for sure, but I wouldn't call him overrated in any sense. अभी तो rating उसकी बहुत कम है भाई. He's been around this level for a really long time, so
Yeah. सारे 2 में आता हूँ, तब तक गुकेश भी खेल ही देगा.
okay, perfect. Don't forget his peak was 2750. Yep, exactly. 2750 was his peak, a couple of years back. And yeah, it's just since then, like he hasn't won, something major. But I mean, to think about it, Arvind ki peak agar abhi hoti, so he would be India number 2, basically, yeah? Which is crazy to think about. Gio Ramesh said in an interview that Pragg looks less ambitious lately. He's avoiding complicated positions, which used to be his strength, and choosing safer setups instead. Thoughts? Let me think about that. Could be actually. Could be. But I think like वो फिर वो hindsight पे आप बात कर रहे हो. Like I think maybe he's trying out different positions. Maybe not necessarily something that he's most comfortable with. Maybe he's not showing his candidates prep. Like all of that kind of maybe fits in together. But yeah, it could be. Pragg beat Magnus for the first time in Norwich's 24. Exactly, right. That Sicilian match. I think we covered that as well. I think Sicilian Kaan it was. And I think Pragg played a wonderful match there. I mean, GM Ramesh is his coach, so he has to be correct. Yeah, bhai, exactly. He has been coaching him for the longest time. And also Arvind ke liye, it's the same as well. Yeah, I mean, Ramesh sir has been coaching him as well because they're part of the same group. And Vaishali is, of course, part of that group as well, and amongst many, many strong grandmasters that you have heard of. Do I think Gukesh will win this game? I think so. He has a golden chance. Like how many times do you see कि दो घंटे के अंदर you have a +1 position and black के पास कोई counter play नहीं, आपके opponent के पास कोई counter play. You can play like bishop c3 and you can just chill in this position and slowly you can improve your position. So opening से अगर आप कुछ expect करते हो तो इससे better आप क्या expect करोगे? So he should be feeling very, very comfortable. Is Arjun better or equal? So practically एक बार अर्जुन के गेम पे जाते हैं as Gukesh thinks. By the way, Bishop C3 blue arrow में देखा था हमने. We did look at this. But Arjun, I don't think he's worse, but he definitely has to be more precise. कि black की queen, rook, knight, ये knight भी f4 पे आ रहा है, bishop भी f2 पे देख रहा है. This is looking a bit scary. And at some point, black might throw g5 also, which can target the bishop on h4, which can be scary. So I think Arjun has to be more precise. I don't think he's worse yet. But I'm still wondering kahan pe prep khatam hui Arjun ki, because Sindarov was playing the top moves of the engine and suddenly Arjun sochne lag gaya, So that was a bit strange for me. Sejbhai, if Gukesh wins this game, is there any chance that he can win the tournament? There is a outside chance, maybe less than 5%, but realistically, no, bhai, because the tournament leader is already 1.5 points ahead, and तीन ही round बचे हैं. And yeah, I think top 3 maybe is likely. Top 5 definitely. Top 3 is very likely. अगर वो तीनों मैच जीत जाता है तो, but okay. Let's take it one match at a time, yeah. By the way, Erdogmus has played his move and he's at 30 minutes right now against Anish Giri. He has gone bishop e4, so the best move has been played. In the last 2 moves, Yagiz has thought for 1 hour, basically. And he has not made a mistake so far. And he still has to make 23 moves in half an hour. So definitely यहाँ पे time pressure होने के chances बहुत high. But let's see how Erdogmus kind of bounces back here. This has been the how every match goes for him pretty much from the beginning. Like since round 1, he gets into these half an hour situations after the first 15 moves, and then time pressure आता है. So it's nothing abnormal here. Why active players agree as seconds for a player? Is just financial benefit, or does it help their game anyway? It's both, actually. It does help the financial side of things, and I think to work for a strong chess player really helps your chess overall. Imagine that अगर आप किसी कैंडिडेट या वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप या टाटा स्टील किसी भी इवेंट पे अगर आप काम करते हो, you are constantly working against the best of the best. So you get into that mentality, how top players think, how their opening decisions are kind of, curated by their team, and you gain a lot of experience there. So for strong chess players, like anyone above 2600, anyone above 2500 also, depends, but it's a very good opportunity for them to learn and become better at their craft.
Saj bhai, I think we should also change the terminology. I think we should have 2500 के above very strong players, या GMs very strong players. Strong players, I think we should change the definition ताकि ताकि कुछ लोगों को अपने बारे में अच्छा लगे, and more people come into chess, right? Because then they will feel कि okay, I am also a strong player. So I'm thinking like a random, completely like it's a random top of my head margin, yeah, like 2185 or something. Like that would be a
Yeah.
nice margin to
If
have.
your rating is
To say
above 2185, then you
you're a
think
strong
you are a
player.
strong then you think you are a
Exactly.
strong player.
ये नहीं सोसाइटी थिंक्स यू आर चेस प्लेयर, नॉट यू थिंक भाई. सोसाइटी का सोचना बहुत जरूरी है.
सोसाइटी में सिर्फ एक ही मेंबर है और वो मैं हूँ बस.
सीक्रेट सोसाइटी है, सीक्रेट सोसाइटी, आइलैंड पे मिलते हैं हम लोग हर साल. मीरा बिशप थ्री, ओ ही प्लेड बिशप सी थ्री, या बेस्ट मूव ऑन द बोर्ड.
Oh yes. And now critical choice for Erwin. Does he take the pawn on a2, or does he play something else like queen b7 or f6 or yeah, but then
Did I
queen
hear
h5 is a
f6?
huge threat, bhai.
Sahaj bhai, did I hear f6?
भाई फोर्स है अब तो भाई बचाने के
Did
लिए.
I hear
भाई
f6?
छोड़ो सारे गोल्डन पॉन आपके.
वाओ भाई,
क्वीन
मतलब
h5 इज लुकिंग सो रिस्की भाई. अब तो जान बचानी है ना भाई किंग को, तो f6 बनता है. g7 को कैसे बचाओगे आप?
भाई ये तो मतलब आई हैव सीन एवरीथिंग इन माय लाइफ नाउ, मतलब क्रेजी है भाई. साहस के मुंह से भी f6 बेस्ट मूव सुन रहा हूं मैं. दैट इज इनसेन.
One of the best moves for sure.
You know, sir, there's this theory called the dead internet theory. पता है, सुना है इसके बारे में?
नहीं, please tell me.
It's like all the content you see like on the internet, it's just like AI or bots or whatever. Like there is no original content on the internet. Like 95%, whatever. Like everything is AI. Like you think it's real, but it's not.
ऐसा हो रहा है भाई आजकल बहुत. Like I'm not sure if I look at something and I'm not sure if it's AI or not. वो मतलब it's very hard to find the differences. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not easy. Not easy. Gukesh going for 100% accuracy. Bhai, I think it's not exactly 100, but he's moving towards 100 again. 99.7 दिखाई दे रही है हमें. मतलब, 0.3 दूर. And now I think sort of f6 is possible, as you mentioned, but also like, I don't know how convinced Arvind is by pushing his f pawn. Bishop a2 also looks always risky. So yeah, and somehow these are the best two moves. Like, what do you do if you play knight f8, for example? Normal move, yeah, developing, not developing, like trying to defend h7. Then queen g4, and it's basically resigns. It's plus 0.3.
Yeah, knight g6 and h4 bhai, GG. Exactly what I was saying. No, this g7 pawn is the problem. So you have to play f6 to defend it somehow. So yeah, basically Arvind is one bad move away from being lost.
And चैट करिए, ये साहिल है, साहिल इज एआई. भाई देखो, देखो मैं एआई नहीं हूँ. बहुत तरीके होते बताने के. बैकग्राउंड में इमेजेस थोड़ी ब्लरी दिखती हैं. उंगलियां कई बार 5 नहीं होती हैं हाथ में. लाइक इससे कैसे 7. देखो मेरी तो क्लियरली 5 है भाई. तो ये कई चीज होती है. यू कैन सी, यू कैन गेस. क्या हो गया साज भाई?
Some
काफी काफी कुछ
interesting
फेस
comments.
फेशियल मसल सा कुछ कर रहे हो आप.
हाँ हाँ, ब्लरी सा हो रहा था मेरा बैकग्राउंड, इसलिए
अच्छा.
इसलिए नाइस. Oh, thanks bhai. Actually it was a gift. As Sahil's mic, I can confirm he's AI. Wow. Bishop a2 played. Bhai, your move is incoming. Queen c2 was the move. Queen
But can he
h5 is
find
also
it
very
though?
good.
Queen h5, I think it looks more logical, right?
Yeah, but queen c2 is like GG, bhai. b3 ka plan, and now you're basically inviting knight f6 and then queen a4 to attack this, kick the bishop, and then play queen h4. Is he winning this position? Is it like
I think so.
plus 1.7 and above for you?
I think it's plus 1.3 for me, but it's increasing. Yeah, halka 0.2 point, or now plus 1.5. It went to plus 1.5
So
suddenly.
borderline winning, yeah.
Yeah. So let's look at queen h5 then. So which is the normal move you would play. Now h7 is attacked, so knight f8 feels rather obvious. Now apparently queen g5 or queen g4, both of these moves are very, very strong. Um, apparently, if you play queen g5, then there is e5. No, queen g4, but there is e5, and that's a queen trade offer. So you don't do that. So queen g5, pe there is knight g6, and
Now
then
you
you
must
have to
play queen
play.
g4.
Okay, that's not easy.
What's the point? So maybe the idea is h4 पे कुछ हो रहा होगा आपके पास. Yeah, you have queen. You have this apparently this move queen d8. The only move that because you are hitting the h4 pawn. Chess is so like
पर
interesting,
क्वीन
bhai.
ट्रेड हो रहा है साज भाई इसमें, लाइक बेसिकली गिविंग अ पॉन. सो क्वीन c8, e5 के बाद क्वीन g4, e5.
इधर ना queen
Queen
g4 के बाद
g4,
e5.
e5, queen c8, rook c8, bishop a6. I
Yeah,
mean,
but
you're
this is
playing a
good, no?
pawn up. Yeah, you would win this. You would win this, I think.
Yeah, because this pawn
Oh, it's
is
not a pawn up.
very
Sorry,
bad.
not a pawn up.
नहीं,
Sorry,
but
it's
वो मिल
equal.
जाएगा pawn बाद में.
Hmm.
And black को बचाना पड़ेगा भाई बहुत carefully. This is not easy to save. I think he has good chances. So this is the second best option for Gukesh. Yeah, the most logical looking option जहाँ पे आप end game में जा रहे हो
Hmm.
and you are basically playing for two results.
या आई पर्सनली थिंक कि भाई मजा आएगा गेम में देखने में कि गुकेश कैसे कन्वर्ट करते हैं. एज यू समड इट अप वेल, आई थिंक इट्स गोना बी अ मास्टर क्लास from Gukesh Dommaraju, the world champion. So when bishop takes a2 is the current situation. I do think queen c2 is the better way to play. It's just more clean, less options for black, and somehow just makes it difficult for black to exchange the queens. That's the main point. And attack lamba chal sakta hai.
If we can go just do a full screen for just a minute. I just want to see which side of the board is Gukesh looking at because I feel like he's looking on the queen side.
Away from the board भाई. लूडो बोर्ड की तरफ देख रहा है वो. I don't
But
know,
he's
he's
looking
looking.
on the queen side, no?
हाँ, I mean he's looking in the center, I think, but I did see him looking at the queen side also. I mean, the point
But
is, of course,
that's
b3 is an option that comes to your mind. Now I want to play b3. How do I trap the bishop? Right? It's something you consider.
also if you were thinking of queen h5, then आपकी नजर king side पे होती. I don't know. From body language, I feel like he's considering queen c2. Why I'm telling you,
No,
he's gonna
first,
play queen c2.
I hope he plays. I hope he plays because queen c2 would be also beautiful to see this maneuver. Queen c2, queen f4, queen h4. Wow, what a transfer! It's amazing. By the way,
Hmm.
Pragg has blundered apparently.
Ooh, क्यों भाई क्या हुआ? So he played queen
ब्लंडर हुआ भाई,
b6
ब्लंडर.
and
क्या
यहाँ पे
क्यूट
bishop
था
e3
भाई.
के mistake था भाई, blunder नहीं था. Takes. And apparently this endgame is bad for him after h3 for some reason.
साज भाई क्या क्यूट बोले. क्या क्यों भाई, क्या हुआ? क्या हुआ प्रग? क्वीन ट्रेड क्यों करवा ली?
पर पता है क्वीन ट्रेड यहाँ पे व्हाइट को करना चाहिए था. लाइक फॉर एग्जांपल वी वर लुकिंग एट सम वेरिएशंस here knight d3 h4 I don't know some queen b3 queen b6 we were looking at some lines जहाँ पे queen b6 was a good move somehow
Hmm.
and very difficult to assess this as better for black, wouldn't you say? Because I don't know, you have a7 pawn looking, d6 also looking a bit weak.
No, I agree. I think also like why is h3 so much better? There must be something concrete because bishop f3 apparently is not nice. You have to go to h1. And now black will just castle and somehow it's better. I'm guessing um, the bishop on h1 has a huge role to play in the valuation. But
Hmm.
yeah, it's not completely clear. Knight a6 कैसे हटाओगे आप? There are no good squares for the knight on a6.
Maybe you play knight
Knight
c7
c7.
and try for e4 and take this pawn. I don't know, something like this.
Maybe, yeah, maybe that's the plan. Knight c7 then. Hmm.
Yeah, but I think Pragg misjudged the position somehow.
I still feel there's something more concrete which मुझे समझ में नहीं आ रहा है. Like ऐसे देखने में ऐसा कुछ crazy -0.8 नहीं लग रहा. Like वहां पे बिल्कुल समझ में आ रहा है गुकेश की पोजीशन में +0.8 +0.9 क्यों है.
Hmm.
यहाँ पे that's not so clear.
क्योंकि प्रग के पास काउंटर प्ले है एंड आई थिंक अरविंद के पास अभी कोई काउंटर प्ले नहीं है. इट्स द वर्स्ट पोजीशन टू डिफेंड एज ब्लैक आई वुड से बिकॉज
Yeah,
you're only playing for two results.
yeah. Saj bhai, so what would you prefer, counter play or counter strike?
Counter strike bhai.
Counter strike, yeah. Nice, nice,
Of
nice.
course. It's the goat of all
Beautiful.
games.
Beautiful.
So yeah, that's the situation for Pragg. Arjun ke game mein, by the way, we looked at this variation exactly wahi hua board pe. After queen d5, he plays it, takes, knight c3 and queen c4, and now Arjun is thinking because knight takes c5 is hanging, and your bishop on h4 is also hanging. I
Ooh.
don't think Arjun is. I mean, he's definitely looking to equalize first. Yeah.
Absolutely. And I think if he can exchange pieces, even playing rook d1, forcing knight e5 and that trade, I think let's go for it. Because मुझे लग रहा है कि यहाँ पे somehow black के ही chances है. The queen on c4 is so active. Look at Sindarov, by the way. He looks like he's in charge. So I think rook
Hmm.
d1, let's trade pieces as many as possible. ये bishop on c5 is an absolute monster. ऐसा कुछ तो करना पड़ेगा. सुपारी पे देनी पड़ेगी bishop की.
या नाइट e4 नाइट c5 खेल के बस मार दो. मतलब आई थिंक ये गेम बहुत जल्दी ड्रॉ हो जाएगा लग रहा है मुझे. I think
As long
Arjun will
as
have to simplify very quickly.
Yeah, as long as Arjun finds all the best moves. Like if he doesn't, like this could go horribly wrong also very quickly. So I think Arjun
Hmm.
has to be on point. Time, luckily, he has no pressure there whatsoever. 18 move chalni hai 1 घंटे में, so very comfortable situation. I agree with you. I think he will find those moves, and this should be a draw in the next 10 moves or so.
And by the way, Vincent has played h3, so Pragg is now in some trouble for sure. He's in the end game, जहाँ पे Black seems to have more space, better pawn structure. Black is just better for some reason.
Yeah,
ये
clearly
बड़ा
better.
हो गया भाई. बड़ा.
DJ Saha. It's in the game.
Yeah. And how is Vedant doing, by the way? Vedant is playing Velimir Ivic today. Let's check out his game, no?
हाँ बिल्कुल. DJ
He,
Saha. भाई गेम चेंज होती साउंड इफेक्ट है भाई वी आर इट इन द ब्रॉडकास्ट वी चेंज द गेम इट जस्ट कम्स इन
course. And by the way, in this position, Vedant had a very good advantage had he played knight e2, and knight c3 to attack this bishop. But he made a slight inaccuracy with bishop c4, and Black played the best move queen b7. He still has a good advantage here. White has better pawn structure. I'm guessing this is where the advantage comes from because Black का pawn structure थोड़ा सा टूटा हुआ है. Looking comfortably slightly better for him, maybe. Is that fair to say?
या एंड आई थिंक ब्लैक का प्लान तो C5 होना पड़ेगा at some point so if you can counter it well as it seems so right now ब्लैक का प्ले थोड़ा कम ही है and as you mentioned the pawn structure is broken bishop वो जोड़ के ऐसे वो it reminds you of Spider-Man yeah in that movie जहाँ पे वो ऐसे वो स्पाइडर करके ट्रेन से दोनों वो रोकने की कोशिश करता है ट्रेन को लाइक ऐसे ही इज ट्राइंग टू होल्ड एवरीथिंग टुगेदर बट इट्स नॉट इजी या
Yeah, you're talking about Spider-Man 2, भाई. वो डॉक्टर ऑटो ऑक्टेवियस वाली.
उसमें भी होता है लाइक टोनी स्टार्क वाले में भी होता है व्हेन ही इज ट्राइंग टू होल्ड दोस बिल्डिंग्स टुगेदर तो ही फेल्स दो
Hmm.
बट या वेरी सिमिलर आई थिंक तो इट लुक्स लाइक Vedant is the one spoiled for choice, but he did spoil one edge against Ivanchuk, so he has to be careful about his advantage.
Yeah, correct. So that's the update here. Still slight advantage. All the Indian players right now thinking Gukesh, Pragg, and Arjun Tino are thinking at this moment. किस गेम पे जाएं?
आई थिंक गुकेश पे जाने का मन कर रहा है साज भाई जितना भी घुमाओ फिराओ अंत में वर्ल्ड चैंपियन की गेम है एंड ही इज द वन विनिंग राइट नाउ अरविंद के दिमाग में क्या चल रहा है आई एम जस्ट वंडरिंग लाइक he had that win but suddenly he's under pressure again can he use the last game as confidence Sarva, if you had to take a guess Maggie bet one right now which result do you bet on
Gukesh winning by, I think.
yeah
I don't know. I
it's
feel he
difficult
has a golden chance, especially out of the opening. Like great, a clear advantage. I think he wins today. Also, कल भी बढ़िया game जीता, I think, Gukesh overall. So his confidence would be great. And he'll be back to
Who wants
2750, yeah? I think. More or
Yeah,
less.
yeah,
I'll
yeah.
be
He'll be back to 2753 or 4,
5-3, yeah.
275, yeah, something like that. So world number 9, which is not bad. I mean, you're at least back in the world top 10, and one more game, you back to the world top 5. It doesn't take long. Bichara, I mean, what's his fault? Nahi hai, bhai. Matlab, like, it's just been a tough tournament. Yeah, Arvind ka last major event was the World Cup where it did not go well. And usse pehle it was the Uzbekistan Chess Cup in June. So he's not played as much as far as I know. Maybe I'm not
Hmm.
aware completely, but then Uzbekistan chess did not go well at all. He lost 3 games, I think, in 4 or 5 rounds, and he couldn't really stop the bleeding. World Cup didn't go well, and this also has not gone well. So first half was like a dream, and second half was like a nightmare for Arvind in 2025.
Hmm. Bishop a6 in this position would not be very good because black can just go rook a6 and then you have to take rook d7. I think I can also just go queen d7, queen a6 ke baad just check, and okay, this is an absolute opposite colored bishop endgame after takes and no side can play for a win here. So that would be simplifying in Arvind's benefit. So don't take the pawn here. That's a straight equality. Remember your double bishop advantage. Play to your strengths.
Hmm.
That's the idea. By the way, something like even h4 is looking very, very juicy to me. Just play with with one pawn less. It looks like you have a lot of attack.
I have to agree, Sahaj. I think यहाँ पे बहुत सारी बढ़िया चालें हैं. Wow, that's a task is not easy. Imagine Arvind के लिए सब कुछ consider करना है. Sahaj, look at this. Bishop e4.
Mm-hmm.
Rook a7 is literally the only move because rook b8 पे apparently there is queen d3 and you resign.
Okay, knight f8 गया तो क्या हो रहा है? हाँ, bishop e5,
Knight
bishop
f8,
e5. Yeah.
bishop e5.
And the rook is trapped.
So you have to play rook a7 as the only move after bishop e4. And now rook to d6.
Why this is so hard to defend?
This is just piling on the pressure, piling on the pressure. The bishop on a2 is now stuck. You can't bring it back.
Bishop
So
c4 में क्या हो रहा है?
bishop c4. Maybe queen
Queen
g2.
g4.
Oh no, queen g4 is winning.
Queen g4 is winning.
Wow. Look at this f6, bishop c6.
अरे, oof.
भाई साहब बिशप अटैक नाइट अटैक खत्म e6 अटैक खत्म खत्म भाई भाई दिस इज लाइक बॉर्डर लाइन लाइक इतनी सारी पॉसिबिलिटीज हाउ डू यू इवन कैलकुलेट लाइक यू टू अंडरस्टैंड लाइक क्वीन h5 क्वीन कितना मुश्किल है यार अरविंद के लिए समझना.
So like practically perhaps even though queen c2 is the best move on paper, practically I like bishop e4 more. I feel like black की गलती करने का chance after rook d6 is very high.
Yeah, and after like rook d6 rook I feel rook c7 I think is the best move now. And now you have to play something like queen d2, trapping the knight. The knight cannot move because the queen will be lost. And look at this. Black's best move is now king f8, allowing bishop h7 or h4, whatever.
Hmm.
So this is either way, like this is extremely tricky and practically Sahaj. Arvind has an hour on the clock. If he had like 20 minutes, like you would 100% lose this. So the only chance he has to think for like 15 minutes on every move and hope that he doesn't collapse. It's not easy.
But I think also maybe Gukesh भी ये सब consider कर रहा है, and that's why I think he hasn't played a move because he sees all of these wonderful options. There's queen c2, queen h5, bishop e4. H4 also looks very, very tempting to me. Just piling on the pressure. And I think he's also thinking, like, इतनी अच्छी चाल है, कौन सी best है, you know? Maybe we
Yeah.
can also see a time pressure from Gukesh here as well because he's not sure where to go.
Yeah, can read even Tata Steel. Not this one though. Maybe some other one. And कई लोग कह रहे हैं Arjun has
नहीं
made a mistake.
नहीं भाई,
नहीं
उसकी
नहीं नहीं
चाल
नहीं
है
नहीं.
अभी.
हाँ, कोई मिस्टेक नहीं है. तुम डराते हो चैट यार. तुम क्या रे मतलब तुम हॉन्टेड हाउस है नहीं, भूत तुमने बना दिया है. बताओ यार कैसे कैसे
लेकिन
चलेगा यार.
तीन अलग लोगों ने कैसे लिखा भाई अर्जुन मिस्टेक? आई एम जस्ट
अरे वो
क्यूरियस.
कॉपी पेस्ट करते हैं सब आई थिंक.
अच्छा, एक
टेस्ट
ने
करना
देखा
पड़ेगा
तो
आई
भाई
थिंक.
लेट्स जस्ट स्पैम या.
देखते हैं देखते हैं देखते हैं क्या इज इट अ स्ट्रैटेजी और नॉट. देखते हैं भाई.
तो चैट ही बंद हो जाएगी भाई.
नहीं आई थिंक 2-3 लोग कॉपी पेस्ट तो करेंगे.
अपने ऑल्ट अकाउंट से आ रहे हो आप?
और क्या भाई रियल ही है. साहिल टिकुए लिखा हुआ है भाई उसपे. Who is stronger Magnus? अरे ये क्या है भाई. Is C2 hard to find? It is. Queen C2 is hard to find for sure. It's not easy.
भाई वो ऑलरेडी शुरू हो गया. अर्जुन नॉट 2750 लेवल येट भाई. हाँ, बिकॉज इज 2770. दैट्स व्हाई. उसने कोई मिस्टेक नहीं करी है भाई अपने गेम में.
True. Yo, Shivam bhai, let's go. अर्जुन ब्रिलियंस ही. अर्जुन ने चला ही नहीं है भाई.
उसी पोजीशन पे है ना यार वो चार्ट, तो मतलब आई थिंक वी ऑलरेडी टेकन अ लुक एट दैट पोजीशन. आई थिंक इट्स मोर क्रिटिकल फॉर गुकेश बिकॉज ही हैज सो मेनी ऑप्शंस हियर एंड वी आर नॉट श्योर व्हाट ही इज गोना गो फॉर.
मुकेश डमराजू वर्ल्ड चैंपियन हमारे. कम ऑन लेट्स गो. हु इज स्ट्रॉन्गर, मैग्नस बेबी और साहिल टिकू यार? Currently, and maybe 5 years from now, the answer might be different. Not 5 years, maybe 10 years from now, it will be different. But abhi ke liye, I'm gonna say Magnus Baby.
अर्जुन ब्लेंडर भाई, एक बार अर्जुन की गेम पे चले जाते हैं बिकॉज चार्ट इज आस्किंग एज इज थिंकिंग. ज्यादा टाइम सोचेगा नहीं यहाँ पे वो. लेट्स जस्ट गो
Oh, Nodirbek has drawn, by the way. So we have the leader on
ऑलरेडी.
7 points. तो गुकेश को पता क्या करना है उसको, यार जीतना है बस.
एक 7 पे एक 6.5 पे, तो मतलब अभी अगर जीत गए तो 6 पॉइंट पे यू आर क्लोज या यू आर क्लोजिंग इन.
Yeah, you're closing in.
नॉर्दरबैक को है कौन अब? ही इज प्लेइंग अर्जुन इन द लास्ट राउंड भाई, यू नेवर नो.
I'm telling you भाई, अगर गुकेश ये वाला जीत गया ना, तो थोड़ा बहुत तो कम बैक होने लगा फिर.
करेक्ट भाई, करेक्ट. तो अर्जुन के गेम पे जाते हैं एज इज थिंकिंग.
वो याद है लाइक वो गाना था एक, वो नोदिबेक गाएगा, मैं ठहरा रहा गुकेश चलने लगा. लाइक नाइस सॉन्ग. सुना नहीं है आपने साथ में गाना आपने?
जस्ट वेटिंग, मेरा इंटरनेट कब जाएगा भाई.
वेरी फेमस सॉन्ग यार. क्या साजा भाई, सुना ही नहीं है,
वेरी
शाहरुख खान के
फेमस.
गाने नहीं सुनते?
भाई सहज ब्लंडर क्यों लिख रहे हो भाई? तो साहिल भाई को ब्लंडर वो गा रहे थे भाई.
भाई फेमस गाना है भाई, फेमस 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 दिखाओ. By the way, the 1 point Mukesh lifted Nodrek is still maintaining one position by point. I mean ठीक है, I mean gift तो यार ऐसे फिर बहुत देते हैं हम, हमें तो इंडियंस को आदत है दिवाली वाली पे, but ठीक है, it was a blunder, it happened. I think we should move on.
या गुकेश हैज फॉर श्योर सो. बट राइट नाउ इट्स अ टफ सिचुएशन फॉर अर्जुन भाई. 8 मिनट का डिफरेंस, सिंडारोव बोर्ड पे ही नहीं है. And Arjun is a pawn up, but he's about to lose this pawn on e5. But he can say, okay, I don't want to lose this pawn right now. How can I save it? Apparently, there is no way. Yeah, if he goes queen c2, perhaps can I go knight e5 here? Apparently not. Why can't I go
Mm,
knight e5 here? Okay, you can
you
technically. It's
can.
still equal. You can. भाई थोड़ा रिस्क है यहाँ पे अर्जुन को फॉर श्योर. यहाँ पे रिजल्ट प्रेडिक्ट करो ना साहिल भाई. व्हाट डू यू थिंक?
I think draw. I think time है बहुत अर्जुन के पास. So I think it will be a draw मेरे ख्याल से. I don't think Arjun
चैट,
will
वुड यू
blunder
एग्री
here.
यहाँ पे ड्रॉ?
Like I can bet Maggie. Like I mean, if you are in.
आई एम टेम्पटेड बट नहीं भाई, अर्जुन ड्रॉ करेगा लग रहा है मुझे.
Shit happens as Gukesh said exactly. मैग्नस ने भी बहुत चीजें कही थी एक्चुअली. जब वो किसी को याद होना हो, जब टाटा स्टील 2025 में या 24 में, 25 में आई थिंक, जब मैग्नस नहीं आए थे खेलने के लिए, तो उन्होंने
हम्म.
एक स्टेटमेंट दिया था बाकी सारे प्लेयर्स के लिए, किसी को याद होगा.
क्या स्टेटमेंट था?
कुछ फनी था, कुछ क्रेजी था. ही हैड सेंट वीडियो. याद है किसी को? एग्जैक्ट शब्द मुझे याद नहीं. आई डोंट वांट टू मिसकोट मैग्नस. तो किसी को याद होगा तो बता देगा वो.
भाई ये क्या सुन रहा हूं मैं? क्या पढ़ रहा हूं मैं चैट में? क्या हो रहा है भाई? ओ बाय द वे, आई थिंक
यस.
विंसेंट ने कुछ इनएक्यूरेसी करी है. प्रग इज नो
हाँ.
लॉन्गर वर्स.
Yes, he said, I will be back to beat you or something. Yes, yes, that's what he said.
Yeah, so
But
basically
he didn't
here
come back.
short castle
Hmm.
was the best move. And he goes bishop f5. I think his plan is to take on d3 and white को ये कितने सारे double pawns देना चाहता है वो. But supposedly
Hmm.
it wasn't the best move. Like knight b5 is
Hmm.
looking quite interesting. Bhai, look at this. Knight b5, king d7, knight takes d6, king takes d6, knight takes e5.
साथ में अच्छा है, मैं चेकर्स का प्लेयर हूँ एक्चुअली.
Bhai,
Seems
look
nice.
at this. King e5 is a blunder, yeah? Bishop f4, king d4, rook a c1, and ये pawn की mate होगी भाई. That's a checkmate. That's so beautiful.
Wow. So then, well, you don't take on e5, क्या?
Yeah, you don't take on e5. You have to go like rook e8 apparently, and knight f7 check. You go king somewhere d7 and knight g5, and you just play this normally. Or not knight g5, maybe bishop d4. But rook e3 आ रहा था उसमें.
Yeah, I love
That's
checkers,
the
भाई.
best
ये तो
option for Pragg.
okay, that's not going to happen. Yeah, I mean, there's no way he plays knight f takes on d6. Like he'll not even consider this. So
I don't know.
you
It
see
looks
knight b5,
interesting.
king d7, you stop.
But knight b5 के बाद king d7 तो forced ही है ना? How else do you defend this pawn?
हाँ, king d7, then you stop. Yeah, you don't consider the further
Yeah,
attack.
but maybe Vincent hasn't looked at this, but maybe Pragg can. I don't know. Looks very interesting. पूरा एकदम
भाई दो
डायनामिक
पॉन
बदल
के
रहा है
बदले
इसमें पोजीशन का.
दो पॉन के बदले दो नाइट दे तो डायनामिक तो बदलेगा ही भाई. हद होती है. दो पॉन के बदले ताकि दो नाइट फेंक दिया हमने भाई. डायनामिक तो बदलेगा ही भाई, ऑफ कोर्स.
Correct, 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 correct. By the way, Gukesh having 37 minutes now, bhai. Let's take a quick look there. What's happening? What is he thinking? 22 minutes he has thought so far in this position, and he has 20 more moves to play for 37 minutes.
बाय द वे चैट, यू हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड कि यहाँ पे अरविंद ने एक ट्रैप भी लगाया है. बिकॉज टेक्निकली यू कुड जस्ट टेक ऑन h7, king h7, queen d3, king g8 and just take on d7, but that's just a draw opposite color bishop endgame. So कई लोग खुश हो जाएंगे, चलो भाई bishop h7, but you don't want to do that right now.
Yeah. Because also you're giving up your double bishop advantage and all of that. Maybe actually white can play, yeah. But yeah, but
हाँ,
why
but
would you do that?
that's yeah.
Yeah,
भाई लोग
bishop
हर्षित
8.
भाई कहाँ है? I have no idea actually हर्षित भाई कहाँ है. I think US में होंगे अभी साज भाई.
हाँ, वो पोर्टलैंड में अभी. He's chilling.
पोर्टलैंड कहाँ पे साज भाई?
US में.
US कहाँ है साज भाई?
नॉर्थ अमेरिका में.
नॉर्थ अमेरिका कहाँ है?
साउथ अमेरिका के बाजू में.
साउथ अमेरिका कहाँ है? साज भाई का नेट
नहीं.
चला गया है. अबे बोर्ड ही हटा दिया भाई ने. भाई इतना भी टॉर्चर नहीं करना था यार. भाई चले ही गए. भाई ने बंद ही कर दिया नेट. भाई लाइक मैं रिचार्ज ही नहीं कराऊंगा कल से.
भाई क्रेजी यार, ऐसे मोमेंट पे नहीं जाना चाहिए इंटरनेट.
नेट गया ना, ऑटोमेटिकली गया साज भाई नेट, लाइक मतलब अपने आप ही.
हाँ. साहिल भाई आज ड्रॉइश क्यों? आज अच्छा, मैंने कुछ और
दवा
सुना. मैंने
क्यों नहीं ली?
दवा क्यों नहीं ली? मैंने ड्रॉइश सुना.
लेता हूँ भाई, लेता हूँ यार, टाइम ही नहीं मिल रहा यार. Meanwhile, 35 minutes for Gukesh. Queen c2 is the move I want to see. Like that's the move that feels practically the most deadly because हर move पे threat है.
By another point I want to mention, Arvind has 1 hour on the clock, and कल जब मैच खत्म हुआ था ना, तब भी उसके पास 1 घंटा ही पड़ा था. Maybe it's a strategy for Arvind that to try to play a bit quickly, get your opponent in time pressure, and then
Oh, he plays
overtake
it.
him.
He finds queen c2. Oh wow, भाई गुकेश आ गया अपना वापस भाई. What a move, queen c2. Beauty.
Yeah, borderline
Wow.
winning now. Best move in the position.
भाई
So
जो भी.
again, the idea is to put pressure on
हाँ.
h7 and then have b3 as a threat. You're basically forcing Arvind to play knight f6 here. तो क्योंकि knight f6 के बाद अगर आप b3 खेलते हो तो black can play knight d5, putting pressure on this bishop. If you take, I take it back, and okay, nothing is lost. So knight f6 force हो जाता है, and then you go queen a4 and queen h4, and then suddenly pressure on these 2 points, which is very, very good for Gukesh.
Bhai, this is, I think, by the way, now everything is playing on only moves. And only moves not to get a worse position, only moves not to lose. Knight
Hmm.
f6, ikloti chal, as we saw. Queen a4, bishop d5, ikloti chal. Queen h4 ke baad, Sahaj, what is black's best defense? Because at first glance, it looks like I'm threatening to take on f6, win that pawn, even take on h7. Like, there doesn't seem to be a defense.
I'm thinking something like h6, perhaps.
That seems
h6
to
is
be
bad,
lost,
no?
Sajbhai. Yeah.
Takes on f6, gf6, and queen h6, apparently.
Bhai, this is so hard. Look at this. The
Hmm.
only move here is bishop b3. That is literally the only moves. Second best
Instead
is
of
h6.
h6?
Yeah, second best is h6, third best is h5. So there's clearly nothing crazy going on. Bishop b3 attacking the rook. So now after bishop f6, gf6, at least your rook is hanging. So you can't really take on f6 or h7. Queen h7 is a mistake, by the way. Would now be equal. So rook e1. And now again, you're stuck. Best move is a5. How on earth do you play a5 here?
And if I play f5, what's happening?
f5, e4 resigns.
Rook e3, rook g3. Yeah, this is hard, bhai. This is very difficult to hold for black.
Why this is over, I think. I think this is practically over. I don't see how Arjun survives here. You could have 5 hours on the clock and you will not survive this.
Hmm. Close to it, yes, that's for sure. By the way, if you, instead of knight f6, for example, if you say, okay, b3 ka threat to tha hi aapka, let me go bishop d5 and save my bishop, you can take this pawn. The problem here is that after king h8, I have this rook on d1 is very nicely placed. I can go rook d4 and rook h4, and very soon I'll have mating attack ideas on the king side.
Wow, this is just over, yeah? Again, resigns.
Hmm. Great move, I think, by the world champion.
And a beautiful find. This is the kind of move that Magnus would play, yeah? Like, matlab, just this is a Magnus move. Like, something which doesn't come to mind at first glance, unexpected, has deadly, and his opponent has not seen it. Like, this ends the game. What a move by Queen C2. Flex.
Yeah, agreed. He sensed the right moment and he took his time and yeah, delivered. I think Arjun is going to be in big trouble now. What is the engine defense? +1 ही तो नहीं, वो +1, लेकिन ऐसा है कि आपका किंग बहुत अनसेफ है, तो गलती करने के चांसेस बहुत हाई, +1 से ज्यादा दिख रहा है मुझे एक्चुअली ओवरऑल एडवांटेज.
एंड ऑल्सो देयर इज अ डिफरेंस. क्या वो 4 ब्लैक की मूव से +1 है कि इकलौती? सो व्हाट्स हैपनिंग इज एक ही पतली सी सीक्वेंस ऑफ मूव्स है जहां पे वो +1.3 दिखा रहा है. एवरीथिंग एल्स इज +2.5 +4. सो दैट मींस इतनी हल्की सी गलती खत्म. लाइक वहीं पे यू रिजाइन. सो दैट इज वेरी हार्ड टू प्ले एज ब्लैक विद. अगर 4 मूव में +1 है, यू नो यू आर अ बिट स्टेबल. इट्स वर्स बट इट्स स्टेबल. इट्स नॉट स्टेबल एट ऑल. So I think Arvind के लिए बहुत difficult. In fact, look at this. The second best move in the position यहाँ पे is just b5. Just give up the pawn on h7. Like that's the second best move. So that tells you it's very
उधर भी तो
cutthroat.
सेम ही
Every move
रहेगा ना,
has
रुक
list stats.
d4, रुक h4.
Same. So very hard.
Yeah. So let's see what he goes for. Knight f6 is the move. I'm guessing he is calculating now. Not an easy position for Arvind for sure.
Chat, do not go anywhere because the world champion is having a comeback. He won the last game. He's winning this one as well. I think यही इसका ही इंतजार था हमें. Finally, final rounds of Tata Steel में जाके we are seeing some fire from our Gukesh. And you know what? How he gave that interview, Sahaj bhai. I've not seen the complete interview. I just saw that clip. The fact that he said this, I wanted to teach him a lesson. I feel like it was a joke, of course, but like he's feeling a bit more passionate. Like there's a goal there. I think कहीं ना कहीं पे बड़ा अच्छा ending. There's a good chance Gukesh might just win the remaining of the games. I would not be shocked.
Yeah, because he's feeling confident, yeah. And his next two matches, I
And
mean, one is Hans. Hans भी थोड़ा ambitious तो होगा ही Gukesh against, of course. And then
yeah,
Vincent, I mean, that's I mean, his former second also. So that will be an interesting match as well. I mean, दोनों matches में, I think the opponent is going to be super ambitious. So we could see a result there. Agreed with you. Gukesh could technically
yeah, it's a
win.
joke. It's a joke, but it's very interesting. He made that joke at that interview. So I think मजा आएगा. And of course, let's not forget, Gukesh performs the best when there is a clear goal, something to achieve. Look at the events he wins: Olympiad, candidates, World Championship. ऐसे events जहाँ पे clear goal होता है, classical होता है, and there's only one winner at the end. He does very well. So I think if he's motivated, if he has a goal in mind, तो कुछ भी कर सकता है Gukesh.
Correct, bhai. Yeah. So this is looking fine. By the way, Arjun ke match mein we are seeing some updates. He did end up playing Rook D1 here. And then Sindarov has gotten his pawn back along with the bishop. So it's bishop versus knight ka imbalance. Slightly maybe worse for Arjun, but overall very much holdable. ये उतना dangerous नहीं है because of कोई वो sack bishop h3 वगैरह के sack सब नहीं आ रहे हैं position में. So looking nice. I
Also
think this
Queen E4 आ
is
रहा है at
headed
some
towards a
point.
draw.
Yeah, that's once you defend F2, Queen E4, Knight E4 ideas incoming. I think it looks much more comfortable than it was, and Arjun should draw this. And कोई कह रहा है टिक्कू का कमबैक कब हो गया भाई? वो कमबैक पहले पहले एक बार कुछ करना पड़ता है, फिर कमबैक होता है. पहला वाले हमने कुछ किया नहीं है अभी. So let's see. And Guki versus Nodirbek tiebreaks would be insane. That is still possible, chat. So usually because Nodirbek has started off so well, उसके tiebreaks अच्छे होंगे. So even if the score was tied, he would just win the event. But because Tata Steel में first rank के लिए tiebreak होता ही है, if Nodirbek can't win any of the next two games and goes to 8 and Gukesh were to go to 8, there will be a tiebreak. Doesn't matter कितना पीछे से आप आ रहे हो. That's the good news.
Also, लेकिन नॉदिर्बे का तो ड्रॉ हो गया, राइट? एंड गुकेश इज ओके, वेरी क्लोज टू बीइंग विनिंग. इनका एक ही पॉइंट का फर्क है एंड नॉदिर्बे को अभी भी अर्जुन से खेलना है, वो भी ब्लैक से. So Arjun could, deliver at that final round and we could see a very exciting tiebreak there. बड़ा मजा आएगा वहां पे.
It really depends on who these guys are playing. So Nodirbek, it's totally possible that he might, collapse in the last rounds because the guys he's playing, like for example, he's playing Arjun. If Arjun defeats him, the max he can go is 8, right?
Yeah.
Now you look at the second guy in the ratings, that is Sindarov. Sindarov has to play Arjun, Pragg, and Thai Dai Van. Again, like he loses like somehow, like it's possible he might get stuck at it. Like there is nobody who's like ऐसा होता है ना, विनर से विनर नहीं है राउंड्स, ताकि एक बंदा तो 8 के पार जाएगा ही, ऐसा कुछ अभी एस्टैब्लिश नहीं हुआ है. सो आई थिंक इट्स लाइक कि जो ऊपर वाले और नीचे वालों से खेल रहे हैं इन द फाइनल राउंड. सो इट इज स्टिल पॉसिबल Gukesh catches up if he wins all three.
Correct, bhai. And by the way, Pragg has played that move, knight b5 on the board. Bhai, knight takes d6 incoming.
भाई that will be crazy यार if he plays it. भाई that will be insane. But okay. Oh, bhai, that will be crazy. By the way, he has to play king d7. Anything else and Keymer is much worse.
Correct, bhai. Bhai, just be right back, yeah? 1 minute.
Yeah, and king d7 is the only move now. If you play, like for example, I don't know, what do you play? There is no clear move. Rook d8 खेलोगे तो of course a7 is hanging. That doesn't sound like a great proposition. And rook d8 क्या कर क्या रहा है रुक वहां पे d8 पे? It belongs on c8 और a8. Yeah, at least कोई काम तो कर रहा है. Super interesting यहाँ पे. Vincent Keymer, he must be feeling some pressure भाई. पूरी game dictate कर रहे थे turns and suddenly Pragg is counter attacking, वो भी peace sacrifice के intention से. I mean, when he sacks the piece and if Vincent has not seen it, that will be a very interesting sight to see. Hikaru का न्यू कैंडिडेट्स प्रिपरेशन वाला शॉट देखो. कैंडिडेट्स प्रिपरेशन वाला शॉट कौन सा है? डू यू मीन लाइक सेकंड जब रिवील करता है अपना वो? भाई वो तो हमने ही बनाया है. कम ऑन कम ऑन कम ऑन कम ऑन केमर भाई, चलो चलो, हमें पीस स्टैक देखना है. Super important. By the way, Pragg's form. Let's not forget, candidates are right, chat. Pragg is the only candidate we have in the open section. Imagine if Pragg wins the candidates, we'll be guaranteed of an Indian world champion in 2020. Ooh, Kingston played. Let's go, bhai. Only move for Pragg also now. 96, or he's clearly worse. Rook f1 is possible, but then black is better. He has to take on d6. But how easy is it to sack the piece here? I don't think it's super easy though. अच्छा channel पे, okay, I'll check that out. Bye. You can see a7 is possible, but a7 pawn कितना relevant है? For example, अगर यहाँ पे तुम knight takes a7 मारते भी हो, like e4 आ रहा है, and apparently it's losing for white already because d5 pawn मरेगा next. So आई थिंक वो एस पॉन कोने में इतना इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं है. अगर ब्लैक ने d5 पॉन मार लिया व्हाइट का, आई थिंक इट्स लॉस्ट बिकॉज नाइट हिल के फिर d5 d4 f5 f4 एंड ये सेंट्रल 3 पॉन जो है d e और f, अभी साहब आएंगे तो हाईलाइट करेंगे, तीनों पॉन उठा के वाइट के मजे ले लेंगे. सो आई थिंक यू हैव टू ब्रेक दिस पॉन स्ट्रक्चर, पॉन चेन, एंड दैट्स व्हाई 96 इज सो स्ट्रांग. Are you an employee of Chess.com India? I'm an employee of Chess.com. Yes, bhai. Arjun is losing. Are you kidding me? No, Arjun is not losing. Bhai, Arjun is equal. Don't worry, chat. Don't listen to the rumors. No, no. Katrina Kaif and I are not dating clearly. Don't listen to the rumors, bhai. King D7 played. Knight D6 is the move, bhai. That is the move. Sacking the knight. Gukesh की गेम में कोई मूव आया क्या? I'm just checking. Not yet. Aravindh is still thinking. Tough position for Aravindh there.
Bhai,
Saj bhai played King D7.
moment of truth.
Yeah.
If he doesn't play knight d6, Pragg is really worse here in this position. Yeah, it's -1.
But I'm
So it's
sure
gonna
he has seen
happen.
it. Otherwise, yeah,
Why
I'm
it's
sure
going to
he's seen
happen?
it
I'm
by.
telling you, it's happening. Ek Maggie, this is happening.
I mean, I'm sure it's happening by. He would not go knight d5 otherwise. अगर पहले पूछते it would have been different. But knight में खेल दिया है तो he will take on d6.
So all the people joining in now, there's knight takes. Oh, by the way, played.
Ooh, why is this a brilliancy? It has to be, no?
I'm not
Ooh,
so
what a move!
sure. Not a
Yeah, it's not a
brilliancy, I
brilliancy,
think.
I think. But
It's a
what a
brilliancy
move
for us for
now!
sure. Why?
Uh,
Yeah,
and now,
that was a
chat.
surprise for Vincent for sure. You can
Can we
see.
go full screen? Let's try to look at Vincent's expressions. हमारे expression देखिए क्या मिलेगा. Let's go to Vincent. I really want to see how surprised he is by this move. Like, had he seen this? Yeah, no, he looks shocked. Yeah, he
Yeah, he
like
missed it
raises
for sure.
eyebrows.
Because and the follow-up is chat, king takes d6 pay, you sacrifice the second knight on e5. And if you go king takes e5, that's a blunder. You'll get checkmated. Bishop f4 check, king d4, and king can only escape from this square. So you can play rook a c1, and suddenly rook f d1 is just a checkmate.
भाई
So he
विंसेंट के भी
must
दिन अच्छे
not
नहीं चल
take
रहे
the
भाई.
second knight.
तो आज भाई कैसे पता लगेगा किसका घोड़ा मारना है किसका नहीं मारना है यार. इट्स नॉट इजी.
Why? But it is so exciting that a knight for 3 pawns, yeah. It basically
Oh, look at
full.
him,
I
he's
think
shocked.
Pragg's chances I think increased by a lot now to win.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And not just from the objective valuation, also the shock value. जो विंसेंट को यहाँ पे फील हो रही होगी अभी, if he has not seen this movie, she likely hasn't. Like, wait, what? Is this working? Like, वो जो shock लगता है ना, it suddenly breaks your confidence apart about the position. And then you make a blunder, you make a mistake.
Yeah, it's possible. Why? Like for example, e4 is a blunder in this position, but there's knight b7. Yeah, that's very simple. But yeah, ये तो मारोगे ही आप.
Yeah, and also by the way, bishop d3 is the only other move for black. Like that doesn't lose the game. But you don't take the bishop back. You take on f7 now with the idea of knight takes e5 check. Also knight h8. And now apparently black has to play bishop e4. And of course the game goes on. You take the rook, take the bishop, but white is still better. So the only move for black is taking that knight if he wants a better position, or he's clearly worse.
By better position, आप sure हो?
I mean, the only way to play the game. Yeah, I mean, better is subjective. I think it's still very complicated.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, I'm not really sure कौन better है यहाँ पे, but yeah, एकदम position खुल गई है भाई.
खुल गई है भाई.
मजा आएगा यहाँ पे.
भाई जैसे भाई जिसकी भी कभी किसी को कोल्ड हुआ है ऐसे ठंड में, दिल्ली की या कहीं पे भी, जब वो फाइनली सुबह उठते और जुकाम नहीं होता, जो फीलिंग होती है ना नाक खुलने की, ओह भाई ऐसी ही फीलिंग अभी यहाँ प्रग को फील हो रही है. पोजीशन खुल गई है. वो खराब सा पॉइंट चेंज जो ब्लैक का था सारा रिलीज कर दिया है, एंड नाउ ही इज फीलिंग मच फियर.
मुझे लग रहा है भाई कि ये जो फीलिंग आपने बताई अभी, ये आपके साथ हुआ आज सुबह.
बहुत होता है भाई मेरे साथ. आज तो नहीं हुआ बट 2 दिन पहले हुआ था, और काफी चल रहा है.
Interesting, very interesting.
By the way, Arvind has played. Arvind has played h6. He has played h6. Now it's plus 1.85 for Gukesh.
Oh,
Oof, let's
so
have a look, Saj.
completely
Bishop f6.
winning.
Let's
Yeah.
check on
So
this.
after queen c2, he plays knight f6. Queen f4 played and queen h4 played. Your idea. He plays h6 and now bishop f6. By the way, only move here. Okay, but the logical one.
Let's take on f6. Sorry to interrupt. Take on f6.
Yeah.
Take on the bishop. Chat. कौन सा pawn मारोगे? f6 या h6? Come on. Very important.
Why
Which
we showed
pawn
this
will you
also?
take now? दिखाया था क्या? Oh my bad. Sorry, but okay.
We showed this.
Let's
one.
start chat again. Chat भी भूल गई होगी. Which pawn do you take here? f6 or h6? Come on, chat. Super important decision. देख लो साज भाई. कोई
आ
भी
गए
दे
भाई,
दो,
H6
वाह.
ही बोल रहे हैं सब.
Ah, h6 is very important, chat, because queen f6 पे I think the black queen gets a path back, like queen f8 and queen g7, yeah, whatever. So you have to take on h6 here. Very important. You're taking on
And
mating
black
idea.
plays F5 to avoid any mating ideas. And then apparently queen g5 check, asking the king कि भाई आप h file पे रहोगे या फिर f file पे, कि and apparently h7 is a blunder. h7 पे you're losing immediately because you lose bishop f5, ef5, queen h5 check first, that to control the d1 square, and then you take the bishop on d5.
Hmm.
And
Queen c1, rook d1.
if you go in this position king f8, then you can say okay, ये पूरा block हो गया, let's just push the h pawn up all the way to h4.
But Sahaj, the problem is ऐसी positions, even if they were +1, let's assume this is +1 for white, you would still back white winning. Because practically king जब open होता है, they are so hard to play with this broken structure and so on, no counterplay whatsoever, दुनिया तक, miles तक. So I think +2.15 दिखा रहा है मुझे तो with this finish. So this is already done. This is over, I feel.
Could be, bhai, could be. This could be Gukesh's cleanest game, yeah, so far.
Yeah. And look at this queen d8, for example, in the final position after h4. Queen d8 again,
Yes.
really literally praying for a queen trade. Queen h6 check. Now king e7 कर सकते हो, king g8, but let's say king g8 for now. And now bishop f5 simply.
What?
Yeah. And
What?
look at this. Look at this
EF5?
beautiful idea. Takes. And now if you find this move, chat, I'm gonna $1 million तो नहीं है पास देने के लिए, but I'll give you a shout out by. Come on, chat. Why to play best move? Who can find this?
Yeah, I just saw it, yeah. Very difficult.
It's insane, no?
Very, very creative.
And he has taken on f6. It's rook d3, by the way. Beauty move. Beauty. Idea e4 and rook d3. Wow.
And yeah, you're forced to go into the end game with some queen f8, and then you take the bishop, and okay, rook ending में ये pawn भी मर जाएगा. You're like 2 pawns up. That is winning. Take on f6.
And now h6 pawn marna, very important. And he takes
Taken,
it.
bhai.
Wow. Wow. Gukesh
GG.
Dommaraju with a cruising. He's cruising in this important clash against his fellow countryman Aravindh Chithambaram. It's just been a flawless game. 99.7 accuracy in 25 moves. F5 only move in the position, and now he can just start pushing the H pawn, which has a dual purpose, by the way. Number one, of course, आप H pawn push करने की फिरात में हो, you want to queen it. Second, no back rank issues now. So your
Exactly.
rook is freer to walk up
You
the
cannot
board.
go, for example, takes rook d5 here because queen c1 is just a checkmate.
Hmm. Wow. Not rook d4 because g4 square is covered. So rook g4 check हम नहीं दे सकते. So we need to give a check on the g file. That's why their rook d3 was working. What a beautiful move. I don't think he needs it though. Like there must be other ways to win. इतना crazy करने की जरूरत नहीं है. Yeah, he's crushing Arvind right now. And to be honest, practically look at this position. If okay, so, simple question, Sajway Magnus. Sorry, Sajway in chat. Oh my god, did I call chat Magnus? Anyways, Sajway Magnus is playing this with white. Does Ukesh win? Yes or no?
Magnus is playing this as white.
Black, sorry, black.
Depends if he finds queen g5 h4 or not. अगर उसने एक चांस दे दिया, queen g5 नहीं खेला, तो maybe Magnus can hold in the end game. Queen g5 h4 के बाद I'm taking Gukesh.
Yeah, I think he'll win that against Magnus also. Like their position practically बहुत difficult है. Like even if he were to play queen f4, for example, like I still feel he would win. It's just very hard to play this.
See, the only downside, again मैं मैग्नस के बारे में सोच रहा हूँ कि only downside is कि अगर कुछ end game आ गई जहाँ पे एक study like save है, तो वो मैग्नस निकाल लेगा.
हाँ,
जिस वो
वो
end
है,
game में नहीं
वो है.
जाना
That's
चाहिए
true.
आपको.
I mean, you don't trade queens basically. I think if you trade queens, then I think you can draw. Maybe if you don't trade queens, I think you will still win. Is my guess. But the fact that we can talk about this means कि my position is really winning. Like मतलब Gukesh was chess खेलना है यहाँ पे and he should win this.
Crazy part is कि अरविंद की 97% accuracy and he's still losing.
Yeah. I feel bad for Arvind. Of course, yeah. I mean, I'm very curious actually. I'm going to check because जहाँ तक मुझे idea है, he has not played many tournaments like apart from Uzbekistan Chess and World
Maybe
Cup.
leagues, yeah.
So yeah, exactly that's what I'm checking. Like, how has his rating been? Like, matlab, actually, he has played. So I'm checking one by one, but he's not gained much rating points in any of the months. So this 2025 first half was like a dream, but second half has not gone well. So that started with okay, तो पहले अपना कैमरा तो ऑन कर लो, ये ड्रामे अलग चल रहे
कोलकाता में था ना अरविंद.
हैं.
And also he played in World Rapid and Blitz. Then he played a league match in Germany, then Goa में. Yeah, he's been playing. He's active actually.
He skipped Grand Swiss. Exactly my point. I think he didn't play Grand Swiss for some reason. So I thought he was preparing. But for example, Salve, I'm looking at his record. Like he played some round robin in I think Armenia, which went very well for him. He gained like 8 points. Uh, this was, I think, May 2025. And uske बाद से it's all been downhill. So, for
Yeah, I'm
example,
looking at it now.
next he lost to like a 2300. And then he had that Uzbekistan Chess Masters, scored 2.5 out of 9, lost one, two, three, four games against strong players, but like still 4 games. Then next he played BL Masters, where I think BL went okay for him. It wasn't bad, but then it all went downhill. I think उसके बाद ऐसा मुझे लग रहा है. So
Yeah.
yeah, he played
But
one in
okay.
Poland. Yeah.
By the way, in Pragg's
Uh,
board, the second knight has just been sacked. Right here with knight takes e5. Oh, by the way, knight takes d6 is now brilliancy. At least from what I can see. मतलब अभी board पे क्यों नहीं आ रहा, but
yeah.
notation पे दिख रहा है मुझे. But king
Oh,
d6 and knight
95 played, by
e5.
the way.
Say again.
95 played. Wow.
Yeah, the second knight.
भाई विंसेंट काइमर स्ट्रेस में हो गया. अरे क्या मिस कर दिया मैंने.
Risky तो लग रहा है भाई.
Fuck.
I mean, you were so much better now, and suddenly now you have to calculate all of this mess. Is definitely not comfortable.
Chat, do like the stream. Two Indians playing amazing chess. Of course, Pragg's game is still equal and Gukesh is the only one winning, but do like the stream. Let's get more people in. भाई मजा आ रहा है भाई. चेस देखने में मजा आता है जब इंडिया में अच्छा कर रहे होते हैं. That's the main point. So जल्दी like करो भाई. Let's get more people in. Do subscribe if you're new to the channel because ये साल बहुत ही packed है. Action packed साल है and we're gonna cover every single event there is. So meanwhile,
Arjun.
साथ में एक बार हाँ अर्जुन की गेम में एक रेपुटेशन का चांस है एक्चुअली. This could happen if Sindarov wants it. Apparently, there is some bishop f2 idea followed by repetition.
Oh, knight e2 check. King h2. Not king h1. Give a check again. By repetition नहीं है भाई यहाँ पे.
है ना भाई.
King
Knight
e.
f4, rook g1, knight e2 and rook d1. It's a repetition.
But I can play rook f1, no?
हाँ like both players can choose for it like if they want to. Like there is a repetition.
Interesting. But okay, Sindarov thinks he's better, no? Because he has the
Pah!
bishop, so he will play.
That's true. That's true. Sindarov
But bishop
could
f2 is
just play on,
dirty, bhai.
although it's very dirty, bhai. Very dirty. Meanwhile, भाई गुकेश की गेम पे अगर हम जाएं वापस थोड़ा सा घूम फिरा के तो 24 मिनट है उसके पास एंड ही हैज 15 मूव्स. एनी सिचुएशन वेयर टाइम plays a spoil sport here for Gukesh?
Every situation. Because that's, I think, Erwin's best shot here. I think, personally, if he finds queen g5 and h4, I think that's already... You have to be very lucky to survive this. If he doesn't play queen g5 h4, if he finds something else, then okay, the position then Arvind is more or less back, and then time will play a huge factor there.
Wow. And कोई बंदा बोला g4, why can't we play g4? Why? Surprisingly, even g4 is not like, it's still better for white, but queen f8 आ रहा है actually. And I think उसके बाद
g4.
फिर गेम थोड़ी क्या?
G4 is dirty, bhai. I love it.
So I mean, it has a nice idea. If you take that pawn, then goodbye, because
Hmm.
bishop h7 and there's some sort of mate. But I think queen f8 ke baad it will be equalish.
Hmm. So right now he's thinking almost at the 20-minute mark and 15 more moves to play. I think maybe the last long thing before you are completely better.
Hmm.
Queen g5 check is the move. All other moves give Arvind some chance of coming back into the game. Any other move?
प्रग का फॉर्म डाउन है कह रहे हैं मिस्टर बोरिंग लाइव जी. यार प्रग का देखो फॉर्म तो किसी भी इंडियन का अच्छा नहीं है इस टूर्नामेंट में कंपेयर टू व्हाट वी आर यूज्ड टू, फॉर श्योर. बट आई थिंक फॉर्म आने में एक ही गेम लगती है कई बार. एंड प्रग ने जो अभी मूव खेली है नाइट टेक्स d6 जो भी खेला था अभी, वो तो बैड बढ़िया है भाई. तो इसलिए अभी के लिए ना बोले तो बेटर है. क्या ही खेला, वो तो बढ़िया चल रही, मजा आया देख के.
Of course, bhai. I think Pragg is definitely asking some real questions to Vincent. Vincent must be in like shock right now. But ठीक है, position is still equalish. मतलब dynamic equality, but he's not better or anything. But yeah,
या
so a step in the right direction for Pragg for sure. Also,
उज्बेकिस्तान
Arjun is
फुल फॉर्म
looking
में है.
equalish. By the way, knight e2 check played by Sindarov there. King f1 हुआ board पे. And I'm guessing knight d4 is his plan
हाँ,
to kick the
that's the
queen.
only move by the way. And then queen
Supposedly
g4
of
from Arjun.
supposedly of rook d4 here. Is that true or am I seeing this right? Wait, what?
V-
It's working. Rook d4, bishop d4, g3
No,
is
but
giving a bishop, no?
queen d8, queen d8.
Then knight c6, no? Hey, was that a miss? I see that Arjun didn't play it, but this was working, no? Because ये मर रहा है सीधा.
I think there was some queen c4 and a4 pawn was hanging apparently. Like it's
Okay, but still two knights for a rook, that's an extra piece. You are playing for a win, no? Here.
yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. I don't know why he didn't play it. Like I kind of agree with
I mean,
you. Rook
he
d4
did
was
play knight
interesting.
d4 and then he goes queen g4 just here. He doesn't take on d4. I think that's a miss by Arjun for sure.
Hmm. Hmm. So true. So queen g4 kill दिया, queen exchange के लिए. I think Arjun is in defense mode right now. He's trying to, वो दिख रहा है bishop और queen f2 पे मिल रहे हैं. Let's trade the queen. So very practical play as well. Fair enough. So ये गेम अभी भी ड्रॉ की तरफ जा रही है साज भाई. एंड प्रग गेम भी कोई रिस्पॉन्स नहीं है विंसेंट काइमर के द्वारा. हु हैज 30 मिनट्स टू प्ले 23 मूव्स. थोड़ा सा नर्वस यार रहे होंगे विंसेंट काइमर.
थोड़ा सा क्या?
नर्वस यार रहे होंगे.
ओह अच्छा, अमेजिंग.
आओ क्या सुनाई दिया भाई?
नहीं, मेरे को यही सुनाई दिया. आई जस्ट वांटेड टू
अच्छा,
रीचेक भाई, ये फाहा क्या चल रहा है चैट में.
मुझे क्या पता.
By the way, Van is completely dominating against Hans.
ऐसा क्या?
Look at this position. Hans has just made a huge inaccuracy with h5. Okay, right. First things first, I mean, Van ka time is a huge problem. He has 10 minutes to play 15 moves, no increment. So he has to do some calculation there, but he has a golden chance to take down Hans.
वाह, सही बात है साज भाई. आई मीन भाई वो आज भाई.
नहीं, अभी भी चांस तो है भाई. d4 तो अभी मर रहा है.
हाँ बट बोलते ही ब्लंडर कर दिया भाई. लेट्स गो टू सम अदर
ब्लंडर.
गेम. Oh, Gukesh played queen g5. He played the best move queen g5 and h4 on the board by plus 2.5 for Gukesh now. Completely winning.
Yeah, absolute demolition. Bishop f5 now a real threat because rook d5 ke baad queen c1 check is just a check. I can just move my king. And secondly, you can push this pawn all the way.
Sai, what about Bluebaum? Is he getting too dangerous? Bhai, he is dangerous. There is no doubt. Um, I mean, I thought he's okay, but then Levy tweeted कि Bluebaum जीतने वाला है. I was like, oh damn, अब तो जीतेगा भाई. So
Bluebaum also taking a, I think उसका मैच अभी ड्रॉ होगा यहाँ पे फटाफट. बट फेडोसिफ का बड़ा क्रेजी सा अटैक है. So yeah, but looking equalish.
Hmm. भाई crucial moment है. I think of Vince. उसके Aravindh की game में you can see he's holding his head. He knows it's lost. And Queen D8. Saj, what do you play practically? Because Bishop F5 is incoming, right? Now your king is not stuck on the back rank. So Queen D8 feels like the only move to kind of hopefully trade queens, because if you trade queens, it's still most likely a draw. But that's hopeful chess at the end. You would know it is over. Objectively, you would understand कि भाई ये game तो गई.
I wouldn't consider queen d8 simply because I can take on d8 and I can take on a6, and optically I'm just a pawn up, right? Like
But
as
I mean,
black, I
that's the
wouldn't
hope
allow
you have,
this.
no? वरना तो it's even worse.
I mean, I would if I had an option to save this bishop, maybe I can play queen b7. I don't know, to not allow you to play bishop f5. Queen d8 just feels like अगर
Hmm.
free का pawn मर रहा है, then that's not a good sign.
Queen B7 वही है ना, H5. I continue on my plan of a new queen, Saj bhai, just before Valentine's Day.
And bishop g2 भी नहीं मर रहा है, कुछ भी नहीं है. H7. This is just over.
भाई बेस्ट मूव F6 बता रहा है.
अरे 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 भाई. Yeah. Yeah, I think Arjun is basically lost now. Best move, yeah, you're right. Queen d8 is the move. And queen d8 ke baad, I just thought this takes and takes, which looks very unattractive.
Yeah.
But apparently that's not winning for Gukesh anymore. You shouldn't take this and you shouldn't go for the pawn. Don't be greedy. यहाँ पे queen h6 check हमने देखा था कुछ टाइम पहले. King g8 and just
अच्छा वही
takes
था
and
ना
rook
ये,
d3.
rook D3.
Yeah.
Oh, that was such a beautiful idea actually. That would be
Hmm.
a nice final move also of the game, to be honest. Like rook D3 would be beautiful.
But वो खेलेगा ना यहाँ पे भी, तो रिजाइन क्यों करेगा? रुक एंडिंग में तो फिर भी चांस है. But let's see. Let's see what he goes for after h4. For now, critical moment. And I believe Vincent has made a move, and it was not the best move in the position against Pragg. He should have gone rook e8, but he went rook
Oh,
f8 to save his pawn.
it's a repetition, Saj, now.
Knight c4, knight d5, kya?
Yeah, it's some sort of repetition, I think.
King d7 is knight d5 check. Knight d5 check by king d8 is possible. Okay, not a repetition yet.
But it's a possibility at least.
Hmm.
We could, like, this technically, if results were to go in a certain way, could be the shortest day. So you could have a draw here, repetition. You could have a draw in the Arjun game by repetition, and you could have a result in the Gukesh game. Like, this could be the shortest day or the longest day. I'm still not sure which one it is.
Gukesh, I agree with you. Pragg, I don't know if Pragg will agree for a draw because he just sacrificed a whole piece and he wants to play for a win. He just played bishop d4, I think. Yeah, on the board. And this is the
That
repetition. Yeah, if black goes rook e8 in this position, only move, by the way, then knight c4 check. You move the king, and knight e5 check is a draw.
and you wouldn't, like, you just played rook f8. You will not play rook e8 now, right? Rook f8 तो
Rook
खेलोगे नहीं.
e8 तो possible है ना भाई.
हाँ, rook e8 is the only one. That's a draw then. That's a draw.
I mean, Pragg can
So
still play f4, भाई. भाई f4 के
f4.
बाद only move is bishop h8 for black. Like that's not simple.
Yeah, not easy for sure. And if bishop h8 rook g8, both moves are very very difficult. So he could play on actually, and he should play on. I think यहाँ पे it's not easy for black. Vincent
Pragg won't
Keymer
take
is
the draw.
nervous.
Yeah, for
I
sure.
agree. The body language that Vincent has also doesn't exude confidence. So I think Pragg should play on, and he will play on. So no draws just yet. And Arjun position has simplified. We should have one look at it until Arvind and Pragg think.
So knight d4 पे छोड़ा था, queen g4. Remember, rook d4 was a great try there for Arjun. He goes queen e7, takes, and pawn takes. The only downside is you cannot play knight f3. You would love to trade this knight, but you cannot because queen e2 check आ रहा है. So now maybe rook e1 or something, and you try to hold it off. ठीक है, ये equal है. यहाँ पे draw हो सकता है फटाफट.
Also, king g1, is that just... So knight hanging, my bad.
Knight hanging है ना अभी तो.
Yeah.
So rook e1 is the move basically, and then you play knight f3 in the
Hmm.
next move. Okay, that's equal. So
Okay,
Arjun
this
might
could be a
finish
very
quick.
quick draw. Yeah,
Hmm.
this could be a very quick draw actually. So yeah, this could still be the shortest or the longest day. I'm not sure. By the way, Erdogmus has 16 minutes to play 21 moves. So he's in the same
Uh,
situation again.
Bye. And also, the queens are present on the board, so the likelihood of a mistake is pretty high here.
Hmm.
Yeah, his opening, I think, is being tested again and again and again by the top players.
I think you expect him to take more time, but itna nahi. I think this is too
Hmm.
much because he's always gonna left heartbroken in half of the games where it doesn't go his way. So yeah.
So let's see what happens here. Let's switch back to Gukesh, where Arvind is thinking for some time. He has 41 minutes. Look at him. He's actually deep in calculation there. But is it too late?
Hmm. By the way, Arvind looks devastated right now.
Hmm.
Yeah, I mean, you feel for the guy, right? I mean, imagine like like 2025 first half like goes like a dream. You finally feel you're fulfilled all the goals of your life. You're moving in the right direction. It's all moving flawlessly. In fact, it's working better than you expected. And then suddenly, it starts falling apart. And while it's not over, you still are in the top leagues. Like it's gone down drastically, and now you're like struggling for confidence and on and off the board actually. So it hurts
Hmm.
your
Confidence.
yeah.
But at least,
And
I
now,
mean, reaching that
hmm,
stage is amazing. I think if you can do it once, you can do it again. And that's
exactly
enforcement.
the point. Like he deserves to be there, but somehow the last 6 months or so have not really gone his way. I think it's ability to strike back basically is the problem. Reminds me of Nepal during the World Championship match. Yeah, he lost one, he lost multiple. So if
Hmm.
Arvind can develop the ability कि भाई एक game हार गए, okay, maybe not get back with the win, but just get a couple of draws. Look at how Pragg did it. Like, okay, it's not Pragg is also not doing the best in this event, but he's still 1 point ahead because he started with two losses, but then got like one, two, three, four, five draws, yeah, until he
Hmm.
finally won against Arvind himself. So I think um, that ability is very important and is underrated somehow. Just to strike back, not to kind of let the wind take you away, in any direction.
Correct. By and speaking of Prague, let's take a jump at that game as well because Vincent has found the best move, Rook A E8, and Prague basically has a repetition in his hand, which is knight key check, wapas, and the king has to just go back and forth, and that's it.
Yeah, that
But there
would be
is
a
one move
very
f4, which is very very nice.
hmm. I like F4 actually because Bishop H8 निकालना किसी के लिए भी छोटा मोटा काम नहीं है.
Yeah, it
So,
requires some calculation.
on the other hand, also I'm thinking ki, like, does Pragg have something crazy to gain, like by risking it? Like, I'm like, okay, if you get the draw, it's not a bad result. You could just move on because you have to be sure ki F4 ke baad you won't lose. At the end, you're a piece down, right? So, although you have a huge pawn advance moving forward, I get that, but it's not like a game jump you have to win. So I think it's more about practicality. Does he have it? Does he feel he has a winning chance after F4? Let's say black does play bishop h8. What's the problem with what does white play next?
Apparently there's a knight c4 check. You kick the king
King.
somewhere.
Yeah.
c7, I guess. Bishop f3 with the idea of bishop
But
e4
bishop
check.
e4, yeah?
Risky
Bishop
hai,
e4.
yeah, true.
Still tricky, but
Bishop e5, yeah, थोड़ा risky है मतलब. I'm not sure किसके लिए ज़्यादा risky है, but लेकिन risky तो है. King d7 and apparently rook a5 is this like unbelievable move here. Some rook b5 plans. Um, B6 में maybe you
I've
can even sack knight B6.
I went through a 10 move variation where each move for both sides was the only move. So
Hmm.
I would not be shocked if Pragg just takes the draw. I can show it to you. So for example, knight c4 check,
Yeah.
after f4, king c7, bishop f3, bishop e4, bishop e5 check, king d7 only move, king f2 only move, bishop f3 only move, king f3 only move, knight d5 only move, rook f d1 only move, king e6 only move, e4 only
Hmm.
move, knight b6 only move, rook d6 check only move, king e7 only move, and now knight b6 only move, bishop e5 only move, rook d7 only move. I mean, if these are only moves in one of the variations, I think draw sounds good.
Yeah. Correct. But okay, I think still, if you sacrifice two pieces back to back, you're not thinking about a draw for sure.
True. That's
Another
true.
move that is very interesting here is knight c6.
Arre
The
baba.
idea is if you take here, I take there. I understand computer doesn't like this, but it looks amazing. Very creative.
Wow.
And
Knight
some,
c6. Another
yeah,
one. But I think
that's
apparently
another.
objectively two moves are best. I think one is knight c4 draw with a check, and one is f4. I think these two gave Pragg one is a draw and one is playing the game and continuing it. So let's see which one he chooses. No moves by the way, Arvind has just played bishop b3, by the way. He's just played that move, and now there's a blue arrow on the Gukesh board. And look at that move, Sahaj bhai. Look
I
at
don't
that move.
understand, but why is it when? Oh, he doesn't
Wait,
play.
what? He just blundered. Gukesh blundered. Oh my god. Wait, what?
भाई कहाँ से ब्लंडर है ये मूव?
I mean, it's not, bishop is winning apparently there.
भाई बेटर तो अभी भी है ना वो.
हाँ ये तो है. Rook a1 and now a5, yeah, would be very natural, I think.
Yeah, I mean I'm still trying to wrap my head around why bishop a6 was winning. So queen a6 के बाद क्या हो रहा है? Rook d7. Okay, some study like win, yeah. Okay, this is simple though.
Tough.
This is simple.
But yeah, I
Rook
think
d7 ढूंढना मुश्किल था शायद.
uh, but Rook a1 also looks nice. Basically, he's just buying time, yeah, for pushing the h pawn again. Um, Puts pressure, ties down the rook and then queen again to defending that a6 pawn.
He's inviting him to play a5. क्योंकि b5 में your pawns are on the light square. That's not ideal. So he's
Yeah,
inviting a5 and now something, yeah, some h5. h5 is maybe not good because you have queen d8 still. ये queen d8 के थ्रेट
yeah.
से निकलना है क्योंकि इसमें बिशप अटैक हो रहा है इसलिए बिशप को हटाओ यहाँ से b5 or f1. Apparently bishop f1 is very strong here for some reason.
Bishop f1. Okay, tough though. Tough choice.
There were 19 minutes हैं उसके पास. Maybe that's also why he played so quickly.
Yeah, that's definitely one of the reasons, I think. He did not want to calculate all of these variations with less time. By the way, Chad Carey, apparently Anish is completely winning. Erdogmus has blundered just on the last move, and they are absolutely correct. Bishop b5 was needed. He goes bishop a6. And that is apparently game over.
Knight f7 is the move. So if the bishop was on b5 and still I went knight f7, you had bishop e8. You are forcing my knight to move from here. And the difference is कि जैसे आपने ये चेक दिया फॉर एग्जांपल ब्लैक गोस किंग h8 मैं knight f7 चेक वापस नहीं दे सकता क्योंकि मेरा बिशप बैठा है यहाँ पे. This is why bishop a6 is bad because after knight f7 I have this option of going back and forth and this discover attack is very dangerous. Very similar pattern
Yeah.
to what happened with Gukesh as well क्योंकि इस position में like the best move for Anish was to play rook e1. He attacked the rook. You should defend the rook. But I think Anish also sensed that उसका time कम है. He's getting nervous. वो एक वो pressure सा आ रहा है उसके ऊपर. He takes the knight on e5 and he sacrifices an exchange just like Gukesh did. Takes knight f3, bishop f1, knight e5 and इससे वो confused हो गया. And now he's completely winning. So it's the same pattern, yeah.
Yeah, and taken by Anish, who took a time to, put his hand around the pawn, paused, recleared his thoughts and took that pawn, and now he's winning. By the way, Pragg has played f4, and guess what? Vincent played bishop h8 in a second. Sahaj.
Wow.
So now we are reaching some desperate territory for both players. They have to be absolutely correct. One
अब तो draw
mistake
नहीं है
from
ना मेरे
either player.
पास.
अब draw नहीं है भाई. Up draw नहीं है. So now, of course, they can repeat if they think it's a draw, like knight c4, king d7. But why would Vincent come to d6? Like, it doesn't make sense. So I think it's do or die for Pragg now. He's taken that risk. Now he has to prove it.
Yeah, correct. And I'm thinking of rook f c1, just a natural looking move. Apparently you have bishop e4. Only move in the position. मेरा idea था कि मैं rook a6 मार के मैं rook c6 check देना चाहता था. But supposedly it's not working.
Very interesting,
Gives a
Saj bhai. I
check.
think आज की games exciting है भाई.
Yeah, all across, bhai. By the way,
Gukesh,
Arvind has also played a5, so Gukesh is thinking 17 minutes for him.
ये कौन लिखा Gukesh drawing भाई? I don't think so. साजा मैं 2 मिनट में आया.
Yeah, sure.
करके आता हूँ.
So black can either go king c7 or king d7, and king d7 जाओगे तो maybe you can play knight e5 check and you can offer the draw. But king c7 is the move that Vincent can play used to play on in the game. And now bishop f3 to defend the e2 pawn. Black has to find bishop e4 to have the d5 pawn. Yeah, very, very difficult position, I think, for both players. It requires some precision. Dono sides hai. Says that bishop sack was a crazy line in Gukesh's game. Check it out. Bye. Let's take a look. Bishops. Oh, we did see that. We actually did look at that. The bishop f5 variation. The bishop a6 line. Yeah, we did take a look at that. But yeah, Gukesh has, by the way, played queen h6 check. So he's making moves very quickly here. He has 11 more moves to make. By the way, of course, goes without saying, but Gukesh also has a draw here, yeah? Because queen h6 check, if black goes king e7, he can very easily play queen g5 check. Exactly, I think that's what he's doing. Just trying to reach 40 moves. Saki wo aadha ghanta and that 30-second increment comes back. So he does have a repetition here as well. And Arvind has no better moves than to play king f8. If he puts the king on e8, d7, then bishop b5 check would be very dangerous. And king d6, okay, of course, that will be losing in many ways. King is too far. It's too exposed. So technically he can repeat again and then just play something else. I think he's doing this just to make the 40 moves. Arjun is in deep trouble. So right now for him, 16 minutes to play 10 moves, I think is looking pretty good. Let's take a look at Arjun. He's playing against Sindarov once again. And he has just lost a pawn. So we were on this position somewhat. He offered the trade of queens and black says, no, I'm going to take the pawn on a4. Wouldn't really say he's in deep trouble or any trouble whatsoever. I would say this is close to being equal. Very close to being equal. Yeah, sure, you're a pawn down, but this pawn on b2 does a great job of defending both. They are also broken pawns, so the likelihood of losing them is very, very high. Plus, I have this very nice threat of knight takes f7, which allows me to play rook e7 or rook e8 check because the rook will be pinned here. So, काफी सारे ideas यहाँ पे which are dangerous. I think draw is very, very likely. यहाँ पे अभी भी. The position is too simple, bhai. And yeah, so that's the update on Arjun's board. I think draw is very, very likely. Taking a quick look at the others, Gukesh still thinking, Pragg is still thinking as well. Let's take a quick. Oh, by the way, let's go to Van because he supposedly has 17 seconds only. What? He has 17 seconds. Bhai, in this position, c5 he was completely winning. But after rook b5, which he played on 17 seconds, you can see chat, the position is equal. And rook a8 ke baad it's equal. And that's a blunder. No, wait, he just blundered the whole game away, Van, and this gives Hans a golden opportunity to take control in the game with rook d6 and put pressure on the d3 pawn. Remember, chat, you cannot play rook d5 because this rook is guarding the b2 square. So if you play rook d5, I can simply just chop this off and push b2, b1 queen, and I will just be a rook up there. So that was a huge inaccuracy by Van in time pressure. And now if Hans finds rook d6 and after d4, Okay, has he played it? No, he's still thinking. After rook d6, if white plays d4, then another only move here is rook a4. Okay, not easy to see, but regardless possible. And if he finds this, Hans is completely winning. Huge moment, by the way. Can't believe this happened actually. And this just goes to show, yeah, that time is such a big factor, especially when there is no increment on the clock. You can see Erdogmus blundered. You can see Van blundered. I mean, even yesterday Erdogmus blundered as well in time pressure. This is a very nice nuance here. And yeah, I think Hans is thinking. I think maybe he senses the moment because he knows एक pawn b3 पे पड़ा जो promote होने वाला है, एक pawn h3 पे पड़ा है. I don't know if you guys noticed this, but ये pawn knight को ऐसे पकड़ के बैठा हुआ है. तो दोनों जगह he has very advanced pawns, but white does seem to have the center, and these pawns look a bit scary. So it's either winning or it's not. So he's gonna take his time to think. Let's maybe switch to Gukesh. Gukesh has 13 minutes till chat. He's still thinking. He has not made a move since that queen h6, queen g5 check, and now he's thinking how to continue the game, because if he plays something random, let's say h5 to promote, black can simply go queen d8, offer the trade of queens, and the d3 bishop is also under attack. So from what I can see, bishop has to move from d3, and this is not a practical move. Jaise, the bishop, if your bishop was anywhere else, let's say if it was on f1, you would play bishop d3 to activate the bishop. But from bishop d3 to bishop f1 is a very difficult move. But if you think about it, that okay, black ka threat queen d8 ka hai, and the queens, you're going into the end game and all of this stuff, then it kind of makes sense why bishop f1 is working. But not an easy move for Gukesh. Bishop b5, by the way, is the same. Not an easy move whatsoever. Oh, he plays bishop
Why?
e2. That's an inaccuracy, but why?
Why it's already plus 0.7 now. This is getting very close to a draw. Very, very close.
Really? Kyun? Why is it 0.47? Please show me.
So now queen d8,
ठीक है.
offering the trade again.
Check.
Queen h6 check, only move to not draw instantly. Now king g8. And now the only move for white is apparently e4.
Otherwise,
With
queen
the
f8.
idea
Yeah?
of, if you play something like, let's say you play, I don't know what you play, g3, yeah? Then rook
Queen f8.
c8, black is better. So you
Maybe
have
the
to
game is
play.
slipping from Gukesh's hand.
It is. It definitely is. So that rook a1 move was the start of it. Like, you can't imagine rook e1 being the best move, right? It's moving towards the a file, away from the action somehow. So I think that was the start of the. You can see the accuracy drop, right? It's 95.7 now. So I think Gukesh has kind of spoiled it. By the way, I just saw that Hans Niemann is completely winning.
Yeah, we did go through that. He made a blunder on move 40 basically because he had 17 seconds to play the last move. So I showed
Wow.
also how it was winning as well, that rook d6 idea. But Hans is thinking, and I think he's going to take a long time to come up with a move there. But yeah. By the way, Vincent has rejected the draw. Yeah, he plays king c7. He doesn't go king d7. Remember here, king d7, knight d5 check was the move. But now Vincent says no draw anymore, bhai.
Why, of course, he will not agree to a draw. His king has a safe path. For rook e8, 8 pe tha, to king couldn't go to b8, c8 because it would block the rook. Now there's a clear path in the corner. He will safen his king. And now Pragg has to prove how, he can push on here, because it's not easy, as we discussed in some variations.
Bhai, the follow-up for Pragg is insanely difficult. Like, first of all, bishop e5 check is what I think I will think about here as white, because it's a check and the king is getting
Haan.
unsafe and all of those things. But now rook takes e5 is very good for him.
Arre baap re.
And suddenly the advantage slips away completely. And it's Vincent who is dominating now.
Wow.
By the way, in the challenger section, we already have a result. Andy Woodward has defeated Maurizzi with white pieces very quickly. A quick game. Bluebaum का game दिखाओ भाई. Definitely, let's go to Bluebaum's game. By the way, Yagiz has just blundered and another game against sorry, another move against Anish, so he's completely winning. Taking a quick look at Fedoseev Bluebaum भाई ये position है यार. I don't know like how exciting this is. For sure, this is looking equalish. White has an extra pawn on d4. You saw this end game by the way, जहाँ पे सिर्फ
Yeah.
रुक्स थे और बिशप और सिर्फ रुक्स थे और कोई पीस नहीं था, जहाँ पे नॉदरबेक डिफीटेड Pragg, I think it
Hmm.
was.
Hmm.
So yeah, this is the position. But with the bishop, opposite colored bishops, this should be like easy to hold. Although Fedoseev will play for a bit, but let's see.
Just don't play like bishop f6, g6 maybe. I don't know. That could be a bit at some point. Yeah,
Bishop f6
like
पे
at
bishop g6 ना भाई, वो g6 भी नहीं
ha
खेलूंगा मैं.
ha ha. Even if the rook is not on b6, just proc it with the bishop, and it should be a comfortable draw.
Yeah.
Um,
By the
yeah,
way,
Pragg is
Pragg has
now.
played bishop e5. Mistake. I was telling
Ooh,
you, bhai, this looks logical. And now rook e5 is very good for Vincent.
wow, Sahaj bhai, ये तो lol हो गया यार. Like now it's like you should have taken the draw.
हाँ भाई, 100% he should have.
Chad, this is
Golden
why like
opportunity.
it's very hard somehow. Like imagine like sacking two pieces. Now you have to suddenly take the draw. It's not easy. Chess is very hard. Oh, he doesn't take it. Wow.
And he's back again if he goes bishop f3 here.
Or rook a5 also. Both moves are
बाप रे.
kind of decent.
Knight d6 नहीं आ रहा क्या?
वर्ल्ड चैंपियन कान क्या कुछ पड़ा, मैंने पता नहीं कहाँ चला गया वो. It's clearly written. What written? Oh, by the way,
Blunder.
what a blunder by Pragg.
भाई मैं यही बोल रहा
Yeah.
था अभी, knight d6 नहीं आ रहा क्या इधर? And apparently the move is knight g4, and I saw it from the blue arrow, and once knight g4 is played, why is this winning? So if I go knight e8, knight e5, fe5, bishop e5, and now the point is ये knight तो मर ही रहा है, उसके साथ साथ bishop d4 check भी है मेरे पास. And the king has nowhere to go.
Wow.
Bhai, this is gone.
Wow.
If he finds knight
This is
g4,
over.
it's over for Pragg.
Wow. साज भाई,
फिर तो
एक दुख का
जल्दी
है,
खत्म
खत्म
हो
नहीं
गया भाई,
होता.
आप सही कह रहे थे भाई, आज जल्दी होगा खत्म.
भाई मुझे लग रहा था आज कि अर्जुन का भी बहुत क्लोज टू अ ड्रॉ है. एंड दिस गेम इज, आई मीन, आई डोंट थिंक इट विल एंड क्विकली, लाइक ही विल नॉट रिजाइन, बट this is just sad. By the way, knight g4, brilliancy played by Vincent very quickly. And let's go full screen. I think we're going to see some expressions from Pragg as he realizes that he has just blundered the game away very, very likely. And look at Vincent with that, little stare at Pragg. And this is all but over, I think.
Yeah, I think he missed knight g4 for sure. Two bad moves back to back, and oof, this is gonna be painful.
Yeah, he should have taken the draw.
Yeah, he should have. And now it's too late. You have to go knight takes e8. अगर आप रुक नहीं मारते तो सेम पोजीशन आ रही है विद knight takes e8. ये बिशप तो मर ही रहा है. बिशप h8 में क्या हो रहा है बाय द वे? Just king d6 क्या? Is that the problem? हाँ, king d6, yeah, simple. And rook e2. अच्छा, तो basically it's gone भाई. Knight g4 was beautiful by Vincent.
Wow.
We don't want this performance in candidates. हाँ भाई, Vincent candidates नहीं खेल रहा है. चिंता मत करो. Is Leko still Vincent's coach? Last I heard, yes, but I'm not sure. Last I heard, yes. It was fairly quite recent. Hans blunder? Nahi bhai. Hans actually has played the best move, and he's completely more or less winning. Yeah, now.
Yeah, and chat, Pragg के तो chances बहुत कम लग रहे हैं मुझे. So, by the way, Arjun just blundered. Are you kidding me? Arjun just blundered. And queen c7 is the best move, giving black a +1 edge.
तो रुक e4 खेलना था यहाँ पे. And rook d1 is an big inaccuracy. Time pressure maybe? Not sure. So he's a pawn down basically, yeah?
भाई ये साथ में कैसे सब ब्लंडर करने लग गया यार ये कैसे हो रहा है I
He's
don't think
going
he's
for the
playing
queen.
queen c7 though. Is he
Why
playing queen
he
c7?
is?
Doesn't
He is
look like
playing queen c7, yeah.
is kya?
Yeah, and by the way, best move here for Arjun is to go rook e1 back.
अरे बाप रे भाई
अभी
ये तो I
e1
think
से
he'll
ही
play knight
d1 आया था
c4.
ये.
He'll play knight c4. You know he'll play knight c4. Yeah, you just know. He just to avoid any rook d8, rook e8 ideas. At some point he'll play knight c4, and that's just -1.5. It's just lost.
40
Yagiz
सालों
is
से कॉन्ग्रेस
crying.
लॉस नहीं होनी चाहिए.
Why I am crying also now. By the way, chat, lots of results coming in. Arjun is worse. Arjun is losing. Pragg is losing. Thai Dai Van is losing. Yagiz is losing. By the way, Yagiz is completely gone now. If you can have one 30-second look there, it feels like Anish has just taken over, yeah?
Oh yes, he's played bishop e6 last move to have rook d7 क्योंकि knight तो ये बिशप को ये किंग को चेक दे रहा है तो किंग g7 कभी आप खेलते हो तो rook d7 में again there is a discovered check and yeah he can just resign here. बढ़िया गेम था I
Can't
think
believe it, bye.
मनीष.
क्या ही चल रहा है भाई Yeah, Yagiz looks devastated, but the game is. Yeah, by the way, Arjun did play rook e1 though.
Okay,
So
that's good.
maybe slight hope that he realized his mistake.
So before this was the position he plays queen a5 and then queen a4 से a5 गई rook d1 पे
Yeah.
queen c7 rook e1 he has this is a soft draw offer right there. अगर आप queen a5 वापस आते तो draw है but of course वो pawn up है तो वो क्यों draw करेगा यहाँ पे.
Yeah, true. There is no way he does
Hi,
that.
look at this. Rook d8, knight g6.
Oh, bhai,
So
what
nice,
was
no?
that? What was that? Bhai, he's playing rook d8.
Check and rook e8 check में draw
Bhai,
है
he's
भाई.
playing rook d8.
Ah, yes.
But is that working for white? या क्या scene है? Bhai, rook d8 is the best move actually. I just checked.
Yeah.
Lols.
इतने लोग गुकेश मिस्टेक लिख रहे हैं भाई. लेट्स गो देयर. भाई गुकेश का ने बिशप e2 के बाद क्या हुआ? हाउ इज दिस अ मिस्टेक भाई? इट्स स्टिल अरविंद्स मूव भाई. इतने सारे लोग भाई हमने देखा बिशप e2 वाज अ मिस्टेक. Says by today was supposed to be good for Indians, no? हाँ भाई. That was the hope, but I think for Gukesh it can still be a good game, but it somehow feels like it's slipping away from him.
Yeah, but this is when Magnus is 100% drawing, yeah? Like
Yeah.
this is what we talked about. कि Magnus को एक मौका दे दोगे सूने का, he's back. So this is where Magnus would have completely drawn this game now.
Mm, 20 minutes for Arvind, 9 moves to make. By the way, Yagiz ने वो rook sack कर दिया तो he's just a pawn down, completely lost. Yagiz will probably be the first one to finish, I think.
Okay, देखते हैं क्या होगा. Meanwhile, no moves in the Arjun game, I think. Ooh, knight g4. अच्छा वो तो देख लिया था हमने. Okay.
Knight g6,
Yeah,
yeah.
nothing crazy.
विंसेंट पे ही चलते हैं वहां पे। आई थिंक प्रग के लिए थोड़ा टेंस सिचुएशन है वो आफ्टर नाइट G4. We still not we're still not sure how this will unfold. I think Pragg maybe realizes that it's not looking as good. um, आप 98 मार सकते हो और उसमें लेकिन बिशप मर जाएगा E5 का एंड द डार्क स्क्वायर्स, दैट्स द प्रॉब्लम. और तो कोई चाल है नहीं यहाँ पे. प्रग आई थिंक इज ऑब्जेक्टिवली लॉस्ट राइट नाउ. बाकी आई थिंक स्टिल अर्जुन कैन होल्ड. अर्जुन अभी भी ठीक है. एक पॉइंट डाउन है एंड गेम में, मतलब विद करेक्ट प्ले मतलब वो बचा सकता है फॉर श्योर. बट प्रग आई थिंक इज ऑब्जेक्टिवली लॉस्ट, दैट इज फॉर श्योर.
Yeah, I think that's true. But playing against Sindarov, pawn up, if Arjun had the same position as Black, we would definitely back him to really create a lot of winning chances. अर्जुन विनिंग लोग मजे ले रहे हैं हमारे. बताओ यार, कुछ कुछ भी कॉपी पेस्ट करते हो यार तुम लोग, कुछ भी.
बाय द वे उसने खेल दिया सिंडारोव ने रुक D8 एंड वी कुड सी ओ ही डिडंट प्ले इट. या ही प्लेस क्वीन C4 इंस्टेंटली. यहाँ पे था वो नाइट G6 बढ़िया चाल टू सैक द
चलो
होल
कॉपी
क्वीन
पेस्ट
एंड
अब.
देन रुक E8 चेक में रेपुटेशन था आपके पास. बट ओके क्वीन C4
नाइस.
क्या ही करें अब.
Yeah, keeps pressure on F7. Very logical. And if you play rook e8 now, then you have to push the F pawn. That doesn't really inspire confidence, to be honest. वी नो नहीं भाई, कॉपी पेस्ट करो ना अब. पसंद है तुम्हें? Oh, by the way, in the Prague game, knight takes b7. Best move played by Prague. But now knight takes e5. Best move played by Keymer also. So it's completely lost.
अभी दो पीसेस. so बिशप E5 तो मरेगा
By
अभी.
the way, blunder by
Yes.
Arvind, who has, instead of queen d8, played bishop d5, and now Gukesh is again winning. He has a couple of ideas for his queen h6 check, but वो repeat करके उसको वही idea find करना है. Chat, can you find the move for white? What is the best move for white in this position? Come on, chat. It's a very beautiful idea.
He gives a check.
Amazing.
हाँ
और
उसको 40 साले करनी है भाई आई थिंक.
हाँ, this is an amazing idea actually for Gukesh here. Rook a4 no. F3 बिल्कुल भी नहीं.
F3
Basically,
सारे प्लान्स को रोक रहा है जो फ्यूचर का प्लान है उसको रोक भी देगा.
so you can play this nice move e4, and it opens the support of the c1 square, and the rook can then come to c1 and attack the queen. So rook comes in with tempo. ये e pawn relevant नहीं है गेम में, जल्दी से pieces लाने हैं. So e4 would be a winning move for Gukesh. He repeats moves once, and now e4 he has to go for.
So takes rook C1, queen आया D8 पे, check. You cannot play king G8 क्योंकि अब rook C3 rook G3 का प्लान है मेरा. That's why I played E4. King E7 पे just simply H5. I'm not sure
हाँ,
if he plays all this भाई क्योंकि before he didn't. I feel like
yeah,
he
it's
didn't
yeah, I
see that.
agree.
Yeah. Feel
Yeah,
like हाथ से निकल रहा है game ये अभी भी somehow.
but okay, maybe he might see it now. Maybe he sensed कि I let the advantage go, and maybe he's a bit more cautious, yeah, about the advantage now.
Hmm. But is it winning for him objectively after E4?
Yes, it seems to be plus 2.3, 2.2, something like that. Oh,
अरे
Pragg has blundered again. Okay, not exactly a blunder. I don't see it as a blunder actually.
भाई
It's just a
आप तो
consequence
सबको ही
of.
ब्लंडर कह देते हो भाई.
हाँ, नहीं नहीं,
वो
blunder नहीं
कुछ
है. It's
भी
just a consequence of.
कंप्यूटर की टॉप चाल ना चले ब्लंडर भाई.
भाई हमारे प्रोड्यूसर साहब ने मुझे डिस्कस वो डिस्टर्ब किया भाई. He
उन्होंने बोला
convinced me कि
मिस्टेक है,
blunder
उन्होंने नहीं बोला ब्लंडर है.
है.
आप बोल रहे हो
तो
ब्लंडर.
मेरी भी गलती है, मैं समय की बात सुन रहा हूँ ब्लंडर के ऊपर. बट ओके, या आई थिंक इट्स जस्ट बैड एनीवेज. या
साहिल भाई प्लीज एक्सप्लेन. बिशप G4 तो बढ़िया चाल है लकी राइट. व्हाई इज नाइट B8 अ ब्लंडर.
नाइट b8
हाँ ब्लंडर क्यों है ये.
क्या ब्लैक के लिए अभी
हाँ
ब्लंडर थोड़ी है भाई.
Exactly.
ये क्या लॉजिक है
Exactly.
भाई?
It's the second best move.
ठीक है भाई, मेरे 5-6 सेंसेस ही है, उस पर भी मजाक उड़ा लो यार, कोई ना सह लेंगे थोड़ा सा.
By the way, knight b4 is a blunder, yeah? That's very surprising. Like, अगर किसी से आप सवाल करो यहाँ पे, should the knight go to b4 or b8? It's so easy to go wrong, no?
Knight b4, d6, yeah?
Yeah,
With
and
knight.
it's equal.
Wait, I don't even know why it's equal actually, but luckily I don't
Welcome
need
to
to
the
find
club,
out.
right? Ah, okay.
Blunder
Maybe like you can
is.
play a6 or something in the other line, and यहाँ पे रुक a4 रहेगा आपके पास, something like that. I don't know. Okay, maybe I'm just uh, not really making
I thought it
sense.
was knight c5 होगा, but I still don't see anything crazy. तो
Hmm. But यहाँ पे इसको बिशप g4 निकालना है. Bishop g4 is the only move, more or less.
भाई हैंस नीमन ने फाइंड ही नहीं किया भाई, वो हैंस नीमन also blundered.
अरे
He
भाई,
went rook a3, rook a4 जाना था उसको, and he also blundered the advantage away. Now it's again equal.
तो यहाँ पे रुक a4
ये
था बने
पॉन
यार.
क्या है भाई? एक सेकेंड, हेलो, ये क्या
हाँ देख.
पॉन है भाई? I am sorry, what? I have never seen anything like this.
भाई ऑल्सो
That's
कितना वियर्ड लग रहा है ना. ऐसा लग रहा है कि पोजीशन में एक रुक सैक हो जाएगा बहुत जल्दी. लाइक यूल प्ले b1, I'll take it, and मेरे ये जो पॉन्स हैं यहाँ पे, they are just monsters. पुश 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 सब कुछ एकदम.
I don't know. Like मतलब it just. It's a crazy position by e5, c5, c. Like objectively, you are kind of feel कि white should win this, unless black has some trick up his sleeve. So what a crazy position actually. Wow, I would love to see the result of this. कि कौन जीतता है.
हांस लेकिन आई थिंक थोड़ा फास्ट खेल रहा है. आई थिंक ही जस्ट वांट्स टू गेट हिम इन टाइम प्रेशर. या एक घंटा अभी भी पड़ा है उसके
Yeah,
पास. He knows this. And
थोड़ा.
maybe they are just trying it out, yeah, because they saw that Van was winning against Arvind, but Arvind kept that 1 hour throughout the whole game. And in the end, Van blundered. So maybe that's the reason why players are just playing a bit quickly against him.
Yeah, true. Definitely. And I think also, like, anyways, him being the lower seed in this tournament, like, people will anyway push against him. So, just another reason to do so. And Gukesh blundered chat carrier, bhai. I don't think so, but we'll check it out. Okay, he did actually. He made an error. He played Queen
मुझे
f6,
लगा
another
मुझे लगा साहिला
mistake.
बोलेंगे अच्छा नहीं नहीं ब्लंडर नहीं है मिस्टेक है. नहीं
Why
नहीं.
it is a blunder actually.
It's
And
not a
now,
blunder,
like,
bhai. Come on.
हाँ
Blunder is
मतलब
so harsh, bhai.
नहीं, but this is technically a blunder, no? It went from
No,
objectively
bhai. Of
winning to
course
now
not.
slightly better.
I mean,
I
you
mean,
still
it's a
have
mistake.
advantage. Like I don't think.
Uh-huh. But it's objectively now only slightly better after Queen d8. But it's the only move in the position,
Hmm.
Queen d8.
Maybe we can see from the blue arrow. I think he just doesn't see that idea of that whole e4 rook c1 जहाँ पे वो h pawn को push कर रहे थे. Okay, it's not simple to
हाँ.
find all of this though. एक बार क्वीन d8 खेल दिया भाई उसने. क्वीन जी फिर से रिपीट कर रहा है वो.
Okay, King e7 is pretty obvious. I don't think he'll go to g8. Uh, okay.
Is it too late now? It's too late now
For what?
to push e4 or to go for the king side attack and
I mean,
all of
Rook
that.
c1 is actually very interesting because apparently Rook c1 ke baad black has only two moves and they are Queen g8 and Queen h8. So at least worth trying out, I think.
Hmm. Queen g8 is
Rook
nice.
c8.
Mate in one threat.
Oh, he plays check again.
या वो बार बार रिपीट कर रहा है भाई.
He wants to reach
I
the
think he's
40th.
stressed about the time for sure.
तब तक advantage खत्म ना हो जाए भाई. That's my only worry.
खत्म तो हो गया भाई अब.
Apparently e4 is still the best move, which is okay.
Not gonna happen.
Yeah, not in a million years.
और एक बार अगर आपने ब्लैक को क्वीन जी8 दे दिया भाई तो उसके बाद देन देयर इज नो क्वीन जी5 चेक.
Yes.
and I do
फिर
have the
बिशप F1
outside pawn.
डिफेंड करना पड़ेगा भाई, बिशप F1, then you will go in a different tangent. Who is Samaj bhai? So Samaj is the representation of society in the world. So जो भी समाज भाई कहते हैं वो society कहती है, समझ रहे हो तुम?
Not really, but yeah. What is front rank भाई? Front rank कुछ नहीं होता भाई, बैक रैंक होता है चेस में. बैक रैंक जो एकदम
फ्रंट रैंक
कोने
होता है
का
ना भाई,
रैंक.
we discussed no,
हाँ हाँ,
फ्रंट
क्या
रैंक
होता है?
साइड रैंक उस दिन. Oh, he plays rook c1, he plays rook c1, and
And
now
now queen
queen
g8.
g8.
Okay. Queen g8 पे problem क्या है? Like, can I play g3 or is it too much? Ah, then queen h8. Bhai, this is not simple. Then queen h8 is not simple. Bhai, queen g6. Okay, I can get behind this position. This feels okay. ये तो बच जाएगी हाँ. Let's see if he goes for queen g8 or not.
Tough man, this is
Why
just
are
tough.
3 Indians playing in this tournament? Why not 3? There are 4 Indians playing in this tournament. 5 actually, if you consider the challenger section as well.
Hmm.
And Anish, by the way, has won his match against Erdogmus. You can see him just walking off. A great win for Anish there. He's, I think, back to 50%, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 5.5 out of 11.
Wow,
That's great.
amazing comeback actually. Maybe it's not the ideal event for him, but at least he's showing great class when it matters. And of course, beating kids is always something he enjoys anyways, over the chess game, because Indian kids का result अच्छा नहीं है उसका.
तो इंडियन किड्स का भी अभी अच्छा रिजल्ट नहीं लग रहा अभी तो.
रिजल्ट
ओह,
सही
प्लेड
बात है
भाई.
साज भाई, रिजल्ट तो अच्छा नहीं है साज भाई.
रिजल्ट भाई, अगर मैच में रिजल्ट अच्छा नहीं आया तो फिर क्या ही करें फिर.
लेक जाएंगे साज भाई, लेक जाएंगे. लेक गए भाई, क्वीन जी8 आ गया.
हाँ भाई, मेट इन वन थ्रेटन्ड. हम जीत रही तो फोर्स है.
Apparently, yeah, bishop f1, queen g6 now. Bhai, this is very equal. Slowly but surely turning into equality. Arvind is back.
Yeah, yeah. I now think this is gonna be a draw भाई. मैगी के लिए तैयार हूँ मैं. If you want to go,
I am in by one Maggie.
I think draw. You think no?
I think Gukesh wins.
Mukesh wins this position. Chat, what do you think? Does he win this? I think it's equal now. I think Arvind will. He is not gonna give another chance. Arvind.
Gookie wins. Gookie wins. Draw. Draw. Wins. Draw. Yes. No.
नहीं मतलब 50-50 है. 50-50 का मतलब ही ड्रॉ होता है तो चैट agrees with me.
Yeah.
By what does he play now? 4 minutes, by the way, he has. For how many moves? 2 moves, yeah, just. Okay, so not that risky. But e4, by the way, is what he has to play. That's insanely hard, why? If you didn't play e4 before, why would you play e4 now?
God knows why.
Bishop f1, low by. Queen g6 में हो गई equal.
Yeah. Queen g6, queen f4, queen g4. And apparently, like, h4 pawn is hanging, rook g8 is incoming. I mean, who's attacking? कौन कर रहा है अटैक साज भाई? ये तो ट्रेन
Not
उनकी
me,
चलने
भाई.
लगी भाई.
Yep, I think that this has slipped away. And slipped away Sayada, by the way. Actually, we can stay for maybe a couple of more moves, but Arjun is in deep trouble now.
क्या बात कर रहे हो?
Yeah. Look at Sindarov's last move, g5. Oh, nice. That's a good angle. By the way, oh wait, Arvind just makes a mistake. Queen h8. He had
Okay,
to go
it's
queen g6. Queen को forward लाना था.
yeah.
Maybe he's
Okay, it's
playing
not
fast
a
just because of time, bhai.
yeah, it's not a huge mistake, but now it makes it more complicated because queen here king f8 खेल रहा है. Now your queen and rook are again disconnected.
तो
That's what
भाई
we want to
ब्लंडर हुआ ना
avoid.
फिर तो
So
अरविंद से, राइट?
भाई ब्लंडर कैसे हुआ भाई? वैल्यू चेंज वाज 0.5, 0.4
ओह
or
अच्छा
3.
अच्छा 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 अच्छा.
जब क्वीन f6 चेक था, वैल्यू चेंज वाज प्लस 1.4. दैट्स व्हाई
ओह अच्छा अच्छा, अब समझा मैं.
समझ गया क्या?
तब समझा मैं, तो पहले समझा नहीं था.
नहीं
मैं
नहीं
अच्छे से
समझे.
एक्सप्लेन
नहीं
किया अभी
समझे भाई.
आपने, तो समझा. तो
नहीं समझे
अगर
भाई
मेरी
आप.
+6 विनिंग है, ठीक है, और मैं एक ऐसी
हाँ.
चाल चलता हूँ जो इसके बाद मेरी +4.8 विनिंग होती, तो वो ब्लंडर हुआ ना फिर तो.
नहीं, बिकॉज इट्स स्टिल ऑब्जेक्टिवली विनिंग, बट
हाँ.
+2 और +0.4 में द वैल्यू चेंजेस, लाइक इट्स नॉट
ओह
विनिंग
अच्छा
एनीमोर.
अच्छा 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 अच्छा.
देख रहे हो, साथ में हारने का एक्सपीरियंस ज्यादा मुझे है. सो वैल्यू चेंज का एक्सपीरियंस मुझे है भाई, ट्रस्ट मी. क्वीन जी का चेक बाद ओनली मूव आई थिंक शुड बी एन ऑब्वियस वन दो.
Okay, let's see. Queen g5 check. I mean, he's played this so many times. So this check.
He's played this so many times.
Obviously, but कितनी बार तो queen g5 check दे दिया अब तो.
हाँ, and 40th move है, so might as well do it now as well.
Yeah.
You don't want to play f6 actually. If you play f6, I think white should be winning because आपका
Hmm.
7th rank completely open है. Your king will never be safe
Golden
now.
pawn. So king f8 force हो गया, right?
हाँ, and
अभी
king
भी
f8
by
was
the way
not.
e4 is very good. भाई e4 पता नहीं क्या, और rook c7 is also very good apparently. Rook c7 is simple though.
Actually, king d6 is also possible, but yeah, I mean, we can't be serious.
Hmm. So let's see what happens after queen h8. Apparently queen f4 is interesting as well. उसमें लेकिन pawn मर रहा है b2 का. भाई इतनी बार क्वीन g5 चेक दे दिया गुकेश ने, चैट को लग रहा है 3 फोल्ड हो रहा है.
नहीं नहीं भाई, बाकी पीसी प्लेसमेंट डिफरेंट है ना. क्वीन h8 पे नहीं थी तब. So
Hmm.
the placement of even if one piece changes, it's not a repetition anymore. Come on, come on.
1 minute. Okay,
Who
check.
do you think will win? Gukesh, yeah. I think check played. Now king f8 and then rook c7 feels very tempting. Just binding the black pieces in one corner. Gukesh looking for something, then rushes after the 40th move.
Think he was just double checking के 40 moves हो गए हैं कि नहीं.
By the way, Arvind also 40th move has 13 minutes. I mean, no big deal.
Yeah, king f8 and then rook c7 is what we were looking at. So I think this is okay for now. Still some chances for the world champion. Let's take a quick look at Arjun versus Sindarov, because it's looking very scary for Arjun now. Look at this pawn, finishing on g5, and now if after gf4, actually, is he losing? Kya? Or is it
Mm-hmm.
because I see that he's losing a queen? Like if I take this, you have to take on c5, and I give knight f3 check, knight
अरे
f3,
बाप रे.
rook d1 check,
अरे बाप
rook
रे.
d1, and queen c5 check. But maybe it's a
Do you wanna?
maybe it's a fortress.
Maybe you're right. Actually, if I keep the rook on like e2 or d2 actually protected, how do you progress actually? Like king has to come to g3, yeah, to win, I think.
But king
But
g3
there
पे
is
आ
no
नहीं रहा ना.
path. There's no path to g3.
So king h. By the way, king h1 only move here. King h2 is not. King h2 is also working. It's glitching just. Yeah, then rook d2 पे रख के just wait करते रहो, king h1, king h2 until he breaks. Oh, nice try by Arjun there. He's asking him to take on f4. And Sahil by Pragg. Oh, by the way, he plays 96. He does not go for the queen, so that's not a good sign for Arjun. And Pragg, by the way, if we can take a look there against Vincent, he's a piece down, full piece down now. Sahil, by any chance he can make a comeback here, or you think this is gone?
भाई comeback is always possible. I think we should never discount it. It's always a possibility. For example, Arjun game अगर हम देखें साज भाई, there is some drama there. For example, G5 खेला उन्होंने, like
भाई
to
अभी
open
अर्जुन
the
के
game.
मैच पे ही थे भाई, कहाँ वहाँ?
हाँ हाँ, दोबारा दोबारा अगर हम आए एक बार,
हाँ.
like knight e6 के बाद knight g4 did we see?
No, 96 we didn't look. We were only
हाँ.
looking at this GF4 rook d1 check जो end game थी.
So knight g4, apparently queen f4 only move. Now knight h6 check, king g7, queen takes queen. Now pawn takes queen is the
हाँ?
only move.
इस नाइट f4 में क्या हो रहा
Exactly. Exactly. Pawn takes queen is the only move. And knight f5 and rook c5 मर रहा है.
है?
So knight f5 check, king f6. And apparently this is like, okay, it's still worse, but maybe there's some hope after knight h6 back.
I don't see hope here. I think rook d2 and this is looking very bad. If you play b3, then maybe even just rook d3. And rook b1 pe knight d. I don't know. This looks very bad, bhai. I think Arjun is losing, no?
I mean, I still
If
think
that is the best move.
I mean, there might be something else. Like it practically gives, because black का king थोड़ा open है. So I have a bit more faith in his position. But okay, I mean, pawn down है भाई.
ये ज़्यादा लग रहा है pawn down से. I don't know why. और अर्जुन की 40th मूव भी है. तो this could have that 40th move curse. Like if he doesn't play knight g4, he's losing, yeah? Like that's the
Maybe
only move here.
some other move has a better practical try because of keeping queens on the board. Like it's possible. But okay, chat, only time will tell. This is a tough one, yeah. Both players, Indian players, Arjun as well as Pragg struggling a bit. So we'll have a look at this. What's happening in the Gukesh game, Sajbhai? Any moves? His king came to d6. Are you kidding me? Bhai, Erwin, bhai, what? Bhai, that's a gutsy move, yeah?
Yeah. वो ये तो मानना पड़ेगा भाई. मतलब
Wow.
maybe it's I mean I can see again e4 is the best move here. Maybe both players have not have are underestimating, or maybe they haven't looked at this seriously. But okay, the
I'm sure
follow-up is
White
very
hasn't.
difficult for Gukesh.
Yeah, for sure. Like they haven't, because I think you just ignore king d6 sometimes. Itna open mein hai, you don't look at it too deeply. But what is the follow-up now?
Apparently it's e4. Black has to go bishop e4 and then simply just play h5. But that feels so illogical. Why would I play e4?
To open the d file, but I mean, still, yeah,
Yeah.
it doesn't make sense.
I mean, I'm going rook g8. That's supposedly the best move here. And then queen e3 or something. I mean, it's very counterintuitive. Queen e5.
Wait, I think I got it. Wait, I think I got the idea. Maybe. No, it's not the idea, bhai. I don't know. It's crazy, bhai. क्या चल रहा है अब?
ये
क्या
एक्सपेक्ट तो
ही
नहीं
है?
किया होगा गुकेश ने. बाय द वे e4 क्या इवाल है आपका यहाँ पे साहिल भाई?
E4 is 1.2 के आसपास.
Okay, so it's good. So it's and I'm assuming besides that everything else is worse. Okay, not like a huge advantage.
भाई, E4 का idea to get the E3 square for the queen actually. Rook G8 के बाद you wanna play queen E3 attacking B6. That is the point. It's so subtle and ये चीजें समझना it's not easy. Why is queen F4 also feels tempting because queen 3 में there's no opposition, right? Queen can't come in between.
I mean, you will say,
So
why
that's
can't I
the
play
idea.
queen f4? And maybe there is queen e5. That's the reason.
Yeah.
And yeah, things just become tricky. If you don't play e4 here, I mean, Gukesh can be worse as well. भाई क्योंकि b2 मर रहा है by force और रुक g8 भी
If
आ रहा है.
black takes on b2 and trades queens, then white can resign, yeah? I
Yeah.
think. मजा आ गया भाई आज का दिन. मजा तो ओ अर्जुन इज कंप्लीटली बस्टेड भाई. मजा नहीं आ रहा है आज भाई. ये क्या हो रहा है? कंप्लीटली बस्टेड आफ्टर नाइट f4. It's
Yeah.
over.
Oh, but it's the 40th move curse, yeah, for Arjun.
Yeah, but it was already worse. No, like it was tough.
Does
It was tough.
Sindarov
And
find knight f? I mean, knight f4 looks very logical, no? Like
the
because he
first
won
move you
up.
consider, no? Like knight f4,
Yeah.
rook d2 incoming, threatening on g2.
भाई knight f4 queen c5 में कुछ है क्या मेरे पास? I think कुछ है मेरे पास. रुको. I
By rook
have something
d1,
here.
rook
Rook
d1
d1.
check.
Yeah.
King f2, rook takes c1. Khatam. Resigns. Wow. ये करण जौहर कैसा कौन दिख रहा है? करण जौहर ही हूं मैं एक्चुअली. So if we reach 10,000 likes, I will launch somebody from the chat in a movie भाई. नहीं भाई करण जौहर नहीं है यहाँ पे. Hands winning, really? I want to check that game if he's really winning. Because
Yeah,
an
sure. Let's do
insane
it.
game थी यार. So
Oh, he
many
is winning
pawns.
again.
Wait, why would you go back to f2?
Because
What
after
would you
king
do?
d4 there was rook a1 and rook b2 rook g1 mein you're
Which,
losing a full rook and I think he wasn't comfortable with this, yeah.
I mean, you have like 1 million
Okay.
pawns.
c5 rook goes to d8 rook takes. Oh, you have to find only moves. Rook g2 and king d3 only move.
But
It's
not
like not
difficult,
simple.
I feel. But not difficult. Like rook c2, rook g2 पे तो king d3 only movie है. And now you have
भाई
like
वो
a million
उसके
pawns.
पास आधा घंटा उसको एक्स्ट्रा मिला, उसने उसमें 19 मिनट ऑलमोस्ट सोच के किंग d2 खेला इधर. आई मीन इट्स नॉट लाइक ही स्पेंड नॉट स्पेंडिंग इनफ टाइम बट ओ भाई रेपिटेशन
He
हो रहा है
knows
क्या?
of he's offering a draw, yeah? But black
या
can play on actually. Because black का भी एच पॉन है चैट. वो एच पॉन नहीं होता तो वाइट भी कंप्लीटली होंगे. एच पॉन जो बैठे कोने में दो, दे लुक इनोसेंट बट दे 2 squares away from queening.
golden opportunity for Hans, by the way. He's gonna be on
By the way,
six and a
Gukesh
half
plays
wins.
e4. Gukesh played e4. Wow.
Wow. Nice.
Wow. Beautiful find. And now I think apparently you can't take with the f pawn because there is queen f4 check. And queen e5, there's queen f7. So you have to take with the bishop.
And अब कोई check d2 पे या h file normal. Or he just plays queen e3 by just go for the pawn straight away.
Definitely.
Do you still think यहाँ पे draw होगा? Sorry, do you still think Gukesh wins?
हाँ, I told you I'm in for the bet if you want. मैंने पहले ही
Oh,
बोला.
I'm in, bhai. We're in.
चलो, you said draw, I say Gukesh wins, yeah?
Yeah.
And it was 0 baggies, no? I think. I don't think
Yeah,
anybody won
0.
last time. ठीक है, चलो cool. ठीक है, so let's see. Meanwhile, knight f4 played by Sindarov. So Arjun Erigaisi is completely lost now. It's -4. That's essentially 4 pawn up or a piece and a pawn up for Sindarov. So feels like it's over. Knight is hanging. Where do you move the knight? First of all, it's not an easy choice.
And ये भी आ रहा है rook d2.
Yeah,
भाई
and
knight
look
f3
at
पे
this.
knight h3 check मर रहा है. Oh, beautiful.
Exactly what I was looking at. Why, Sahab? This is just over, yeah? Damn. Tough game. By
Yeah,
the
very.
way, Vincent has made a big mistake actually. He played rook c5, and now after b4, Pragg is actually somewhat back. But he has 24 seconds. Wait, what?
to
Does he
play
have
5 moves.
24
Bhai,
seconds?
that's very close to the chess. Bhai. Okay, this was winning for him, and this is what he missed.
But wait, he has 24 seconds for 5 moves. That's less than 5 seconds a move. Okay, let's stay here. We have to stay here. Come on. This is so
Yes.
crucial.
Okay.
Saj bhai, chat. Does he play? Does he play it? Yeah. Does he play 5 moves and survive?
I mean, 24 seconds, yeah, not even 25.
24 bhai. एक second
Takes
कम.
Rook D5. By third brilliancy for him.
Oof. भाई जल्दी मार दिया Pragg
Played
ने at
Rook
least.
D1, bhai. He's playing so
Oh.
quickly.
And 20 seconds, 3 moves now.
भाई स्कोर शीट पे लिखो, भूलो मत. एटलीस्ट मार्क बना दो, नहीं तो भूल जाओगे.
Okay, now from Black's perspective, अगर वो D6 pawn मार दे या B4 pawn मार दे, उनके chances बहुत बढ़ सकते हैं. These pawns are the hope for whites. So Rook B8 looks very logical.
Yeah. To capture this, he
Oh, he
takes on C4, takes on D7.
But this is a bit shaky because it's simplifying Pragg's move also. Like, I think Vincent also doesn't have much time. No? That's the problem. He has 1 minute.
Hmm.
And he has to play 3 moves in 1 minute now.
Oh, blunder.
Ooh,
Bishop
Rook
D6
E7
आगे.
खेलना था. Rook E7. But tough to play Rook E7, no? But okay, how is it tough? Because pawn तो वैसे ही मर ही रहा है.
Okay.
Okay, now 17
Bishop
seconds, one
D6,
move.
just he has one more move, 17. He played like what, 4 moves in 7 seconds, yeah?
One more move. But do you think he's objectively lost here? Or do you think it's defendable?
No, I think it's
Oh,
defendable. 13 seconds.
okay, D7. Okay, this also works. Okay, 40 moves done, yeah? 40 moves done. Great. Okay, Vincent has to
Yeah.
play one more move. Wait. What's he shocked by? What's he shocked? Wait, what? Wait, he
48
has to play
moves were
now? He has
done.
to like, oh, do you think?
I think Vincent was a bit surprised that 40 moves nahi hue.
Wait, he's completely in shock. Look at he has no idea. He thought 40 moves ho chuke hain. Yeah, 40 moves nahi hue. Something he thought. There's some confusion there. There is some confusion there for sure. Not sure exactly what
Vincent
happened.
for sure thought that it's not 40 moves yet. That's why he was so shocked. He's like, where are you going? Come back.
Yeah, he missed a move somewhere, I think. Wow. There's always drama. And he was like, वापस बैठो चलो वापस बैठो अरे टीचर नहीं देखती कहाँ जा रहे हो पेपर खत्म नहीं हुआ बैठो
Vincent genuinely looked worried for Pragg in that moment. It's so sweet, actually.
Wow. So, okay. I mean, they've reached 40 moves now. And Vincent also realizes it. So, Pragg is gonna take some time. Meanwhile, Arjun की game पे चलते हैं साज भाई. When knight g4 played by Arjun, apparently black can just play h5 here and not care about anything else.
And if you give this check, then just king g7. No other checks. Yeah.
Yeah. And rook d4 is also a deadly move actually.
Because queen d4 पे knight e2 check है मेरे पास.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's looking tricky. And by the way, Gukesh also has made a move. He played queen g3 check, which is a bit surprising here. Because we were looking at h5, yeah? कुछ queen e3 का plan हम देख रहे थे यहाँ पे, but he went queen g3 check भाई.
Okay. But I'm not sure if it's linked to the e pawn in any way, because if you're gonna play queen g3, why was e4 required?
Because he
Is
wants
the
to go
only
queen a3, I'm guessing.
he wants to go queen a3. But what about queen king f6 then? Isn't the king kind of reaching the corner now?
Yeah, I mean
Like,
king
I'll be
e7,
worried
rook
now.
c7, king f8, queen a3. I think something like this. I'm not sure. I
Bhai, the
think
king.
he's not. He has the वो advantage slip हो गया भाई.
I think he has to be very careful now because king e7, rook c7, king f8. You have to now find queen g5, and that only gives you like a plus 0.3 advantage, plus 0.4. So Hukesh is borderline giving up the edge now. I would say give a check on G5, repeat the moves, bring the king to D7, and then come to E3.
बट क्वीन जी फाइव पे अब किंग एफ एट है ना मेरे पास, नहीं?
हाँ, but maybe black will repeat. I think that's the best hope he has.
भाई बट किंग डी सिक्स कौन जाएगा यहाँ पे?
Yeah, but king f8, rook c7, you transpose. Yeah, anyways. Like it's
या
not.
ट्रू ट्रू ट्रू.
Uh, king g king d6 would be nice. But anyways.
आई मीन
Oh.
फर्स्ट टाइम ही प्लेड किंग डी सिक्स, वो भी थोड़ा रिस्की लग रहा था, बट ये तो मतलब दिस इज क्रेजी.
Next rest day कोई नहीं है भाई, और tournament खत्म ही होगा सीधा. So there are 3 rounds to go, including this one. So today, tomorrow, and day after, and then the tournament ends on 1st Feb. So we'll know the winner likely in a couple of days. Could be earlier. We could know him by tomorrow. If Nodirbek or somebody else was supposed to win. But as it looks like, I think this is a very close tournament. Yeah, nobody's really extending their lead over the others. Half point पे है सब.
7 पॉइंट्स पे लीडर है बेसिकली. अगर गुकेश ये जीत जाता तो मतलब ही वुड जस्ट बी 1 पॉइंट अवे फ्रॉम द टूर्नामेंट लीडर, बट अब तो अनलाइकली लग रहा है भाई.
Yeah, not able to.
If I give this check, king f6 forced है, right? And if I go rook
Yes.
c7,
Then I mean king g7. I'm guessing.
that's forced by the way, yeah?
Is it forced? I don't think so.
Yeah, it's forced.
Ah,
Otherwise,
king
queen
g6.
e7. So
There
king
is queen
g7 के
g3
बाद
check. Huh.
queen g3 check, king f8
King
forced.
f8.
It's
Queen
possible
g5.
Gukesh like overlooked something
Huh.
here. Check king g. Oh, अभी king g7 is blunder. King g8 जाना force है क्योंकि e6 मर रहा है. Yeah, it's still a bit tricky though.
But you know, if you're being honest, once you play queen g5 wala variation, like rook c3 is the move in this position after king g8.
Queen
Um,
g5 check where?
like for example, let's say in the starting position, rook c7 check, king f8, queen g5, queen g7, logical, queen e7 check, king g8. Now rook c3 is the only move, trying to bring rook g3, but f4 only move. And
Hmm.
in this position, suddenly I'm already not even sure like how does white continue the attack. Like it
Are you
feels like it's
saying this is where
already.
black starts to play for a win?
No, I think it's where like white realizes why there is no edge. So
Hmm. Because I think here this is a moment where black can start thinking to play for a win.
hmm,
टाइम भी कम है ना गुकेश का.
fair. And I think you should be very careful on how you play the next two. I think Mukesh really messed it up. Yeah, his accuracy points it out. 99.7 and 94.2.
Hmm. Pragg still thinking by the way. Arjun still thinking as well after those. Oh, Arjun has just played. Now knight g4 के बाद हम वेट कर रहे हैं सिंडारोव का.
क्या tough है रे. By the way, just not to switch games, but Aline Roberts has scored 1 in 10 games. Chess is so hard, bhai. Imagine like 1 win and 9 losses, and she's losing the 10th one as well.
To
So
Carissa,
she
yeah.
will have 10 losses and 1 win. Oh my God. Like that's such a hard event. And there's not much you can do because everybody she played was stronger than her.
Hmm.
Oh, and she's supposed to play like 3 more stronger players, including today. So, oh my God, this is such a hard tournament. Yeah, 1 out of 11. She lost
She won.
17.3 points.
She only won against Daniil Yuffa. Yeah, that was also like very very good game by her. But yeah, that's sad.
Wow. By the way, Hans Niemann completely winning now, but okay, it's still complicated. Uh, Pragg, not many
Gives a
moves.
check, by the way, queen a3.
Oh, it's hmm.
He's going for that line with rook c7 next.
Yeah, I was going to transpose, I think, at the end.
Yeah, provided he finds all of the best moves there.
Hmm. I think Arvind will find it easily. It's not like, I mean, it's either +0.2 or it's mate in 4. So the choice isn't too difficult for Arvind here. आजकल अबासव कहीं दिख नहीं रहा है. कहाँ है अबासव साज भाई? Where is he?
I think he does play league and all, but I think he's mainly coaching now, if I'm not mistaken.
Hmm.
He also got married, I think, very recently.
Oh wow,
Yeah.
nice.
By the way, you can see king f6 from the blue arrow. King queen checks, of course, king f8 नहीं जा सकता वो. It feels a bit uncomfortable. King f6, by the way, if you don't play this, it's a mate in 5 chat. That's crazy. We'll see this
Okay,
very, very
Sajal,
soon from
look
Arvind.
at the video. You could legit take a snapshot, and or you could just loop a 10-second video. Nobody would figure out we don't have the cameras. I would love to do this experiment someday. साय भाई एक ऐसे कोई 10 सेकंड की वीडियो लूप पे लेने का ऐसे प्ले कर देने का 5-6 बार just to see if anybody notices. By the way, king f6 played, only move, rook c7 played, and now I think king g7 is such a
Queen check.
logical move.
Yeah. Preempting this threat. King g7 only move, but I don't know if it's logical though, because I feel like queen g3 also coming in, queen d6. It looks scary, but there is nothing happening. But it looks scary.
Yeah, even queen h5 is a draw. Um, but it's difficult because e6 pawn mar raha hai usme, so you wouldn't want to go there. So I think best is just to play king g7. Where is
Well, let's see if
Vidit?
he play.
अपने घर पे भाई. I mean, he played Tata Steel India, so that's one tournament he played this year already. So yeah, he's active as normal. No moves by Arjun till now. No moves by Pragg till now. So we stick to Gukesh's game where Arvind has two choices: Queen h5, King g7. Filal, he's drinking some water, relaxing himself. This is definitely one of the best positions he's had in this game all day. So
Yeah, agreed. But I think I don't know. I'm getting a feeling that Gukesh is going to overpress, and then Arvind को थोड़ा chance मिलेगा यहाँ पे जीतने का. Somehow, I don't know why I'm getting this feeling.
by Arvind means you don't get the Maggie, so you आपके उसमें है कि वो draw हो जाए.
True, true.
Okay, yeah, it's always possible. Yeah, Chad, imagine if the queens are off. Then I think black has two pawns on the queen side. So aram se you could imagine that going wrong for white.
Hmm.
So you can't trade queens. Arjun is losing, Chad. It's -4. It's not over just yet. His opponent has been thinking for 10 minutes. Not two pawns. Pawn nahi bhai. Pawns.
Pragg has more or less equalized now with his last move, rook d2. Maybe we can take a look there. Um, he played bishop c2 in the last move. ये 40th move थी. अब rook d2 पे Vincent is the one thinking. And remember, Sahil bhai, यहाँ पे bishop कहीं पे भी जाए, like whether it's e4, f5, b3, wherever, ये rook e7 check का idea काफी interesting है. That's the way to save the position.
Hmm. Yeah,
Bishop e4,
because
check.
yeah, दो बिशप से जीतना इतना आसान नहीं होगा. Because you can't really mate easily with the bishops while the rook is there. You also have two passed pawns. So Pragg will have some chances, yeah, to although I think black is still I don't know, close to winning, but it is better. But some chances to hold.
हम्म.
But a game बहुत लंबी चलेगी भाई.
हाँ,
This could be
agreed
the
भाई.
longest game of the tournament. So let's see how this goes.
Agreed भाई.
Meanwhile,
Prague's game match is gonna be the longest. Couldn't agree more भाई. विंसेंट नहीं छोड़ने वाला है यहाँ पे.
and if Pragg loses, he will go below Vichy actually, and Vincent will go to 2-7, 7-4 or 7-3.
हम्म.
अभी 5 मिनट से टिक्कू भी नहीं दिख रहा है. क्या करोगे मुझे देख के यार. फोकस करो प्लेयर्स के ऊपर. Anish has won by the way against Yagiz. Yes. इनका टाइम
Plays
वापस कैसे
Keeper.
बढ़ गया भाई. बेसिकली 40 मूव के बाद गिफ्ट मिलता है प्लेयर्स को 30-30 मिनट का
हम्म.
एक्स्ट्रा.
उसकी बहुत जरूरत होती है यूजुअली सब प्लेयर्स को.
हाँ, they really want it. By
By
the
the way,
way,
Fedoseev, Bluebaum, complete equality. It's a double rook endgame, but it should be a draw. So I'd be surprised. And by the way, Aydin Roberts lost by again
भाई
10th loss.
साहब 10th loss. That's so hard यार. I can't imagine like 1 point out में out of 11. That's like my like okay मैं तो 0 पे होता but still that's insane. Although I don't think I'll be on 0 if I've played this event. I don't know actually could happen but still that's crazy. One
तो
point.
अब भाई तो चैलेंजेस में आप किससे ड्रॉ करते हैं ये बताओ.
I don't know. I will draw a couple, yeah, with the white pieces. Like, and I could also beat somebody.
तो
I
कौन
mean, two, three,
किसको
nine, eight.
टारगेट करते हैं आप अगर आपको एक प्लेयर होता तो.
Lean को. Sorry, Aline. Sorry. और क्या करूं भाई.
फेयर भाई फेयर.
टारगेट क्या भाई. मैं तो बस खेलता रहता. जहां पॉइंट बन गए वो भगवान की देन. Meanwhile, Rook C7 के बाद Arvind is still thinking.
हाँ, अरविंद गेम ओके.
I'm hoping he plays because the game is not even close to being over. And both players, again, Gukesh 19 minutes. Do they want this to be decided by time pressure? Like it's possible now.
हम्म.
देखो भाई, your expected score in current candidates. I think I'll score very close to 0. Like जितना close हो सकता है. क्या देखो challenges में I would expect to score 1 or 2 points या 13 राउंड में से.
तो
Like
कैंडिडेट्स
coming.
का भी एक चैलेंजर सेक्शन करते हैं फिर.
अच्छा अच्छा नहीं नहीं भाई उससे it's okay it's okay. साहिल भाई ओवर कॉन्फिडेंट करेक्टली रेटेड. भाई come on यार. If I played like 11 like okay I mean I can't guarantee anything actually so.
तो आपको लगता है आपके 11 में एक से ज्यादा होते हैं अगर आप चैलेंजेस खेल रहे होते तो.
एक होता मेरा आई थिंक मुझे ऐसा लगता है. एक होता एक या डेढ़.
दो
आई
ड्रॉ
थिंक.
या फिर एक विन.
भाई पता नहीं यार. आई थिंक आई वुड हैव लाइक आई थिंक 3 draws knowing myself
3 ड्रॉस
something.
1.5. तो देख रहे हो भाई आधा पॉइंट ज्यादा होता मेरा. तो एक तो 3 ड्रॉ तो ये होगा तो फिर आप जीते किससे एलिन से.
नहीं नहीं 3 draw जीतना मैं किसी से नहीं आई थिंक शायद.
अच्छा. यू गिफ्ट.
मुझे अंडरस्टैंड कि मैं अपना नॉर्मल फॉर्म्स बता रहा हूँ. Like this is Aline's worst performance. So I'm comparing my
हम्म.
normal to her worst. So it's not really fair to her. मेरा worst तो 0 होता ना भाई. So, ओहो असली सवाल साहब भाई. What is the success meaning in life?
अरे अरे थैंक यू फॉर द सुपर चैट भाई. सक्सेस मीनिंग इन लाइफ. जब आप खुश हो भाई जो आप करते हो उससे आप खुश रहो बस.
थोड़ा वे हो गया ना साहब भाई. What if कुछ लोग कुछ गंदे काम करते हैं उससे खुश है तो.
मतलब खुशी मतलब बीइंग कंटेंट नॉट नेसेसरीली हैप्पी.
और क्या
ये हमने
पता वो
कल भी
कंटेंट हो.
डिस्कस किया था तो आप कह रहे थे कि कंटेंट तो मुझे भी बहुत पसंद है.
मुझे कंटेंट पसंद है. व्हाट इफ किसी और कोई और बंदा इसको नेगेटिव चीजों से कंटेंट मिलता है.
आप, मुझे लग रहा है आप अपने लिए पूछ रहे हो।
नहीं नहीं, अपने लिए नहीं पूछ रहा भाई।
लगता है
मैं
थोड़ा
तो पॉजिटिव पुजारी
रिफ्लेक्शन,
हूँ भाई। आई एम
थोड़ा सेल्फ
पॉजिटिव
रिफ्लेक्शन
पुजारी।
किया आपने भी।
पॉजिटिव पुजारी हूँ भाई मैं तो। कोई कह रहा है सिंदारो मिस्टेक, आई एम चेकिंग।
नहीं भाई, बेस्ट मूव है H5।
बेस्ट मूव है भाई वो। बताओ बेस्ट मूव कोई मिस्टेक भाई तो क्या चले बेचारा वो। क्या चले सिंदारो की, तुम भी सेटिस्फाई हो चैट। एक बंदा
Yeah,
लिखा
I
रुके
think for Arjun it's looking bad. Maybe Pragg will make a Pragg could potentially defend, but yeah, मुश्किल लग रहा है अभी भी.
आई थिंक लॉस ही होगा। आई इट्स आई हैव प्लेड सच एन एंड गेम बहुत साल पहले भाई, इतना डिफिकल्ट होता है यार डिफेंड करना, बिकॉज वो किंग आता है रे, पहले एक के सारे पॉन मरेंगे। पहले D6 मरेगा, वो तो मरेगा ही। फिर B4 मरेगा। फिर किंग आएगा, B3 मारेगा। एंड देन फिर किंग को ही मार डालेगा भाई, इट्स
मतलब
डिफिकल्ट।
थोड़ा मे बी आप फोर्ट्रेस वगैरह कुछ होल्ड कर सकते हो, और नॉट सो श्योर.
मे बी भाई, मे बी इफ लक गोज आवर वे, बट साउंड्स डिफिकल्ट एज ऑफ नाउ।
अभी तो भाई प्रग को भी कितना लग रहा होगा कि आई मीन ही न्यू ही हैड अ ड्रॉ समवेयर, बट
हम्म।
शुड हैव गॉन फॉर इट.
Arvind has still not played, by the way. No moves. He's thinking hard on this move.
तेज भाई, which country do you represent? इंडिया और हंगरी? भाई इंडिया, मैंने चेंज नहीं किया.
साहिल भाई,
तेज
साहिल
भाई
भाई
लग
की
रहा है कुछ.
नेटवर्थ
हाँ हाँ,
कितनी है?
बताओ.
मुझे नहीं पता यार। मुझे कैसे पता होगा?
कोई मुझसे ये पूछ रहा है कि सहज भाई, साहिल भाई की नेटवर्क कितनी है? वो
वो भी
दोनों
मुझे नहीं
दोनों
पता।
जगह से क्रेजी.
This tournament is more exciting for audience when Magnus is playing and winning the game. I think it's not when Magnus playing. When Magnus is Magnus winning, it's more Magnus is playing. You have the toughest competition in the world. Like he's gonna teach some people a lesson, for example. So it's more fun to see now. If you play a video game, final boss की fight सबसे तगड़ी होती है. For example, you see Pragg's move rook B6, it's a mistake. It's understandable because white से खेलना यहाँ बहुत difficult है. It's almost impossible to play perfect moves. Even if there is a draw that exists, you will not find it in time pressure. It's just very hard. And Vincent Keymer just kind of, yeah, he's going to win this one, I think. नहीं बोल रहा था.
And rook d8 is the move. Rook c8 नहीं जाना chat, because if you play this then d7 check, and hello, your rook is gone. So it's a tactic. Rook d8 में you just focus on this pawn, and then जो साहिल भाई ने कहा, like first take d6, then aim for the b4, then b2, and then slowly you go for the king. And he is basically winning now already.
Yeah, one move it all is all it took.
भाई अरविंद अभी भी सोच रहा है उस पोजीशन में, क्वीन a3 के
Which is
बाद
a bit
रुक c7
surprising
के.
actually. जितना वो सोच रहा है ना, उतना the chances that he doesn't play king g7 is, higher. So Gukesh must be also thinking, yeah, maybe there is some hope.
I mean, technically it's the only, I mean he's just checking कि वो जो checks आ रही हैं g3 पे, d6 पे, e5 पे, all of that, कि उसमें कुछ concrete हो रहा है क्या नहीं. That's what he's checking, कि मतलब कुछ mate वेट नहीं हो रही है.
Hmm. Okay, but I think Gukesh, when he goes back to his place, even if he were to win this game, he'll not be happy.
Hmm.
Because सबसे बड़ा जो मिस पॉइंट रहा है इंडियन प्लेयर्स का, इट्स कन्वर्जन्स, लाइक to convert a game smoothly. Like if Magnus is winning, forget Magnus. Like I think in general, if Fabi even is winning, like he will convert. Like it's very rare. Okay, it happened in the Candidates the worst possible time, but in most cases, Magnus will always convert. Like you never doubt his ability to get the job done when he's winning. Once he's winning, so वो
Hmm.
skill चाहिए कि मतलब once you are completely winning, you don't let your opponent even breathe, like, or give them a chance to come back. And that's how Ukesh plays, yeah, when he's in form.
Exactly. Doesn't give him a chance whatsoever. Oh, by the way, looks like Hans is about to take the W, yeah? He's trying to figure out the last plan in this position. He is a rook up,
बाप रे.
but ये pawns देखो भाई अब ये कितने ज्यादा रिस्की हैं.
अभी भी. बाप रे.
उसके पास 1.5 मिनट है.
Apparently, but okay, rook c6 is simple, no? Or rook b2. Like you just grab b6, next you grab c7, and these three pawns will be not be enough, right?
Entry 2 पे क्या हो रहा है? Just rook
Rook
c6. Yeah.
c6, rook h2, rook here, rook d2, rook c6, rook d7.
Yeah, no, this is winning.
Yeah.
This is winning.
I
Hans
think
will
Hans
win
is
today.
gonna win this. So that's done.
Arjun thinking 21 minutes. And Pragg thinking
Bluebaum
12
Fedoseev
minutes.
will be a draw.
Vedant, by the way, also in a much worse position now. Basically lost.
Candidates cover candidates is in I think last week of March से लेके April mid तक है. And this time we only have one Indian Open. I mean, if Pragg has a great start, I think we'll have the entire tournament to cheer him, just like we did for Gukesh. But अगर गलती से start खराब गया, then I think it's gonna be sad for us. I think we won't have a chance because बहुत tough है candidates. Let's not forget Fabiano Caruana, Hikaru Nakamura. Like, it's not an easy field. People, okay, on paper it looks easier than the other ones, but it's not easy.
Bhai, Mudit Bhai is asking a very interesting question. Sahaj Bhai, top 3 bad habits of Sahil Bhai.
Lols. बता दो भाई. Bad
Bhai, how
habits.
would I know this? Oh, why would I know this?
Bad habits. We have two Indians to cover. Anish is also very close after all. Yeah. But passport उसका वो नहीं है ना भाई. If he wins the candidates तो मोदी जी medal के लिए नहीं बुलाएंगे उसको तो that's the problem. Will you, Sahaj and Rakesh bhai will be there in candidates? Yes, bhai. Very likely. It'll be fun actually. Candidacy commentary. We'll be there. All three of us. But I think वही है कि I'm hoping we win. I think that's the bigger if there. Women's section में अच्छा chance है though. 3 players out of 8. Like very good chance.
For sure, I think. 100%. लास्ट टाइम 2 से ही हमारे दोनों प्लेयर्स टाइड सेकंड आए थे भाई. दोनों प्लेयर्स. सो इट्स लाइक 3 में तो आई थिंक या इट विल बी सरप्राइजिंग अगर we are not at the top, but we'll see, bhai. Bibisara, though, she's looking very scary, bhai.
Yeah. And also like Godachkina is always scary, yeah? मतलब like she's also the strongest on paper, I think. तो वो भी एक tough competition है.
कैसी सी है चैट यार. अभी 2 मिनट पहले बोल रहे हैं कि साहिल भाई की टॉप 3 बैड हैबिट्स बताओ और अब पूछ रहे हैं कि साहिल भाई व्हाट डू यू लाइक अबाउट सहज भाई. ये
भाई
समझ
मतलब चैट के अलग ही चल रहे भाई.
ड्रामा चाहिए आपको चैट. लग रहा है कि बहुत टाइम से ड्रामा नहीं हुआ कोई.
Where is Mishra? Sahil Mishra?
ओह, साहिल मिश्रा मेंशन. ह्यूज इफ ट्रू.
If Anish wins candidates, then Modi's nice. By the way, हाँ भाई मोदी जी बुलाएंगे Anish को, of course. By the way, we still have no moves in the Gukesh game. चल क्या रहा है भाई? 18 minutes for Arvind now. Less than Gukesh.
And King G7 was the only move. Everything else is worse for him. Matlab, he has looked at King G7 and he doesn't like it. That's what I
Maybe he
understand from this. By the way, King G7 में खेल दिया भाई. Oh, खेल
played.
दिया.
Maybe he likes it too much, Saj. He can't believe Keith's drawing now. You know, sometimes जब किसी को डेट के लिए पूछते हो उसने हाँ बोल दिया. Wait, what? Do you say yes? I didn't expect that. Like maybe something like that. Yeah, King G7 is so good. He's like, wait, what? Is it a draw now?
6:42 p.m. Writing down the date. ठीक है वैसे ही अभी बड़े टाइम से यूट्यूब मेरा मतलब एम्प्टी पड़ा हुआ है, कुछ तो डालूंगा उसमें कुछ तो कंटेंट मिला मेरे
नाइस नाइस
को
भाई। फिर कॉपीराइट स्ट्राइक आएगी चेस 24 इंडिया से, बूम।
आप ही करोगे वो भी
मैं नहीं करूंगा, बोलूंगा कोई जिया है भाई, अपलोड करता रहता है हमारी वीडियोस बार बार। अर्निंग मिलियंस ऑफ वियतनामीज रुपीज। ओके, बाय द वे क्वीन जी7 प्लेड, तो क्या करें मुकेश? क्वीन जी3 इज द मूव which seems to be the only way, because queen e7 there is rook f8 and black के सारे पीस कनेक्ट हो गए।
आई थिंक क्वीन ई7 इज द मोस्ट क्रिटिकल क्योंकि यू आर विनिंग ई6 पॉन, वापस नहीं
इट्स
मिल रहा क्योंकि इफ आई
apparently
गो क्वीन जी3 किंग एफ8 क्वीन d6 ना, देन यू प्ले किंग जी8, देन यू
बट
आर नॉट
h4 में मर रहा
प्लेइंग
है साज भाई, if you take on e6।
so queen e7 you'll play rook f8. Rook f8 first of all is not an easy move to play here. um king एकदम खाली, what if I go rook c3? Rook g8, who's gonna play rook g8 here भाई? No ways you play rook g8 here.
किंग h7 भी खेल सकते हैं apparently, but okay, that's possible I think।
यार क्या यार, अब बोर कर रहे हो, nothing
भाई
exciting.
बोर मैं तो नहीं कर रहा भाई, ये तो गेम ही ऐसी चल रही है भाई।
अरे yeah, no, I agree with you. This is but yeah, queen g3 check, then the most critical try queen e7, maybe the second most critical try, and that's it. But neither of the players have enough time now. They have to
By the
pick
way,
up the pace.
Arjun has played a move. If you want to have a quick look, so knight g4, h5, check the f6 पे, king g7 only move but played, and now knight to e4, but queen e5 for black, attacking the f5 pawn, threatening rook d4, queen d4 ideas. Seems to be completely winning, and he's playing it, yeah.
Yeah, he's going for the queen.
Bhai,
Going for
Uzbeks
the
are
queen.
beating the Indians. Like it's not even, oh, blundered. Okay, it's not exactly a blunder, but
Oh, wait, what? What am I hearing?
अरे मतलब
अरे ये तो सेल्फ
it's,
ग्रोथ हो गया भाई, क्रेजी.
it's still technically winning, no? It's still technically winning. That's the point.
या ट्रू ट्रू ट्रू, ह्यूज इफ ट्रू भाई. ये बढ़िया
Apparently,
था.
Queen C2
साहिल
is
भाई
now
खुद ही
the move.
रियलाइज कर गए भाई, क्या बात
But actually, it might be under Queen C2, and apparently there's something strong about this.
है. रुक डी फोर ओनली मूव है
Yeah, exact. Oh, you want to take on G5?
भाई. नाइट सी फाइव में क्या हो रहा है? अच्छा रुक सी फोर, नहीं नहीं, नाइट सी फाइव में क्या हो रहा है? क्रिस क्वीन डी फाइव, ओके दैट्स जस्ट लूजिंग फॉर सम, रुक डी टू रुक सी फोर या. तो क्वीन सी टू तो नहीं खेलोगे आप, पर और करोगे क्या फिर आप? क्वीन सी टू तो फोर्स्ड ही है ना, तो क्वीन सी टू रुक डी फोर के बाद मे बी रुकी वन. हाउ इज दिस?
Okay, one.
नाइट डी थ्री.
Why it's getting a bit tricky because now Queen B4 only move, like
अटैकिंग
to
द
get a
रुक
clear winning advantage. So
एंड
it's
रुकी.
getting a bit interesting now. Like Arjun
ये
has a chance, I think.
okay, okay, let's stick to the original position then. By the way, like time pressure, I think दोनों boards पे incoming, and we are not, it's not clear that he's losing, so I agree with
Hmm.
you. भाई चैट में क्या चल रहा है ये फा फा?
लिफाफा है ना भाई, सुना होगा लिफाफा, पता है क्या होता
हाँ
है?
ओके ओके ओके,
So
अमेजिंग.
chat is carrying
ये
groceries.
क्या है ये भाई, इतने सब लोग क्यों लिख रहे हैं भाई? थोड़ा बताओ, थोड़ा
अरे
कुछ
चैट सामान
कॉन्टेक्स्ट.
ला रही है मार्केट से, तो उनको ग्रोसरीज के लिए लिफाफा चाहिए। So this
हाँ
is like a
ओके.
Gen Z lifafa car. Like they don't
हम्म.
like typing L's na, so they're like, okay, we'll just call it fa. Fa de do fa. समझ रहे हो?
भाई ये कुछ I have no idea what is.
हाँ
ये कुछ
हाँ,
भाई
अरे they
मॉड्स
are
भी क्यों
all
लिख रहे हैं
at the
भाई ये?
they are all at the grocery store. चैट तुम हो ना ग्रोसरी स्टोर पे? क्या क्या खरीदने आए हो भाई ग्रोसरी स्टोर में? बताओ भाई, क्या खरीदने आए हो तुम लोग?
आउटडेटेड नहीं भाई, ओल्ड. ओल्ड, दैट्स द वर्ड यू लुकिंग फॉर.
बताओ बताओ, क्या खरीदने आए हो मार्केट में? अरे गुकेश has played क्या? ओ गुकेश ब्लंडर भाई, के नॉट ब्लंडर, बट वही क्वीन ई7 खेल दिया भाई उसने। रुक, फिर डेड इक्वल।
ये सही फ्लटर सीधा
भाई
और कुछ नहीं,
इतना
ब्लंडर
भाई
भाई।
इतना टर्मिनोलॉजी में क्यों जा रहे हो भाई? भावनाओं को समझो कि मिस्टेक है भाई।
ब्लंडर,
अब
वही
अब
ब्लंडर यार।
भाई ब्लंडर और मिस्टेक में इतना डिफरेंस नहीं है भाई। लाइक लेट्स जस्ट
भाई
हैव
बहुत
वन
बड़ा डिफरेंस
क्लासिफिकेशन।
है।
नहीं आई थिंक ये तो क्लासिफिकेशन है ना भाई।
बहुत बड़ा डिफरेंस है भाई, बहुत बड़ा।
भाई ये तो गया भाई, खत्म।
ओ भाई, रुके फिर तो
गुकेफेट
देखा होगा आई थिंक इसने।
बराबर हो गया भाई अब।
भाई इतना बढ़िया गेम चल रहा था, आई नो भाई, ही एक्चुअली गुकेश वाज प्लेइंग फ्लॉलेस अंटिल अ सर्टेन पॉइंट एंड देन yeah, something just didn't go his way, and I'm not even sure he has any chance in the game. But okay, Rook F8, let him find this. It's definitely an ugly move for Arvind, though. I'll give you that. Because your king feels very unsafe overall. And I don't know, अब
क्या
रुक C3 देख के थोड़ा डर नहीं लग रहा आपको यहाँ पे?
भाई प्लेड भाई, प्लेड
अरे यार,
भाई।
तो
अरविंद
रुक C3,
इज बैक।
भाई बट रुक C3 पे रुक G8 कैसे निकाल रहे हो आप? Like that's so hard to play this.
मैं वो किंग एच
No?
7 निकालेगा। आई डोंट थिंक ही विल प्ले रुक जी 8।
Rook G8, insane move, I think.
And that's crazy, yeah. Where rook easy check has we take on f7, black takes on g3 and it's supposed to be equal. रुक भी ट्रेड हो जाएंगे। By the way, Arjun is back. Queen c2 played on the board, bhai. Arjun
Oh,
is not
beautiful.
giving up just yet. So clearly the val has changed. So queen b7 took the valuation from minus 4.3 to plus zero point 0.5 and it's a Sajbhai, what is it?
Rook D4. It's a great move.
Sajbhai, rook d4 पे knight f2 क्या होगा?
A very unfortunate incident, I have to say, कोई चीज to made. But yes, that is a blunder for sure.
Van is going to lose. भाई वैन तो खत्म है यार एक्चुअली।
So I think he will play Rook D4 immediately. Only real try he has. Okay, there are some other tries as well, like King G8, which seems very awkward to me. I'm not really sure what that is. But Rook D4, if you don't play, then okay, doesn't make much sense. He's going for the Rook.
By the way, rook c3 played also by Gukesh. So हर जगह पे lots of happenings. Can we have two games at the same time, Gukesh and Arjun, if possible? That will be helpful. Pragg ka to I think is a slow game, will last very long unless Pragg blunders instantly. Rook d4 played.
By the way, Van, I think about to resign his match, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
ऑल्सो भाई हंस के जीतने का चांस, टूर्नामेंट जीतने का चांस काफी बढ़ गया यार. He's on 6.5 and Nodirbek is on 7, so 2 rounds to go. He's only half a point behind. He has really like legitimate chances.
Hmm. True, and he started off very well, so makes a lot of sense. The hardest candidates were 2013, no cap. Yeah, one of the hardest for sure. Even 2016 must have been crazy if I remember correctly. The multiplayer candidates is never easy actually. इतना tough होता है qualify करना. You only people in form qualify usually.
Are you saying this is the candidates when the thing with you, the one that Magnus played? You mean?
Yeah, the Magnus when he qualified, I
Ah,
think.
okay, okay. Yeah, one of. I mean, I wouldn't really say it's the hardest. I mean, I would have to check the stats on that, but yeah, one of the harder ones for sure. I mean, every candidate is difficult.
Okay. Pragg is still losing. No update. I think let's go to Arvind's board maybe. Rook c3 played. Now rook g8 is the move. There is queen h6 as well. I think queen h6 looks very logical actually. Check king h7.
भाई अगर उसने रुक जेट निकाल दिया तो आई एम बैकिंग अरविंद लाइक he will be the one driving the game after that if he finds rook g8 that is. Wouldn't say he's going to play for a win क्योंकि तब भी गुकेश के पास repetition है queen g5 queen h5 check के साथ, but I think it will be a shock for Gukesh for sure.
Hmm. Crazy position actually.
एंड क्वीन टेक c6 पॉसिबल था पहले बट h4 का पॉन भी मर रहा था, तो यू टेक अ पॉन आई टेक अ पॉन एंड ब्लैक की क्वीन काफी पैसिव है तो उसको एक्टिवेट नहीं करना चाहिए अभी. आई थिंक ही प्लेड द राइट मूव बिकॉज रुक g8 हियर इज, आई मीन इफ आई डिडंट नो दिस इज द मूव आई एम नॉट लुकिंग एट दिस मूव एट ऑल बिकॉज मुझे लग रहा है कि मैं क्या कर रहा हूँ, मेरा किंग ऐसे आगे है, मेरे पीसेस पीछे बैठे हुए हैं. इट मेक्स नो सेंस. कोई सिविक सेंस ही नहीं है इस पीसेस में.
Bill Gates had back of Arjun in red sweater. Really. भाई विशी वाला बंदा बिल्कुल अब तक वहीं पे है यार. ही इज देयर एवरी डे. है
तो
ना?
क्या एकदम सीरियसली देख रहा है अरविंद और मुकेश का मैच.
हाँ. Van lost, yeah, as expected.
Yeah.
Hans Niemann
So
goes
Hans
to
goes to
six
six
and
and
a
a half
half.
out of 11.
Yeah.
Currently second on the leaderboard. By the way, in the challenges section, Aydin Suleymanli, who was the tournament leader, lost today against none other than Ivanchuk. So that tournament also completely opens up.
12 minutes, Arvind, now. I don't think this is simplified enough ki 12 minutes is a lot of time. So he needs to play quickly.
मेरे को ऐसा फीलिंग आ रहा है कि तीनों गेम्स एक टाइम पे खत्म होंगे.
It's totally possible, actually. A Pragg game could last really long depending on if he blunders or not, but I think you could be absolutely right. Like half an hour from here, all the games at the end at the same point.
Yeah, agreed. So rook c3 is where we are, and now Arvind has to come up with rook g8. He plays queen h6. Okay, definitely the more realistic try. And if white gives a check, then you put the king back to h7, and okay, all of your pawns are safe for now.
But not safe for long, actually. After check, king h7, apparently white has to find rook g5. You can't take the h pawn because there is, of course, rook hanging
Rook
rook g7.
g7.
So now black has to find rook g8 again.
हाँ, क्योंकि if you don't play rook g8 ना, there is bishop e2 and rook h5 and the queen gets trapped.
Ooh,
So
that's so
immediately challenge
nice.
करना important है. Queen f7, rook g7. I'm guessing you take. Queen
Take.
takes. I'm guessing you take here, but I'm not sure. g7 पे
No, he
मारोगे
doesn't play
तो draw
that.
है.
Wait, he plays queen d6.
I don't know if Gukesh is playing for a win anymore.
Okay, it's a move definitely Arvind did not see. That's something I can guarantee. Now, I don't think you can take the pawn on h4 still because there will be some rook g3 deadly check. So,
And rook h3. Pin.
but now f7 is not hanging. So why not just rook g8?
भाई I like king h7 ना, simple, हटा लो king को, खत्म.
In any move order because rook g8 का ही idea है. Again, like I'm not sure what Gukesh got out of this. Maybe he's trying to capture the queen side pawns. कि b6 a5 मार देता हूँ. And then maybe, I can play on for a long time because I cannot lose this anymore. But that's a very sad strategy compared to what he had earlier.
Bhai, I don't know. This feels like Gukesh is overpressing. भाई इन 3 राउंड्स में क्या रिजल्ट लग रहा है आपको? ये चलो गुकेश इसमें तो एक ही आना है, बट अर्जुन एंड प्रग में क्या लग रहा है आपको? डू यू थिंक एनीवन सेव्स द गेम?
Looks difficult, bhai. And in fact, I think Pragg का तो lost ही है. Pragg तो I'll be genuinely shocked if he saves it because बहुत solid edge है. Like there's nothing he can do. Arjun's game there is a higher chance because it's more complicated. Black's king is weak, so some hope there. But Pragg का game will be a miracle, yeah. मतलब literally welcome movie वाला
और
miracle if he survives this.
विंसेंट के पास टाइम भी इतना ज्यादा है, तो 17 minutes versus 5 minutes, that can affect you here.
Wow, Pragg is 5 minutes. Okay, that's not gonna make it easy.
Sahil bhai, I'll just be right back in a minute, yeah?
Sure, bhai. F7 नहीं मर रहा था यार प्रणय because I think black could give up the pawn, play rook g7, exchange pieces, and it would be a draw still because black is a pawn up. So black can afford to give the pawn back at the right moment to equalize. Because agar rook trades ho gaye, then there is no mating attack and black is fine. So white needs the rook and the queen together to use the weak black king. And Gukesh still has chances because his king is technically safer, but it's nothing compared to what he had earlier. Arvind, by the way, thinking, and what Gukesh wants is ki time pressure mein jaye Arvind, and then he finds a way to attack, and Arvind is not able to defend. But yeah, he had a much better position earlier. अर्जुन विनिंग नहीं है भाई, अर्जुन लूजिंग है यार. वही गेम देख रहा था मैं. अरविंद का भी टाइम देख लो भाई, अरविंद देखा ना, वही तो बहुत कम है. एंड ही प्लेज, एंड व्हाट डज ही प्ले? ही प्लेज रुक टू g8. बेस्ट मूव भाई, अरविंद तो इज नॉट किडिंग अराउंड. Best move played, activating the rook. Now Mukesh can pick up a couple of pawns here. I think that's what he's going to aim for. He's like, okay, ठीक है भाई, तुम जीतो. Like you regroup your king. I'm going to switch from attacking your king to grabbing a couple of pawns. I'll be a pawn up then. Okay, not exactly full pawn up because black can attack h4, but okay, I'll be a pawn up. No chances to lose. I think that's what he's aiming for now. Arvind plays best moves against Indians only. Why? Arvind is an Indian himself. So I'm love it to Anandji. Okay, again, Gukesh 12 minutes, Arvind 10 minutes. Time pressure likely will decide this game as well as usual. Every classical game, if you give the top players enough time, they will find the best defense. So it's all about reaching the time pressure zone. Jahan pe you don't have to calculate everything. You have to trust your intuition, and that's why Magnus does so well because intuition unki sabse best hai. Come on, Gukesh, what can he do? Queen b6 is one way. He can give a check on d4 as well, but then, yeah, I mean, king g6, and again, no. Oh, by the way, it's not so easy, but still, it doesn't feel like a winning attempt, to be honest. The bishop on e4, doing a great job of controlling some diagonals and files also. Queen on h6, also doing a good job. I mean, this is a draw, has been for a while, but can Erwin defend though with 10 minutes? Just because it's a draw doesn't mean it's ended a draw, right? It's equal, it's not a draw. He takes the
Oh,
pawn.
we were right, yeah, you were right. He's going for the pawns on the queen side.
Yeah, he's like, bhai, ab harna nahi hai, bas like, let's give a slightly better position and play for a long time. Which, to be
But
honest,
queen
my
d2 is simple.
queen d2.
Like मेरा आइडिया सिंपल है कि आप a5 को कैप्चर करोगे, मैं b2 को कैप्चर करूंगा.
Wow.
That should be holdable. That should be simple, no? Yeah, queen d2 feels simple.
Actually, if rook c7, queen d2 pe?
So rook c7, you are holding this pawn. King f6 type. I'm trying for some rook g2 check ताकि कुछ वो repetition आ जाए, but I don't think that's possible. Maybe that's possible. He plays king h7. He doesn't play queen d2.
Okay,
Wait.
that should give him
Doesn't
some
that give
chances,
a
no?
pawn? Bhai, is he thinking queen h4 here? Is that working? Now queen h4,
There's
there's queen a3 apparently. Good chances are rook h3 ke.
he will not take the pawn on h4. There is no way you think that's a good idea, yeah? Like, you
Why
don't consider it
maybe?
even, I think. No, yeah, I don't think so. Like, if queen a5, he has to find something else, I feel. Maybe rook g4. Queen a5, rook g4 maybe.
Queen a5 and rook g4. You want to capture it with the rook ताकि rook h1 का कुछ threat हो. Hmm. बार थोड़ा ऊपर गया इधर लेकिन apparently it's only one move, queen a7, not queen c7, queen a7, and rook g7 is forced there. Why does this mean Gukesh's chances just increased by a lot?
I think depends on this move, no? I think this move is crucial. What Gukesh plays, I think Gukesh move to pata hi hai, queen a5.
He took.
What does Arvind do? I think is the question he played.
If he takes on h4, then थोड़ा risk है उसको. Rook g4 में भी risk है भाई.
No, he won't take on h4. I think that will be borderline, just kind of. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't make any sense. That h pawn will not win wide the game. I think the b pawn will. Can you still go queen d2? I mean,
Yeah, he can. But then queen a7 again, and then rook g7, and you try to save that. Yeah,
rook
eventually you
g7.
must go for rook g4, rook h4 at some point.
But ठीक है ना, queen d2. Let's say मैंने खेला, you play queen a7, I play rook g7, rook c7, queen b2, rook f7, and we play this endgame like pawn up, same side. I mean, bishop endgame भी draw ही है ना, I think. I don't see a clear way.
जब तक आप queens रख रहे हो तब तक draw है. I think queens trade होते bishop endgame should be winning for white. Yeah, I think Gukesh के chances बढ़ गए भाई बहुत. I think he will play this.
Let's see क्या होता है chat. Super important moments. 10 minutes से भी कम है अरविंद के पास. 8.5 minutes. So time is always a factor. Arjun, crazy game. I think let's do a roundup of all the Indian games, Raj bhai. So Gukesh, we know it's still tiny bit better for the world champion. Let's check out Arjun versus Sindarov. Sindarov has to find the only move queen b4 now, which gives him a clearly winning position. Otherwise, again, some slight sniff for Arjun, but he's about to play that move, yeah?
Yeah, he's going for the queen. Definitely going for the queen. So I think if he plays that, okay, still pretty complicated though. इसके बाद भी कुछ forcing moves हो सकते हैं position में, but he plays queen b4.
On the board.
If I go rook e3, like you have to go king h6. That's also like not an easy move. So Sindarov, okay, let's say close to winning.
Close to winning.
And Pragg Vincent is this position. Here also, I think.
तो completely lost लग रहा है मुझे.
It's only a matter of time before this pawn is taken.
Yeah.
And Pragg also having some time pressure issues as well.
Okay, rook b8 only move though. You have to be careful. I thought rook d7 भी win होगा, but apparently it's not.
I think that's because you want to keep an eye on the b6 pawn. So जब भी bishop move करेगा, then rook b6 becomes a possibility.
हाँ, rook trade हो जाएगा, I think उसकी वजह से फिर again. Yeah, if you move the bishop. तो yeah, rook b8 does look logical. He plays it, by the way. So now bishop c5, bishop e6 at some point maybe. Also bishop somewhere e4. I don't know.
Bishop c5 also looks scary because rook d3. That's a mistake. Yeah. Mistake
okay, it's
by.
very hard. It's very hard actually to play as Pragg. So Pragg ka to I think it's completely lost. Arjun, by the way, finds queen c3, best move in the position. Pinning that rook on d4. Now, few moves for Sindarov. Knight d3 works, a5 works, queen c4 works.
Queen c4.
So he's not really.
Why not queen c3?
Queen c4 is. Queen c3, I think, is like not like it's still better, much better, almost winning. But white gets a chance to take on g5, and maybe there's some counterplay. But rook a2 bhi aa raha hai,
You'll
so
take
hard to
with
know
this
for
pawn.
sure. Hard to know for sure, actually, though. उनके 4 मिनट है Sindarov though. He has 4 minutes only remaining. So you could be in for a slight twist at the end of this game as well. By the way,
Yeah, could
Arvin
be.
has still not played. He has 5.5 minutes remaining.
I'm telling you, he thought about Queen H4 and now he thinks, okay, Queen A3, Rook H3 is very scary, so he's not going to take it anymore. But I think it was a mistake, huge mistake, I think, from Arvind to give up that A5 pawn.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing now we are discussing. He जैसे ही अगर गुकेश ने गलती करी, Black will start pushing for the win with those two
Hmm.
pawns. So वही था, like there was some risk involved for Gukesh. He allowed Gukesh to snap those pawns without any counter effect. So practically it makes his task so much easier now. Yes,
Yeah.
Arjun is left-handed, Mr. Paul Go Master Ji.
I think Levon is as well. Rapport also, maybe?
Not sure.
Yeah, Vincent has found the best move, by the way, and I think Pragg is
Wow.
basically dead lost. Sindarov के पास 3 minute, he's thinking. वहाँ पे still there is hope.
Hans is also left-handed. Really? I wasn't sure about Hans actually. Chad, by the way, जितना हम इंजन को छोड़ रहे हैं ना, उतना धीरे धीरे से it's going up for white. That's a very interesting observation. I think practically Gukesh chances काफी हैं. It's not like a very slight chance. I think it's difficult for Arvind now. 4 minutes to play. Oh, you already see the blunder, Sahaj. F4. But wait, doesn't that open the fifth rank for Rook C5?
It does, but I'm wondering if Bishop D5 is possible or not. I see it's not recommended, so it must be bad. But why? Bishop D3 check, supposedly. King H8 and Bishop. Oh, bhai, Bishop E4 takes and Rook H5. What a
And look at
tactic
this.
this is.
Look at this. If Bishop D3, King G7, then not Bishop E4, then Bishop C4.
Yes, either ways you trade off the bishop,
Bhai
and
sahab,
that's the
kya?
tactic. And
Wow.
10 minutes is a lot to think about this. Yeah, maybe he can still make a comeback.
Okay, Rook C5 should be like instant for Gukesh, like the first thought that comes to mind. But
Correct.
Bishop D3 is not easy. Like that's not like Bishop D3 and Bishop E4, Bishop D3, Bishop C4 is not easy.
Rook C5 पे और तो कोई चांस नहीं है ना, नहीं तो Rook H5 आ रहा है. I mean, maybe I can
Because
move the
Bishop,
queen to F6, but I still want to take on H4.
yeah, also Bishop, Rook C5, there's Bishop F5, which I think looks more logical, no? Like you kind of keep it closer, yeah, together in one harmony.
Hmm.
Aise.
I don't know, I just didn't like Rook F5 ideas there for black.
That's true, but somehow it's holding. So maybe Black will have to optically take that risk. By the way, I think the problem for Arvind is gonna be the clock. Chat, imagine Arvind had 25 minutes here. I don't think like this would be too difficult. Like it will be much easier. The clock is gonna really hurt Arvind here.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, Gokesh, look at his body language. He's gonna pull up the chair a bit, sit up straight, move towards the table. He senses there's something, but he needs to be on point. By the way, Pragg has completely busted now. 43 seconds on the clock. I think Vincent is about to take this home.
Yeah, B6 pawn is gone. B2 का pawn भी मर जाएगा. And then then he'll just find a way.
Yeah, Bishop E5,
Target the king.
Rook A2, and that's it.
So Vincent is taking this one, that's for sure. Sindarov has played A5, by the way, against Arjun, so that was one of the best moves. And now Knight G5 is his only try. जिसके बाद you have to allow queen takes, pawn takes, and Rook D2. And your G2 pawn is the problem. And this pawn is also sort of jumping forward.
I
Not so
think this is
sure if
also
this is also
lost.
too late for Arjun, yeah?
Yeah, this is too difficult. I think A pawn ke bina maybe this was holdable. But G2 is falling. Knight on G5 looks rather stupid, to be honest. Like it's not defending the king. It's not stopping the pawns. Like, it doesn't have a purpose. Like, g5 pawn is not as relevant right now in the position. Like, of course, it is long term, but not in the current position. So I think this is also going to be extremely hard. Maybe some outside chance, but the clock might save him, Sajbhai. I think without the clock, I think there would be no chance, but the clock might just save him because opponent has 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, agreed. But still, Sindarov है भाई वो best moves निकालता है इस
But okay, he
situation
did
में.
blunder against Anish, so there is slight
Yeah,
hope. By the
that's
way,
true.
he's taken on g5, so that's a good sign. Let's go back to Gukesh, where he has 7 minutes now. Come on, come on. We need to see the best moves from Arjun. We need to see the best defense from Aravindh. A tough fight till the very end.
Absolutely. But now Rook C5 के बाद we know it's Rook C5 Queen F Bishop F5 is still not clear, but Bishop D5 we know that this whole Bishop D3 check is a very very nice move. Bishop F5 is still tricky. If
And not always.
somehow Gukesh can win the F4 pawn, then it's a very very good advantage.
Yeah, and the fact that black played f4 is a sign, yeah? He's not looking to sit there for the next 4 hours. He wants to create counterplay. Like why would you push f4 otherwise?
Hmm.
Like, there's no need. You're controlling the g3 square also. Of course, there's some defensive help there. But queen b4. Okay. Attacking the bishop. And now bishop d5 is the only move for
Mm-hmm.
Aravindh.
Bishop D5 also makes a lot of sense. Still Bishop D3 check ka threat perhaps. That could be something.
Okay, this is so hard for me to understand, Sajwal. Like, why not just bishop f5? Bishop g6, for example.
Yeah, but the bishop is not active. Yeah, bishop को G2 पे मारना
Let's
है,
say
then
bishop
F3
f5
खेलना
then.
है.
Bishop f5.
It's the same, no? Like bishop is not going to get on this diagonal anymore. I don't know. I just
No,
like
but
some. I mean, if I can just capture F4, I'm happy with this position. Rook C4
कैसे capture कर
perhaps.
रहा है? Rook c4, e5.
You'll play E5. Okay, then Rook
Yeah.
C7.
Rook c7, rook g7, I was thinking, but
Ah, Queen
for it,
F6 is very good. Yeah,
spine
very
sensitive
tricky
करना था.
position though. By time pressure, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, Engine is saying winning, but I don't see it clearly, like somehow. I mean, of course, like maybe Gukesh will see it. Either Pragg is about to lose, but okay, I mean, let's stick to Gukesh. Maybe, I don't know. I don't see.
Plays Bishop D5. Literally going down to the wire. No idea भाई यहाँ पे क्या होने वाला है.
Okay, now you have to find bishop d3, bishop e4 again. So that's a committal decision for Gukesh. You really go for it.
But after Bishop D3 check, Black also has to play King G7 and not King H8, which I think is not very simple. King H8 is what I think the most people would go for to keep the rook active.
But even that is also not losing though. Like, it's also okayish.
Hmm.
So I think Sahaj bhai, ye na, unfortunately, the normal trajectory for this game chat is both players make minor errors until Arvind has 30 seconds and he blunders. Like, that's the normal trajectory of such a game.
Yeah, correct.
है ना?
Agreed.
So
Agreed,
it's
bhai.
just it's like the Indian Bollywood love drama. Yeah, same story होती है हर बार, different actors, different characters के साथ, but you still watch it. Like, it's the same thing.
Also, I mean, Gukesh could also technically make a mistake as well. He also has less time on the clock, so you never know.
By the way,
Do you think three results are
important.
possible here or no?
No, no,
Nine.
not now, not now, not now.
Not now?
वो pawn चाहिए थे. By the way, Arjun has blundered. I think he had to find an insane move not insane actually, but a move g4. He goes for king f1, and now it's lost for Arjun as well. So knight g2 looks very simple. Then you can start pushing the a pawn, and yeah, he's about to grab it. I don't know why he did not play g4 though. Like, would have led to exchange of pair of pawns, no?
He has not played it yet. He could
Why
technically take it
Sindarov?
with the rook as well.
Sindarov, like, is really rising up the ranks. Like, Sindarov right now I'm trying to check. He's world number 17. With this, he'll be. Oh, wow. He'll be world number 14, by the way. Right behind Vichy. Wait, he'll be world number 13 above Pragg, actually. If
Really?
Pragg were to lose. Yeah. He's
Oh, it's
2-7.
2735. Wow.
So he'll be 2-7-4-0, right? 4-1 something, I
4-1, yeah.
think. And Pragg. Wait, what?
Rook G2,
Sindarov
I was mentioning this, by Rook
apparently made
G2
a
was
mistake.
H4 was the move, basically, is the move that is tricky. This is a knight G5 पे बैठता है. You can go Rook E7, Rook F7. Yeah, but still very
Okay,
hard for Arjun to hold this.
Okay, some chances. By the way, yes, if Sindarov were to win, he will be world number. No, he'll be one rating point behind Pragg, or roughly equal. He'll be world number 14, actually, right behind Vichy.
But Pragg
So
is also
one game.
losing, yeah?
Yeah. So he'll be behind Pragg and Vichy, like by 1 point, and then one win away from entering world top 10. That is insane, actually. And we are thinking like he has no chance, like he has limited chance to carry this. I think he has very high chances, actually.
और
I
चैट
never
गुकेश
realized
ने
how he
ब्लंडर
cooked up.
नहीं किया है. गुकेश अभी भी सोच रहा है.
चैट हम दोनों एक जैसे ही हैं भाई.
यार मैनिफेस्ट मत करो ऐसे यार, अब ब्लंडर.
Okay, let's go to Gukesh maybe and see क्या चल रहा है.
3
By the way,
minutes for the world champion. No
yeah, less
extra
than
time
3 minutes.
now. Oh, actually, great point by chat. If Sindarov wins this, then both of those, or the only two Uzbek players will be at the top. Nodirbek and Sindarov. It will literally be between them.
And let's not forget कि they're also doing so in the ratings, because Nodirbek is world number what 5 right now, after Sindarov is world number what 13. Like they're also reaching up the ranks. There might be a stage tomorrow itself when we have two Uzbeks in the world top 10, but no Indians. And by the way, Arjun, he's losing, right? So when Arjun loses, he'll be world number 10, on the
Yeah, Arjun is
cusp
lost
of
now.
falling out of the
Why he's
world
lost
top
now?
10, by the way.
He's dead lost now.
Wow. Chat, are we going to have no Indians in the world top 10 by the end of Tata Steel? Like it genuinely feels possible. Like it's never been more possible. Like Arjun world number 10, that's it. That's all the Indian representation we have. That's it.
No, he'll be world number 9, no?
No, 10 होगा ना?
2750 थोड़ी ना होगा. 7 पॉइंट थोड़ी ना जाएंगे उसके.
No, Wesley is 2753. World number
Yeah.
9. So
Right, you're
even if
right.
he loses 6 points, 2751, that's world number 10. Right, 1 point ahead of Anish. Okay, Gukesh will win likely. So Gukesh will be ahead of Arjun. So there'll be two Indians, world number 9 and world number 10. If Gukesh were to win, that is. Like if he wins. That's a big if right now. Why? That is stunning to me. We could have no Indians in the world top 10. Wow. I didn't think that would happen in the next 5 years, like ever. By the Queen E7 played by the world champ.
Okay. I mean, I think even if it happens, it will be very temporary. Yeah? It will just come back.
I'm hoping for it by. It's temporary. Okay, how does black defend this? Rook G7, King G7.
Rook G7 feels logical, but it's not the best move. King G7 is more logical. To play Queen F6. Yeah, that makes sense. Now
Queen
F4 का भी point
G6.
समझ आ रहा है because you don't have Rook G3 check.
Queen G6 would be a blunder though, because there's Bishop D3 and you lose.
Oh, cute. Because a pawn is pinned. Very cute.
There's Bishop E4, but of course, like takes, Queen F7.
मेटी है ना वो तो.
We break through. So has to be careful. Arvind has 2 minutes 45 seconds. Mukesh has 1 minute 45 seconds.
Uzbek might be the underdog. भाई ये सही है यार. Former Olympic champions, 2 players, एक world number 4 है, एक world number कुछ तो 13 है, और वो underdogs होंगे यार.
भाई वर्ल्ड कप में टॉप 4 में तो 2 इनके थे भाई.
हाँ.
So I
और
really
उनमें
don't
से
think they are underdogs
अब्दुल
now.
नहीं था उन दो में से.
So I don't think they are underdogs now. And Gukesh, by the way, getting a bit nervous. You can see him. He's trying to focus himself. Yeah, like focus on the board. When you have less time, you can't afford any distractions. So you need every ounce of energy you have to focus on the board. And
By
because
the way,
there's an increment,
Arjun.
they do have to write the moves.
By the way, Arjun is completely lost. Pragg, I think he's like maybe on the verge of a resignation. Do you want to check that out?
I think they're both completely lost. Let's stick to Gukesh, I feel. Because ये भी
Okay.
एक मिनट ही है, ऐसा नहीं है कि यहाँ पे भी टाइम है.
Yeah, sure. But I think Pragg is about to get checkmated. Yeah, Rook C1, Rook F1.
Oh really?
Yeah. Rook C1,
है
Rook
भाई.
F1 is made by.
अच्छा,
I haven't
oh.
looked with an engine, but it
हाँ
looks like
हाँ
it's
हाँ,
about
you're
to
right,
get.
you're right, you're right. We can check Plugs game if you want. But okay, Keymer has 12 minutes, so let's see.
Basically, if you, I mean, it's Pragg's move. 30 seconds
अच्छा
he
हाँ, right,
has. You
right.
move the rook to B2, then Rook C1, Rook F1 is checkmate. And now Rook C2 check and Bishop D5. This is over.
Yeah, I'm surprised he's still playing,
Yeah, me too
actually.
actually. भाई जो आपने प्रेडिक्शन दिया था ना, ये पॉन मरेगा, ये पॉन मरेगा, देन वी गो फॉर द किंग, वैसे ही हो रहा है एकदम.
We have lost like this once. ऐसे ही था, बहुत पॉन थे वो. अच्छे लग
अच्छा.
रहे थे देखने के अंदर, बट सारे चले गए फिर.
हम्म.
3 Indians were there. But there was a time there were 4 Indians in the world top 10. In fact, there were 5 Indians in the world top 11 when Aravindh was at the top. It was like Vichy also included. There were like 5 Indians in the world top 11 once.
Plays Bishop
Top 11 या
D5
12,
and
12.
this is I think the moment where Pragg resigns.
Yeah. इसके साथ ही Pragg, I think, will lose. He'll go below Vichy to world number 13. And when Sindarov wins, it might still be 13, but
Did he just play Rook F1? Wait, what? Isn't Rook
is
G2?
he trying for
Oh, does he have
stalemate?
some trick? Yeah. Why
He's
trick
trying for
hai? Rook
stalemate.
G. Do you see this trick? Check here. Rook
हाँ,
G3 pe he has E4. It's still
it's
losing,
still
but
not,
it's a cute
still
trick.
losing.
It's still
भाई
losing. Yeah,
जब
Rook F3.
बट जब ट्रिक भी काम ना करे, समझ जाओ भाई, इट्स टाइम टू गिव अप. He's trying for stalemate. That's why Keymer is laughing. He's trying for stalemate, basically.
Bye. You can even go Bishop E3 here. Rook E3 and Rook G2. Here, Rook G3. That's over.
Oh damn, that's nice way to finish actually. गुकेश
Yeah.
ब्लंडर, क्या बात कर रहे हो भाई?
Going back.
भाई it's completely equal now. गुकेश की गेम. Wait.
Oh, mistake.
Oh, mistake. Oh, he's again better now. Mistake by
Arvind.
Arvind. Oof, this is getting serious. That bishop on f1, such an important defender of the white king. Black के कोई threats ही काम नहीं कर रहे, but now black is threatening bishop g2. Bhai, and the d pawn is super crucial now, Saj. Any endgame, white wins because outside pass pawn hai.
Exactly, and that's why Queen H8 Rook G8 is the way to go. And actually, he's also forcing him to play this. Yeah, otherwise you just lose the G2 pawn.
Yeah, chat, come on, the world champ, will he win? Yes or no, chat, spam kar do, bhai. Yes or no, what do you think happens? Gukesh, win, draw, loss. Does he win this important clash? He's nervous. He has 1 minute 30 seconds. Opponent has 2 minutes 30 seconds. Check the h8 pick. King aage aaya. Now Rook G8 only move. The blue arrow again shining out loud.
By the way, Pragg has lost his match. It's official against Vincent in that last move. He
Yeah.
did end up resigning.
And now Arjun's still losing. So let's stick here. Rook G8. Anything else, black crashes through on G2. Then the best white can get is a draw. That too, it's not easy. So Albai, you are ready. All three results possible actually. I should take that back because एक गलती and black wins.
हाँ, I also feel that कि मतलब तीनों रिजल्ट पॉसिबल, बट टाइम भी कम है ना यार, तो ब्लंडर के चांसेस हाई हैं अभी.
Oh. He's moving the queen. Oh, he's moving the rook. Okay. Oh wait, he's nervous.
Rook
Oh, he plays
G8
the best move.
and now King F6 only move. If he doesn't play it, he's
Only
lost. Okay, but
move.
that's forced.
भाई blue arrow क्यों नहीं दिखा रहा है वो? It's the only move. Anything else and it's over.
Yep,
And
King
this rook
F6.
played
It's an ugly move.
and played. And
I also
apparently you
let's not
can't take
forget this rook
directly.
is pinned completely. King हट नहीं सकता, queen कुछ कर नहीं सकती. You can just push the pawn as well.
Apparently the best move is queen h6 check.
And then rook G6, yeah? Takes, pawn takes.
Rook g6, f g6. And now queen f8 check.
King goes to g5, I guess, or to e. I like e5 more.
Sad
But
for
this
Pragg, he
should be
cannot
equal,
brilliant
actually.
concept.
This
Yeah,
should
but
be
he had
equal.
a draw win by. He had a draw. So he went for the win. It backfired, and that's how chess is sometimes. You go for the brilliancy and it doesn't work out. By the way, Gukesh was also completely winning, but now the game is much more tricky than it should have been.
By 20 seconds.
It's getting right down to the b4 he plays.
Only move now for Arvind. Queen g6. If he doesn't find this, he's losing. एक tempo की बात है
Why
बस.
he's literally gonna trap all the white pieces. Queen g6, queen h7. भाई अब कहाँ जाओगे? Talk about trapping a queen before Valentine's Day. Wow.
Sahil bhai, rook bishop versus rook possible.
Piper, rook bishop, I think white will have some chances, no? Like
I
he
mean,
can push for a while at
it's a
least.
theoretical draw, but yeah, I mean, it's possible. Although अरविंद का टाइम बहुत कम है, तो उसके लिए बचाना बहुत मुश्किल होगा.
Oof, this is. I think maybe you take the exchange the rooks and move the queen then if queen g6 happens. But there's no option for Arvind. He has to play queen g6. How easy is queen g6, Saj, on a scale of 0 to 10, 10 being the toughest?
There's no other move. There's no other useful move in the position. So yeah, queen g6 is the only good move. Like, yeah, played. Just based on
Wow.
process of elimination.
Now Gukesh can repeat
b5.
moves. b5.
कुछ हो रहा
Queen
है क्या
h7
b5?
apparently is a dead draw. Oh, because the white king is stuck on g1. Yeah, it's very hard to move to c5 for the white king to support his pawns.
Hmm.
And black pawns will run very quickly. e4, f5, even e3. Oh, 18 seconds for the world champion. Come on. He needs to play quickly. Queen h4 check is one move if he wants to gain time on the clock. That's one way to repeat moves. Queen h4, queen g5, queen h8, queen g6. 6 seconds. 5. Oh, he played on 5 seconds. And he made a mistake. Queen h7. Oh, it's equal. It's
Again, I'm
completely
telling you
equal
कि
now.
this doesn't look promising for the world champion. I'm telling you, यहाँ पे हारने के chances भी हैं इस
राज
position में.
भाई
भाई
as we
हैं
were
chances
starting,
यार.
कितने पॉइंट आएंगे आज के दिन में? आपने कहा था 2.5 तो आ ही जाएंगे. आज एक ही पॉइंट आने वाला है मुझे लग रहा है, जो गारंटीड था गेम के स्टार्ट में.
हाँ भाई, वो गारंटी वाला ही पॉइंट आ
शिट
रहा है
यार,
बस. That's it.
शिट.
But I think okay, queen g7 में it's equal, but I don't think he takes on g7. I think he will take on h7 ताकि rooks रहे बोर्ड पे और उसको जीतने का चांस अभी भी रहा है. And this is
हाँ
where
हाँ हाँ.
things become tricky for the world. See, I told you, he's not going to trade the rooks because he wants
Yeah,
to
yeah, yeah,
again still
yeah.
play. And I'm not sure this is like who's playing for a win here, bhai.
I'm not sure Sajba either. To be honest, I think Bishop D5 पे जो बैठा हुआ है, it's a monster piece. Attacks G2, defense B7. I don't think Black can lose this. King
By
E5,
f5 also, then
beautiful
you
move.
completely cover the b7 square. You're going to lose this pawn very soon.
Bhai, I think Arvind is the one playing for Arvind. You're absolutely right. I think this is dangerous.
Yes, of course. I think now it's very dangerous for Gukesh because still in his mind he's winning and he has to push, and he has no time to accept and literally no time to kind of tell himself, okay, let's go for the draw and let's fight for another day. And
And
that is
just to
bishop
understand how
c4.
bad this is,
He won't play
G3 Rook
this.
H1 is mate. G3 Rook H1 is mate. Just to understand how bad this is. So it can get bad very quickly.
Bishop a6 maybe looks interesting, but then f5 or f6, and I don't know who's playing here.
Oh, 15 seconds, Gukesh. 10, 7,
6 seconds.
6. Ooh, played on 7 seconds. But Rook G7 now. And then F5.
Yeah, he wants to play rook c7. Smart actually. Okay, he has accepted the draw now. अगर f6 खेला तो rook c7 and you trade the rooks, ठीक है, आप pawn down हो but आप वो draw कर लोगे.
So Gukesh is basically saying, okay, draw, yeah?
Yeah. If he goes rook, he has to go rook c7. Otherwise, this is very risky.
But
ये
disappointing
pawn
for
मर गया तो
Gukesh,
भाई
right?
आप कैसे बचाओगे? Sorry?
I mean, really disappointing for Gukesh, right? Look at him, yeah?
Yeah.
But I mean, he's looks mad, but of course F5 was there. I mean, there's no way he was winning this. But yeah, it's disappointing for Gukesh. Really disappointing from him. He's
10
shaking his head. He's
seconds.
not happy.
7
भाई
seconds.
क्लॉक पे ध्यान भाई 5 come on 4 भाई he played on 3 seconds okay Arvind will draw this now I think yeah you're right I think इसमें कुछ हो नहीं सकता अब
Yeah, you have to
and
capture on season. It's a nice move there by Gukesh. Takes. इसके बाद Arvind will be a pawn up temporarily because he'll win this. But it gives the king enough time to play king h2, g3 and okay, same colored bishop है तो draw हो जाएगा.
right okay still Gukesh has to draw this now yeah
Yeah,
it's
Gukesh will draw this.
Arjun has resigned chat if we jump to that board that is another loss for Indians today it's just not it's a nightmarish day Sahaj bhai to put it mildly Pragg lost Arjun lost both by the way had the white pieces and now we go to Gukesh against Arvind back
Yeah. भाई एक सेकंड थोड़ा हैंग हो रहा है. Samay bhai, I'm getting a like a message that says page unresponsive. Should I wait or should I exit or what should I do? Page unresponsive. Okay, तो आप वो मेरी स्क्रीन हटा देना वहां से, ठीक है? I'll just reload.
and now you're back to Gukesh versus Arvind Gukesh still shaking his head I think he was completely winning at some point plus 2.5 plus 3 was the evaluation g3 play trying to exchange pawns I think that's a step forward so if you take on g3 pawn takes the king sits on e3 and there is no way black can progress like I will have infinite moves with the bishop so do you
If white plays g3, you mean?
he played g3 I mean there's nothing else so if we take I put the king on e3 it's a draw
Ah,
so or even
okay.
f2 so f3 maybe last try for black no voice
Yeah, looks interesting. Looks interesting.
should be a draw of course but maybe
But the
last
dark
try
squares पे I'll just put a hold. मेरा king कभी तरह e3 पे आ गया तो it's great. Like bishop moves somewhere, king goes like this to e3 and okay, that's a draw. See,
yeah
this is a draw.
yeah
But it's you can see Arvind is thinking. He's thinking how if there is any chance that I can win this.
But look at Gukesh, man. He is so mad at himself.
Yep,
And by the
takes,
way,
takes.
he's taken. Yeah, he's going for the safe choice. Also, chat, tomorrow is round number 12. Tomorrow's pairings, by the way, are Arvind versus Anish. It's Sindaro versus Pragg, the two candidates. That's going to be such an important match. Jorden versus Arjun and Hans versus Gukesh. So, and only Arvind has white. All the three have black tomorrow.
By the match that I mean, Hans, I guess, is going to be an interesting one.
That's
Hans
the
versus Gukesh.
interesting one.
But he's still going to be on 5.5. I think he's still 50%. So g4, by the way, played. It's a nice move. Takes ke baad king f2, king g3, or just bishop e2. And you're winning this. I mean, you're drawing this. Yeah, it's a nice move. Because if you take this, then just gf5. If fg4, then pawns टूट गए आपके तो makes it easier. Bishop e2, g3, bishop f3, and king takes. And same colored bishop may like very rarely is it winning. The pawn has to be like really advanced. The king has to be on d2 and so on. Can be a bit difficult. So I think this is a dead draw now.
G4.
Nice move, na?
Yeah, I mean, wasn't needed necessarily, but
By the way, only two moves now. Bishop e2, that's correct, yeah. g3 पे bishop f3. Oh, wait. g3 पे bishop g4, yeah, bishop g4. Because अगर आपने c7 को capture किया तो I'll capture on e6. Simple.
You can even just play c8 queens actually. After
अच्छा, हाँ, king g2 is simple. Okay, he just goes for
takes
the
on
draw.
c7. Okay, so that is
मजा
a
है वो
draw
e5
chat.
के लिए यहाँ पे.
No, I don't think so. He'll play e5. He'll play king d6 and yeah, bishop d5 played, and there it is. So that means chat Gukesh and Arvind draw, and Gukesh goes to what 5.5 points. Still it remains to be seen whether he went to the left side of the standings. I think not, but we'll check. But it's been a sad, sad day for everybody, to be honest. Yeah, because Arvind is not happy. He was lost from the opening. Gukesh is not happy because he was completely winning. Pragg and Arjun, of course, lost. So सादे अभी तो विशी वाली शर्ट से सब सभी
अब तो उस फैन को भी ब्लेम नहीं कर सकते भाई.
नहीं नहीं एक्चुअली विशी की शर्ट पहन के सब पे इफेक्ट हो गया.
Ah, Vishy effect. Yeah, Vishy effect is real.
विशी इफेक्ट because without Vishi there'll be nobody. Yeah, and of course a joking chat, but
But yeah, three whites
yeah,
there. Three whites. I mean, basically, we scored half out of three with three whites. That
yeah,
is the crazy part.
exactly. So chat इसका मतलब कि I think this was a tough day, and maybe let's have a look at the standings. Saj bhai, anybody on the left? Is Ukesh on the left? Yes or no?
I don't. I think he will be on the left. Yeah.
I don't think so, but I'm hopeful. Let's see.
अबे
No, यार कब जाएंगे लेफ्ट पे? कब जाएंगे लेफ्ट साइड पे? तरस गई यार
actually, this is very
ये
sad for
नैन
Arjun
तरस.
because he's now basically at the bottom of the leaderboard.
Wow,
Arjun was at the top after the first 3-4 rounds or so. He was one of the
4 rounds, yeah.
leaders.
ये नैन तरस गए साज भाई लेफ्ट में देखने के लिए एक इंडियन को, बट maybe Gukesh does that, but of course the first place is now gone. I mean there is no chance. So we
Yeah.
are basically fighting for third, fourth, fifth place. Maybe that's the best. Third, maybe possible if we are like insanely lucky, but yeah, it's still not going to be easy. And look at the two Uzbeks in first and second place with 7 points. Wow.
My candidates is looking scary. Have to say, Sindarov still, by the way, undefeated in this entire event. The only player who is undefeated. That is crazy. That's the crazier part to me. Plus
Yeah,
three, 8 draws and 0 losses.
yeah, true. And iska matlab chat ki yeah, I think today's day is over. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, but खत्म करो बस. 12 भी बज गए होंगे अब तो इंडिया में. तो it's a new
हाँ
day,
भाई.
chat. So it's a new day. So just try to not think about this, and hopefully the last remaining 2 days are gonna go well for the Indian players. And yeah,
Yeah, so chats, thank you for joining in. I think at least आप लोग के साथ मजा आता है भाई बात करने में, चिल करने में, है ना? That's the real part of the streaming journey. And hopefully आपको थोड़ा बहुत मजा आया होगा. And have we touched 500 likes? I think time to check. We have 504 भाई साहब. चैट में पूरा तुम 1 रुपया ऊपर नीचे नहीं जाते हैं. 500 करने थे, 500 ही किए.
crazy. The
Oh
membership
भाई.
question incoming.
हाँ साज भाई, you can take this one I think.
Okay, sure. Chat ready लिख देना जब भी आप ready हो.
Chat is ready भाई. Chat is born ready.
चलो भाई, क्वेश्चन आ गया मेरे दिमाग में.
Hmm.
चैट आप रेडी हो? ओके. सिंडारोव जावोखिर का बर्थडे कब आता है चैट?
क्या महीना साल
दैट्स द
क्या पूछ रहे हो?
क्वेश्चन.
एग्जैक्ट.
एग्जैक्ट डेट बताना साल के साथ प्लीज.
But then
आई एम वाचिंग
you need to write
चेस
your
24
username
इंडिया.
also along with your username. ठीक है? तभी
हाँ.
तभी काउंट होगा
ओके,
चैट.
वी हैव एन आंसर बाय
कौन है
इट्स
पहला?
अमन.
नहीं,
इट्स
बट यूजरनेम लिखा उस बंदे ने.
नहीं, यूजर नेम लिखा हुआ. यूजर नेम लिखना था आपको.
यूजरनेम के साथ बताओ पहला बंदा कौन है करेक्ट आंसर वाला. क्या आंसर है? 8 दिसंबर.
8 दिसंबर, यस.
साल भी लिखना था ना.
2005 लिखा था उसने, बट उन्होंने अपना यूजर नेम लिखना भूल गए वो.
नहीं, डजंट काउंट देन.
ओके, देन इट इज नो नो बडी P9B2N वो वाला. And his
नो बड़ी.
username is not Arjun Erigaisi.
हाँ, यस यस यू राइट, वही है. नॉट अर्जुन एरिगाइसी. वाओ. ओके, ठीक है. बढ़िया भाई. तो आपको मिलती है 1 महीने की डायमंड मेंबरशिप भाई, कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशंस। कोई तो आज कुछ लेके जा रहा है।
कोई तो
लेट्स
खुश है आज।
टेक, कोई तो खुश है आज। चलो भाई, you've gotten membership, congratulations। अब हम कल मिलेंगे chat same time, still hoping for an Indian comeback कि भाई we'll have some wins at the end, and top 10 की जो rankings हैं at least उसमें we can make some strides forward। Saj bhai, right now Arjun is world number 10, Gukesh is world number 11, Ushi sir is world number 12, and Pragg is world number 13। So we are 10, 11, 12, 13। एक फूक पड़ेगी बस सिंदारों की कल। And we'll be knocked out of the world top 10।
कल कौन है
So,
अर्जुन को?
sorry. Tomorrow it's Arjun Black Hair against Van Forest। So
Okay.
if he draw or loses, he'll be out। Sindarov plays Pragg tomorrow, and Sindarov is white. And Hans plays Gukesh tomorrow। So टफ है भाई, टफ है, टफ है, टफ है। चलो चैट, थैंक यू साजय फॉर द अमेजिंग कमेंट्री, मजा आया भाई। आई थिंक यू एंड आई एंड समय भाई एंड चैट में मजा आया आज। थैंक यू समय भाई फॉर द ब्रॉडकास्ट, थैंक यू चैट फॉर जॉइनिंग, एंड होपफुली वील सी देम कम बैक। आई थिंक टफ गेम्स, दिस इज वेरी हार्ड चैट, ऑफ कोर्स वी जोक अराउंड, बट हम में से कोई वहां पे 0 पॉइंट बैठे थे लोग, मैं तो बैठा होता एटलीस्ट, बट या आई थिंक इट्स वेरी टफ। होपफुली वी सी कम बैक सून। चलो चैट, टेक केयर एंड गुड नाइट।